Chapter 12. Mark Eckert slammed the door behind him and stepped out onto a small concrete patio. Before the storm, the university's art students must have used it as a smoker station. There was a battered metal chair to his right, and next to that, a low cylindrical ash can. Here and there he saw a few soggy cigarette butts wedged into the cracks in the concrete. He grabbed the chair and slid it back under the door handle, the way he'd seen done in the movies. He had no idea if it would actually work or not. But then, he only needed a second or two head start. From the other side of the metal door, he could hear moaning. The zombies had caught up to him already. So much for his head start. Gingerly, he touched the burning gash on his right shoulder, where one of them had bit him. It was hurting bad, already starting to smell like rot, and as he touched the edges of the pus-filled wound and tried to press a dangling flap of skin back over the missing chunk of his arm, he felt the first pangs of nausea. His head was a soupy mess, and it was hard to focus. What had he been trying to do again? Why couldn't he remember? It was like his brain kept slipping into neutral. A body slammed into the other side of the door with an explosive crack, knocking the chair out from under the door handle and sending it skidding across the concrete. Mark Eckert jumped, jarred out of his confusion. He stepped back to the edge of the concrete patio, his heels hanging over the side, just as the door exploded open and the first zombies staggered through it. Mark couldn't move his right arm. It hung limp as an empty sack from his shoulder, and that meant he had to shoot left-handed. It was a skill they drilled on constantly when he was a cadet in the Houston Police Department's training academy. But even under the controlled conditions found at the gun range, he'd never been any good with his left hand. But now, with a horde of zombies closing in on him, and his head swimming, and his body burning itself up with fever as it fought the virus waging war in his veins, conditions were anything but perfect. Pretty damn crappy would be more accurate, he thought, and a thin, weak laugh crawled out of his throat. Still, he had enough presence of mind to fire off a round as the lead zombie crashed into him, knocking the wind from his lungs and sending him sprawling off the back of the patio. But as his body tumbled backwards, he caught a glimpse of scalp and blood and bone exploding out behind the zombie's head. And in the moment before he crash-landed, he let out a half-formed cry of victory. "Got you, you fucking bastard!" He landed with a splash, and for a moment nearly blacked out. He had to struggle to hold on to consciousness. There was something inside him that seemed to be pulling him down, the way sleep can pull your head back to the pillow after a restless night of broken sleep. Only the pain in his shoulder kept him going. Mark shook the fog from his mind. His butt and lower back were under water. Only his knees and his head and shoulders remained above it, making him look like a man trying to sit up in the bathtub. The water wasn't deep, not nearly as deep as it had been earlier that afternoon, and, absurdly, the thought, "Maybe it's going away and we'll all be okay," played in his mind. Except that it wasn't going to be okay. Not with the rest of those zombies tumbling down off the side of the patio like penguins off an iceberg. They were still coming for him, and nothing was ever going to be okay again. Painfully, uncertainly, he pulled himself to his feet. He was exhausted. The downward pull toward unconsciousness was almost irresistible, but he hadn't lost his will to live. Not yet. He turned and limped off toward the EOC. Mark made his way as fast as he could around the corner of Farish Hall and continued on through the courtyard, past the Cullen Performance Hall, and then onto University Drive. The library was up ahead on his right. Glancing around, he saw about 40 zombies following him. Some were starting to fall back, but more than a few were keeping pace. A few were even gaining on him. He could probably make it all the way to the parking lot where Captain Shaw was trying to assemble the refugees and put them onto boats, but somehow he doubted it. The entire campus was overrun with zombies. The captain was surrounded, the last Mark had heard, and that had been about 2 hours ago. He'd be doing his impression of Custer at the Little Bighorn by now. And besides, Mark thought bitterly, the way his body was rebelling against him, he'd probably collapse before he made it halfway. And that would mean letting those things tear him apart with their teeth and fingernails. That wasn't going to happen. So Mark Eckert ran. But not wildly. As a kid, he played with his dog in the surf down at Galveston, and he knew how tired you could get running through shallow water if you didn't pump your knees like pistons when you ran. Up ahead, there was a 10-foot-high chain-link fence with a large white sign with red letters. "Keep back 50 feet, authorized personnel only," posted near the gate. All he had to do was get through that gate and lock it. From there, the main office of the EOC was only a short distance away. The gate was hanging open a few inches. His heart was pounding when he reached it. Every breath made it feel as if he were getting stabbed in the ribs with a pointed stick. But for as bad as he felt, he stopped and took a quick look back at his pursuers. The original group of 40 or so that had cornered him in the lobby of the art building had thinned out to a long, staggered line now. The nearest zombie was a big white guy in mud-soaked jeans and a T-shirt that hung in bloody rags from his shoulders. Through the tattered shirt, Mark could see the man's white belly glistening. Water drops splashed up around him like white sparks as he charged the fence. Behind him, maybe 10 paces at the most, was another man who was missing one side of his face. The rest were coming up behind them. He could hear them, but he couldn't see them in the darkness. He jumped through the gate, spun around, and pulled it closed. Someone had left the padlock dangling from one of the diamond holes in the fence. Even when the EOC was in everyday use, they'd been sloppy about locking it. Mark and his fellow officers had joked about the piss-poor security around here more than once, but he was thankful for it now. He fumbled with the padlock, trying to pull it out, but his fingers felt fat and numb, and trying to hurry only made it worse. The lead zombie was closing on him now, close enough that Mark was getting splashed by the zombie's awkward movements through the water. "Come on," he pleaded with himself. "Come on, damn it!" And then he had it. The padlock slid off the fence, and Mark held it up triumphantly in front of him. He glanced at the zombie, and a chill went through him. The man's eyes were clouded over, nearly completely white, as though with cataracts. They seemed utterly empty. Even as the man's lips drew back, revealing blood-soaked teeth and shredded gums, Mark swallowed the lump in his throat, and then jammed the arm of the padlock down through the latch and locked it. A moment later the zombie crashed into the gate. He was followed by 2 more, then a third. Within seconds there were 7, then 9, 12, and more were appearing at the fence with each passing moment. Mark backed away from the fence, his head swimming, his vision blurry. He was wincing with every breath. He looked down the row of ruined faces, leering vacantly back at him through the fence, and he suddenly felt more scared than he had ever been before. At that moment, listening to the almost musical clink of fists against the chain-link fence, it suddenly dawned on him just how much trouble he was in. Earlier in the day, just before sunset, he'd been with a detachment of officers assigned to quell a fight at the field hospital. The 4 of them had waded into a confused mass of screaming refugees and seen a handful of what looked like drunks taking bites out of one of the nurses. Mark, who was wearing only a paper surgical mask and latex gloves for protection, had thought little of wading into the fight. He pulled the man off the gutted body of the nurse and tried to cuff him. He'd gotten the bite on his shoulder for his trouble. Only then had he realized he and his squad were surrounded by people with ruined faces and bloody mouths and vacant, empty eyes. He'd managed to fight his way to the lobby of the art building across the quad from the field hospital before they finally pinned him down. Mark had drawn his pistol and screamed commands at the crowd closing in around him, but he hadn't fired until he saw the gutted nurse from the hospital among their number. After that, his night had turned into one long, rolling gunfight. But one thought had nagged at him since he was first bitten. At first, while he was still running and shooting, it had been only a feeling, sensed but not articulated. But the thought was clear as a bell on a country Sunday morning now. "Mark Eckert, you are going to die." "No," he said aloud. "No, I won't." His fear had fed his denial, keeping the thought of death at arm's length. But now, as the necrosis filovirus waged war within his veins, he felt a sort of reluctant acceptance pour over him, and his fear slipped away. And with that acceptance came a moment of clarity. In it, he saw clearly what had happened to him, and what would come. The fog in his brain was only the beginning. Soon, maybe in a few minutes, maybe a few hours, he would become like those people out there. His face would look like theirs. The expression vacant, but somehow sinister. Lips shredded like confetti. Ropes of bloody drool hanging from his chin. He would become like them. One of them. "Mark Eckert, you are going to die." And all at once a memory opened up, and he was standing in his parents' kitchen. His father was off by the refrigerator, hands stuffed deep into the pockets of his pants. His eyes pointed down at his shoes, while Mark's mother turned her back on him and dried her hands on a dish towel over by the sink. He could hear her sniffling back a tear. "You're going to get yourself killed," she said quietly. She hated the idea of her only child becoming a policeman, especially a Houston policeman. And now that he was standing here in her kitchen with his acceptance letter to the academy in his hand, her anger and fear and hurt were causing her to lash out with tears. "Mom, it's a good job," he said. "No matter how bad the economy gets, the job will still be there for me. And cops make good money these days." "You have a master's degree, Mark," she snapped back. There was a look on her face as if he had just tracked across her kitchen floor with something nasty on his shoes. "You can get a real job. One that doesn't involve getting shot at by drug dealers and—" And here her face puckered up so it looked as if she was spitting out the next words. "Wife-beaters." "Mom, with a degree I can promote fast. I could go as high as I want to. I could even use this to go into politics." "You could get shot," she said, and turned to her husband, who had been conspicuously silent since Mark broke the news. "Say something, James. For God's sake, he's going to get himself shot." James Eckert was a pediatric dentist who had told his son on more than one occasion that the federal government had fucked up health care so badly that he would not wish a career in medicine on his worst enemy. And Mark wasn't sure about this, but he had a sneaking suspicion that his father was secretly thrilled about his son becoming a cop. It was a chance to live a life of action and adventure vicariously through his son. Mark would later get confirmation of this, for when he got out of the academy and was working the evening shift in Houston's gang-addled Second Ward, his father made him call him every night, regardless of the time he got home, and regale him with the stories of fights and car chases and crazy calls. But for now, the problem was his mother. "Well," she said, "tell him." "Listen, Gina," he'd said in that slow, measured way he had of talking when he knew he was about to piss his wife off. "I'm not really sure it's such a bad idea. He's a tough kid. He's a smart—" "Oh, for Christ's sake!" she'd screamed. Then she'd thrown her dish towel on the counter and stormed out. Mark looked at his father and waited. The next words out of his father's mouth weren't entirely unexpected. "You've thought this through, I suppose?" "Yes." "And it's what you want to do. You know it'll break her heart." "Dad?" "No," his father had said. "Hold up for a second. I want to tell you some good news and some bad." A pause. "Okay," Mark had finally said. "The bad news first. Somewhere right around 40, you get tired. Your hair gets gray, your belly gets fat, your muscles soft. Work is hard. It grinds you down. Some days all you want to do is say fuck it all and take a nap. That's when your will, your drive, call it whatever you want, takes over. That's when you decide when you're going to be a success or a failure. The success stories, those are the ones with the will to work beyond the body's exhaustion." "Okay," Mark said hesitantly. None of that made sense, but okay. "So what's the good news?" "Well, the good news is that you've got today. You've got your health and strength and your looks and your flat belly. Revel in it, Mark. Seize the day. If you want to be a cop, son, that's fine. Just promise me that you'll be a damn good one." "I will, Dad." "Good. Your mom's going to be pissed as an old wet hen for a good long while, but she'll get over it. Just make sure you remember she loves you more than her own life. That's why she's so mad." Mark nodded soberly. "And son?" "Yeah, Dad?" "Do me a favor and try not to get shot." The memory faded slowly. It was easy, he found, to shut off his conscious mind and let himself float. Too easy. But even as he tried to focus, he found that his body didn't want to comply. Everything ached now. He'd had the flu 2 years before, shortly after getting assigned to Captain Shaw's team at the EOC, and the way he was feeling now was a lot like the worst part of the fever back then. It was seeing the zombie falling off the top of the fence to his right that finally got him moving again. A large tree had fallen across the fence there and bent it back, and a few of the zombies had already found a way to crawl up and over the chain-link slope. 2 more fell off the top of the fence. More were climbing over. "Shit," he said. "Gotta go." He turned and pulled himself slowly toward the library. The water was 2 feet deep inside the library. The only light came from the mini LED flashlight he kept on his gun belt, and that light bounced constantly around the darkened hallways as he struggled to control his movements. Even through the haze in his brain, he was aware of the sickeningly sweet odor of open sewage and rotting bodies. He found 4 of them in the main ops room. 2 were policemen he couldn't recognize because they'd been partially eaten and because decomposition had set in. The other 2 were civilians with bullet holes in their faces. Mark Eckert pulled one of the dead policemen aside and sat down at the laptop where the man had died. Miraculously, the thing still worked. Briefly, it occurred to him that he had expected it to work. He had no plan B. He fired it up, activated the video feed feature he had set up for Captain Shaw earlier in the day, and started talking. "My name is Mark Eckert. I'm a Houston police officer assigned to the Emergency Operations Command. My direct supervisor is Sergeant Eleanor Norton, and above her, Captain Mark Shaw. I don't know if either of them are still alive, so... Oh, God, it's hard to think." Mark swallowed with obvious difficulty, and then took a deep breath and went on. "I don't know who's still alive and who's dead. A lot of people are dead. I think I'll be dead here pretty soon, but I guess... Hell, I don't know. Seeing as I'm not dead yet, and they probably are, I guess that makes me the one in charge. Woohoo!" He raised a not-quite-clenched fist into the air. "Hear that, Mom? I made it to the top after all. Go me." Here, on the video, Mark can be seen to sag visibly into himself. He tries to laugh, but then he begins to cough. The coughs are violent and painful sounding. They go on for 37 seconds. Several large flecks of black blood are hacked up onto the screen. But Mark is a strong kid, as his dad once told him. And eventually he pulls himself together and focuses on the screen once again. Let's see. Oh, yeah. We've got zombies here. How do you like that? It's pretty screwed up, actually. It's not anything like the movies we all saw. He leans forward, smiling, sort of, as only one side of his mouth manages to curl upward. The other sags like the curiously limp arm at his side. In the short few sentences he's spoken, his voice has taken on a whiskey roughness. "They're dead," he says, in a mock stage whisper. "You can shoot 'em, burn 'em, cut 'em. You name it. If it'll kill you, it'll kill them. The only thing is, they don't know it. You can see 'em walking around with their guts hanging out of their belly and gunshot wounds to the face. And they don't know they're supposed to lie down and die. But hey, what you gonna do?" He falls back in his chair, still staring at the screen. And later, several commentators would note that he never blinked, not once, and gives the audience that half-formed smile again. "Don't come and rescue us," he says. "It would be suicide for you. Let us die and make this city our tomb. Hell, we're already dead. We just don't know it yet. Sorry about that, Mom and Dad. I guess I went and got myself dead after all." He laughs suddenly, a demented sound accompanied by another round of hacking coughs. "Wow. I really messed that promise up, I guess." He leans forward and wipes a spot of blood from the screen. Then he looks at it on the tip of his finger, and his nose wrinkles in disgust. "Okay," he says, and he's obviously giving it everything he's got just to rally up the strength for this last part of his warning. "Here's the deal. We got overrun by... Wait, we got... Okay, Mom, I love you. Dad, I love you too. Please don't be mad. I didn't want this. I didn't..." And there's no more on the audio track. But there is more video. Mark's head falls back against the chair, and he remains motionless for 12 seconds. Then he raises his head, and when he does, his eyes have glazed over with a white, cloudy film. His mouth is slack. His face has taken on an emptiness that a few conspiracy theorists attempt to blame on withdrawal from heroin. But Mark Eckert is no junkie. He rises from his chair and slowly turns around. And as he walks off into the darkness, he has no idea if his message reached anyone. He has no idea that his video, though initially denied and dismissed as a hoax by the White House, has in fact been posted to the Internet and gone viral like nothing before it. He has no idea that within 24 hours his video will be watched more than 500 million times. He has no idea that he is the first zombie rock star. And he has no idea that his simple and poignant farewell to his mom and dad will become the clincher that will eventually cause his government to seal more than 6 million people behind a quarantine wall that stretches from Gulfport, Mississippi, to Brownsville, Texas. Some people get their 15 minutes and never know it. Chapter 13. As it turned out, Brent Shaw had crawled off and gotten drunk, just as Anthony suspected. Anthony finally found him curled up on a couch in the lobby of the Cullen Performance Hall, a bottle of vodka cradled to his chest like a child's favorite toy. He was sobbing in his sleep. Anthony called his name and shook him, gently at first, and then, when he still wouldn't wake up, more brutally, finally kicking him out of frustration.
"Get up, Brent! We've got work to do!"
Brent sat up groggily and only looked at him for a moment. He blinked, and Anthony could see that behind the screen of drunkenness, his older brother was terrified.
"What's wrong with you, Brent? Jesus Christ, we got work to do!"
Brent sniffled. He had tried to meet his little brother's gaze, but quickly turned away. He seemed uncertain, still frightened. Fumbling drunkenly, he tried to unscrew the cap on his bottle of vodka. Anthony watched the display with mounting disgust.
"Give me that!"
he finally said, and snatched the bottle from his brother's hands. He threw it against the wall, and it exploded with a muffled pop, the liquid spreading down over a poster advertising a student-run production of Harold Pinter's The Homecoming that was fated now to never see the stage. Brent had watched the bottle fly, his hand still outstretched, with a strangled cry eking from his throat.
"Why did you—"
he managed to say.
"Shut up!" Anthony screamed. "You drunken shit! Get up! Come on, get up!"
But Brent could only manage an inarticulate groan. The sight of his brother sitting there, stupefied by vodka, unable to speak, was like a red haze dropping over Anthony's mind. The anger rose up in him so suddenly, so powerfully, so like his father, that he was hardly aware of when he started slapping Brent's face. He was only aware of the anger coursing through him. He was grinding his teeth in rage, grunting with every ferocious slap he raked across Brent's cheek. In the end, it was the sound of his voice, his growling, that stopped the blows.
"Why do you gotta be like her?"
He'd heard himself screaming.
"You saw what drinking did to her. Why you gotta be like Mom? Get off the fucking floor, you goddamn disgusting fucking drunk!"
Anthony stood there, looking down at Brent, a cowering, dumb giant who was bleeding from his lips and nose. And then he looked at his own right hand, the hand that only seconds before had been a relentless, merciless weapon. Brent's blood was on Anthony's palm. But it wasn't the blood that Anthony saw. His gaze was turned inward and backward over the years. In his mind, he saw his mother, who, like Brent, had drunk her way into a useless oblivion, and Anthony found himself wondering if, in his mind at least, it had been his mother that he was slapping. Yes, it had been. He couldn't deny that, not now that he had spoken the words. That was where the rage was, not here. It wasn't focused on what Brent had become, but on the example that had set him up for self-destruction. He felt the truth wrap around his heart like a cold, wet fog, and he was ashamed of it. "I'm sorry," he said to Brent. But Brent still wouldn't look directly at him. "I hurt him bad," Anthony thought. "Oh, Jesus, I hurt him, and I didn't want to. I didn't mean to, it just happened. Oh, Jesus, please help me." He extended his bloody hand to Brent. And in Anthony's mind, Brent wouldn't take it because he was scared. They were acting out the roles their parents had played growing up. One the drunk, the other relentlessly violent, and then just as relentlessly repentant. "Brent sees that," Anthony thought. Realizes the drama they're repeating, and it terrifies him. But Anthony was wrong. Perhaps on some subconscious level, those things were playing out in Brent's mind, moving like slow currents beneath a frozen lake. But the real demon that had locked him up and driven him down into the bottle was in fact nothing more complex than a drunkard's shame and self-loathing. Anthony did not know it at the time, and would only learn the vaguest details of it later that night. But while Anthony and his father were shooting the zombies in the EOC, Brent had been looking for a place to hide. He'd already seen a few of the infected, and made the mental leap that enabled him to acknowledge them as zombies. Trembling with fear, he'd wandered through the uninhabited parts of the campus, looking for a place to hide and drink. He'd rounded a corner and almost walked smack dab into the middle of 4 zombies who were wrestling a young girl of perhaps 10 or 11 down to the ground. That part of the campus had, for the most part, stayed above the water level, and Brent had been lost in the squishing his boots made in the spongy grass when he heard the girl cry out. He'd looked up, and there she'd been, one hand outstretched as the 4 tore at her clothes with their teeth and nails.
"Please!"
she'd screamed at him.
"Please, mister, help me!"
And Brent had just stood there, unable to make himself move.
"Please!"
the girl screamed again. Brent did move that time. He took a few steps back. His breath was whistling in his ears now, his heart beating painfully against the walls of his chest. His mind was screaming at him to turn and run. The little girl seemed to realize at the same time as Brent that he would be doing nothing to help her. And for just a moment, all her terror left her, and the look on her face changed to one of shocked abandonment and disbelief.
"Please!"
she screamed again. But if she said anything after that, it was lost as the zombies huddled over her. Her pleas degenerated into inarticulate grunts and screams. None of the zombies noticed Brent. He was still backing away, shaking his head, slapping his hands over his ears as he tried to block out the sound of the girl's pain and the wet, tearing noises the zombies made as they ripped her open and fed. And, improbably at that moment, the one clear thought that Brent could muster was not of the horrible tragedy playing out before him, or even of his own impotent response, but of that day he'd appeared before the chief's accident advisory board, and Captain Macklin had asked him, "What the fuck's going on with you? How'd you get like this?" That memory and the shame it dredged up had been behind the look on Brent's face as Anthony stood above him, his hand outstretched, trying to offer compassion. In the end, Anthony had been forced to scoop his older brother up and half-walk, half-carry him out the door. They'd met up with Jesse Numeroff down by the loading docks, and Jesse had taken one look at Brent and said, No fucking way. He's so drunk he can't even—" But Jesse had trailed off. He'd taken one look at the emotional weather brewing in Anthony's eyes, and he'd quickly realized the wisdom of keeping silent on the matter. He'd taken a step back and watched as Anthony dropped Brent down into the front of their bass boat. And when Anthony looked up at him and said, "Well, you coming?" he had only nodded. Several hours later, while Mark Eckert was fighting his way into the EOC so he could say his farewells to his parents and, unwittingly, become an internet sensation, the quick little errand that Anthony and Brent and Jesse Numeroff had started out on soon turned into a rolling firefight through a flooded version of hell. The trouble started as they entered what appeared to be a deserted housing project. The project's cinder-block walls, though scrawled with graffiti, had survived the storms. Only the doors and windows were gone. Water coursed through them, so that, as they glided by, they could see straight through many of the buildings. "Do you hear that?" Brent said. He was sitting in the bow of the boat, where Anthony had put him before they left. The city around them had grown eerily quiet almost as soon as they pulled away from the campus. And when that happened, Brent had become jumpy, taking on the frightened wariness of a small animal. Jesse had gone to the back of the boat because he was disgusted by him. But even with the length of the boat between them, he could barely disguise his contempt.
"Dude, would you shut up?"
he said. "Christ, you make me sick." "But I heard something," Brent repeated. His voice was small, uncertain. Anthony was driving the boat, and Jesse nudged him with the toe of his boot. "Can you make him shut the fuck up, please?" There was anger in his voice now, above and beyond the contempt. Anthony stared back at Jesse without speaking. Then he looked forward to where Brent huddled against the bow. Brent looked as if he were trying to make himself invisible. Anthony fetched up a deep sigh, and had someone told him that the gesture was an uncanny duplication of his father when confronted with matters he thought beneath his consideration, he would not have been surprised. "Just give it a rest, Jesse," he finally said. "But—" "I said give it a rest. You're not helping." The argument stopped there, for at that moment, as they glided past the end of one of the tenements and into the area that had been a parking lot just a few days earlier, they saw a nearly naked woman kneeling in the bed of a pickup. She looked up at them, and there was blood all over her filthy face. Her hair was matted with it. In her right hand, she held what remained of a small black dog's back leg. Slowly, she rose to her feet and dropped the leg. The remnants of the light-colored dress she'd worn were hanging from her hips in tatters. Her breasts, small and streaked with sooty grime, rose slightly as she raised her arms in the familiar clutching gesture of the infected. Despite the gore that covered her, and the knowledge of what she was, Anthony found himself glancing at her erect nipples. Behind her, coming up quickly through the flooded parking lot, was a man whose right arm had been eaten away. His face bore a look of shock and empty horror, unlike any Anthony had ever seen. A deep cut across his forehead appeared to have been opened with a swiping motion, as though someone had been trying to scratch his way into his skull with their fingernails. But it was the arm that drew Anthony's attention. It had been chewed off below the elbow, and the bones inside shattered. A momentary image of some zombie greedily sucking the marrow from the ruined, severed part of the arm forced Anthony to close his eyes and mentally recollect himself. From the front of the boat, Brent let out a pitiful groan, and that was enough to connect a circuit inside Anthony's mind. When he opened his eyes, he was all business. He pulled his pistol and shot the woman in the head, dropping her to the bed of the pickup even as a chunk of her scalp flew away behind her. Then he centered his front sight on the chest of the one-armed zombie and fired. The man let out a gasp of air, as though he'd been punched in the gut, but he didn't go down.
"No,"
Brent groaned. He was holding his ears, his body curled into a fetal posture.
"No, no, no."
Anthony took a breath, then re-sighted his weapon on the man's bleeding forehead. His next shot made the zombie's head snap back, and he sagged into the water. Anthony scanned his surroundings, checking for more threats. The noise of gunfire had attracted a few others, and they were moaning, the sounds echoing off the cinder-block walls of the tenement. But they were out of pistol range, and so Anthony holstered his weapon. In the bow of the boat, Brent was now rocking back and forth, muttering to himself. He would be almost useless from here on out, Anthony realized. Best to just leave him where he was, where he couldn't do any damage. He turned back to Jesse, who had pulled out their AR-15 guns while Anthony was shooting the two zombies. "I can get those zombies over there by the gas station, no problem," Jesse said. "Yeah, and then what?" Anthony asked. He looked up at the sky. It was getting dark fast, But even in the low light, he could see more and more of the infected emerging from the surrounding buildings. "Hold your fire. I want to try to stay mobile as long as we can. But keep those rifles handy. I'm pretty sure we're going to need them." Eleanor ran back inside the building, Jim right on her heels, and started looking for Madison. The room was lit only by a few guttering candles, throwing most of the room into shadows. She could make out about 24 figures dozing on cots, none of them with sheets because it was hot and damp inside here. "Where is she?" Eleanor demanded. "Over there," Jim said, and pointed toward the far wall. "Madison!" Eleanor shouted. "Madison, get up!" Most of the Red Cross volunteers had been trying to sleep, but now they were sitting up on their cots, blinking at her. More than a few of them were grumbling at being rousted. In the dim gloom, Eleanor made out her daughter's face. She was blinking sleepily, and as Eleanor closed the distance between them, she could see the bloodshot haze of recent tears in her daughter's eyes, her puffy cheeks, her red nose. "Mom?" Eleanor knelt down next to Madison and pushed the sweat-matted bangs from her face. "I need you to come with us, right now. We're not safe here." "Why? What is it? Did something happen?" "Yes, sweetheart. We're in trouble. There are more of those people outside." Madison got up from the cot so quickly she nearly knocked Eleanor over. She was wearing a baggy T-shirt she'd borrowed from one of the Red Cross folks, but they hadn't been able to replace her jeans. Those were still soaking wet. "You mean those zombies?" she asked. She, too, could barely bring herself to say the word. Eleanor nodded. "Come on, Madison. We gotta go." Hank was standing there when they turned around. Behind him, most of the Red Cross volunteers were looking on, their faces reflecting confusion and irritation. "Ma'am, what's going on?" he asked. "Hank, the water out there. It's getting to be low tide. It's down to about 6 feet right outside the building." She saw his face harden at once. "How many did you see?" "I don't know. It's dark out there. I saw 30 or 40, but—" "Yeah, there's probably more." He turned to the Red Cross volunteers, all of whom were watching him fixedly now, waiting for instructions. "All right, listen up, people. We may have some bad company here real soon. I hope you packed your gear when I told you to, 'cause we may have to cut out here real fast." He pointed to 2 of the volunteers. "Frank, you and Jason check the south point over there. Try to get me an accurate count. The rest of you just hang tight." He turned then and moved for the door. "Where are you going?" Eleanor asked. "I'm going to check the east side of the building over here. Try to see what we're dealing with." "Hank, we have to leave here. Right now." "Sergeant Norton, with all due respect, ma'am, there's only one stairwell leading up to this level, and I blocked that off with so much furniture these zombies will need blasting gear to get through it. We're safe for right now." "Like hell," she said. "Hank, that junk on the stairs will stop 1 or 2 of them as long as they're over their heads in water. But there's a whole mess of them out there now." And at that moment, a low moan rose up from the night outside. They heard a crash from the other side of the building. Hank glanced that way. Then he scooped up his AR-15 that was leaning next to the front door. "Everybody hang tight," he said. "I'll check it out." Jim came up next to Eleanor and touched her hand as Hank disappeared out the door. "What do you want to do?" he asked. "We'll let him scout it out. When he gets back, we'll figure out what to do." "So you trust this guy? He knows what he's doing?" "Yeah." She turned then and looked at her husband. He was nervous. She could hear his breath whistling through his nostrils, but he had his other arm around Madison's shoulder. And if she had doubts of their chances before, the sight of the 2 of them together gave her all the reassurance she needed. They were going to get through this. "Hank's got it under control. He's dumb as a bag of rocks in most things, but when the bullets start flying, he's the best there is." "That's good to hear," Jim said, "because I think we're going to need all the help we can get." The sky was ribbed with lightning, and thunder echoed over the desolate ruins. Behind the wheel of the bass boat, Anthony Shaw stared into a drizzling rain, into the dark, and was worried. The rain would cover the noise of splashes, which the zombies couldn't seem to avoid making, and it cut visibility down to almost nothing. They were moving through uncertain waters now, surrounded by countless ruined buildings, weighed down by the knowledge they were being watched from every busted window, every darkened doorway. Anthony had slowed the boat to a crawl. There was no sense in blindly racing around a corner and finding themselves in the middle of a crowd of zombies, something that had come dangerously close to happening twice already. But with the money so close, it took every bit of self-control he could muster. He fought down the urge to dig into the throttle, and instead coasted forward through the rain, tense and watchful. Soon all this would be behind them. He glanced forward to where Brent was sitting. He was no longer rocking back and forth in that oddly disturbing way that made him look like an autistic child in the middle of a meltdown. And from the dull light in his eyes, Anthony guessed that some of the shine was wearing off his drink. But he still seemed too scared and too fragile for a man his size. Behind Anthony, Jesse was quietly watching the ruins on either side of the boat, ready to fire if needed. It had been on Anthony's mind a lot lately about what would happen to the three of them after this was all over. And while he was worried about Brent, he had no doubt that Jesse would come out on top. Jesse was a cat. He'd land on his feet no matter what. Anthony was still contemplating their future when, a few minutes later, a boat resolved itself out of the rainy gloom ahead. Instantly, the hairs went up on the back of Anthony's neck. The boat was floating silently on the current, drifting towards them, while a figure staggered around by the controls. Anthony resisted the urge to hail him. They'd seen far too many of the infected in these buildings, and with the tide at its lowest, those zombies could conceivably wade out to them and climb into the boat. As the other boat drew closer, Anthony saw that his instincts had been correct. The man on board was a zombie. Had to be. Anthony didn't need to see the blood oozing from where the man's left ear had been to see that. The vacant, yet insatiably hungry look in the man's eyes told him all he needed to know. The zombie saw them at the same time Anthony spotted him, and for a moment the zombie seemed uncertain of what to do. Then he climbed over the seats, stood as far up in the bow as he could get, and extended his hands outward as he began to moan. The sound carried quickly, and as Anthony sat there behind the wheel, he could see heads popping up in the windows all around them. Soon, moan was answering unto moan, as the cries echoed back and forth. "Shit," Jesse said. "They're calling each other out." "Yeah," Anthony said, turning around slowly. He could see about 20 of the infected making their way into the flooded street, and what had been nothing but empty ruins moments before did not feel so empty any more. "We got to shut him up," Jesse said. And before Anthony could stop him, Jesse raised his AR-15 and fired a single round at the zombie on the boat. The shot hit the man square in the forehead and threw him back against the pilot's windscreen, his head falling back over his shoulders in a posture that made him look like an exhausted man, finally at rest.
"What the fuck are you doing?"
Anthony said, wheeling around on Jesse and pulling the gun from his hand.
"He was calling to them," Jesse said. "So you thought you'd fire a shot?"
Anthony shook his head in dismay.
"What the fuck, man?"
From the front of the boat, Brent let out another groan.
"Will you please be quiet?" Anthony said. "Jesus!"
But when Anthony looked back at Jesse, he froze. Jesse's eyes had gone wide, and his gaze was focused on the distance over Anthony's left shoulder. Slowly, Anthony turned around. The flooded street ahead of them was filling with zombies. They were pouring out of the buildings on either side of the street. Anthony watched them, mouth agape, and as he wondered where in the hell they were all coming from, the dead zombies' boat glided by to port. Anthony turned to watch the dead man floating past, and as he did, saw even more of the infected coming down a side street. He and Jessie both turned and scanned their surroundings. "Oh, shit," Jessie said. "They're everywhere." "Yeah." "Hey, Anthony." "Yeah?" "Can I have my gun back, please?" "Yeah," Anthony said, and pushed the AR-15 into Jessie's hand. "I'd better get mine, too." Anthony's AR was leaning against the pilot's seat. He scooped it up, ejected the magazine, checked it, and then jammed it back into the receiver. "What do we do?" Jessie said. "Get the ammo cans." "Okay, sure." "Better get all 3. Anthony watched the zombies getting closer, while Jessie removed 3 large ammo canisters from underneath a waterproof tarp. He put them on the center seat and flipped open the lids. Inside each can were 20 fully loaded magazines of 30 rounds each. In addition to that, both men wore tactical vests with 12 30-round magazines mounted to their chest. As Anthony scanned the crowds of zombies closing in on them, silently estimating the number of rounds this was going to take, he figured it was going to be close. "1 shot, 1 kill," Anthony said to Jessie. "Make 'em count." Jessie only nodded. "Set up in the stern there. I'll take the bow. Holler out if you need help." Anthony met Jessie's gaze. His friend looked ill. His Adam's apple was working up and down in his throat like a piston. "You okay?" Anthony asked. Jessie closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them, he met Anthony's gaze and nodded. "Good. Let's go to work." Eleanor waited with Jim and Madison and the Red Cross volunteers just inside the doorway. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. The distant sound of thunder shook something inside Eleanor's chest, and the occasional flashes of lightning lit the doorway with a bluish-white light. "More rain," Eleanor thought darkly. "Just what we need." Her nose wrinkled at the stale, lived-in smell of a room full of unwashed bodies and filthy clothes. Somebody coughed, and then, moving very quietly, Madison squeezed her way between Jim and Eleanor and took Eleanor's hand in hers. Eleanor looked down in surprise. "I'm sorry, Mom," Madison said. "What I said earlier, that was mean." Eleanor put an arm around her and pulled her close, aware that Madison was trembling. She felt so small, so scared in that oversized T-shirt. "Oh, baby," Eleanor whispered, her chest swelling with emotion. "I love you, Madison. I'm going to get us through this. I promise." But if Madison answered, her voice was lost in the commotion that followed. From outside on the balcony they heard Hank shouting. The next instant there was another loud, rolling crash. Not lightning this time, but the heavy, clanking sound of metal falling down a staircase, followed by at least 10 rifle shots. Eleanor pulled her pistol and held it at the low ready, her eyes on the doorway.
"Sergeant Norton!"
Hank shouted. Eleanor glanced at Jim and then at Madison. "I'll be right back," she said, and ran out the door.
"Mommy!"
"It'll be all right, Madison. Stay with Daddy." She sprinted outside, but came to an abrupt stop just outside the doorway. A drizzling rain fell on her face and her arms. Below her, the water had gone down considerably, and in the flash of a lightning bolt she saw that it had exposed a number of cars in the parking lot. They looked like hippos in an African river, only the humps of their backs cresting the surface. A huge crowd of zombies was filtering between the cars, moving as quickly as their ruined bodies would allow. Glancing down the balcony, she saw that a small group of them had managed to pull down the barricade of furniture that Hank had assembled across the staircase. All but 2 of the zombies were dead now, their bodies draped over the furniture and the staircase railing like marionettes with their strings cut. But the two of them that were still alive thrashed around in the water, churning it into oily foam. Hank leaned over the railing and shot both, and the rifle's report made Eleanor jump. "Get everybody out of there," Hank said. "Get them down here and help me throw those canoes over the side. Hurry!" He didn't wait for a response. She outranked him by a considerable margin, but this was combat, and it was his game. He was trained for battle. She wasn't. Eleanor's job was support. Stay out of his way and do as she was told. As Hank fired out the remaining rounds in his magazine, Eleanor ran inside the building and ordered everyone out. "Down the stairs!" she yelled. "Come on, everybody, hustle!" The Red Cross volunteers formed a ragged line and started toward the stairs. Eleanor, who had to yell at the top of her voice to be heard over the moaning of the zombies and the nearly constant bark of Hank's AR-15, reassured when she could, pushed when she had to, but eventually got them moving down the stairs. Jim and Madison remained at the top of the staircase, waiting on her. "Go," she said to Jim. "I've got to help him get the boats in the water." Then Jim put an arm around her waist and kissed her. Eleanor was so shocked she could barely respond. He broke contact and, with Madison's hand in his, sprinted down the stairs. "I love you," she muttered, watching him go down to the water level. Eleanor had just enough time to scan the crowd of zombies that was closing in around them, when the first canoe went over the side, hitting the water with a dull thwack. "Sergeant Norton, I sure could use a hand, ma'am." "Coming," she said, and helped him toss the rest of the boats over the side. The others were already climbing into the canoes when Eleanor and Hank jumped into the water. Jim paddled the boat over to her and helped pull her in. Then he turned the boat around and pointed them to the north. All the others were doing the same, except for Hank. He was all by himself and paddling hard, his canoe pointed straight for the thickest part of the approaching zombie crowd. "What are you doing?" Eleanor asked. "Getting your backpacks, ma'am, and maybe thinning out this herd a bit. You get up front and help get these people going. I'll be right there with you." Before Eleanor could protest, Hank dropped his paddle into the canoe and came up with his rifle. He started firing at a frightening speed. Eleanor, who was a pretty good shot with an AR-15, though certainly not a pro, wondered how he even had time to aim. But aiming he most certainly was, for he was dropping zombies one after the other, every shot landing on target. It was a sickening, but almost beautiful display of fighting prowess, and Eleanor watched it in rapt fascination before that voice in her head ordered her to get moving. "Let's go," she said to Jim, and the two of them started paddling. Lightning flashed overhead, and in that moment Eleanor could see the other canoes moving out ahead of her in a crooked line between battered buildings and ruined cars, a bluish-white glow on the water, almost like moonlight. And then the drizzle turned to rain. They saw the wreckage of the Coast Guard helicopter first. In the darkness it resembled the busted exoskeleton of some enormous insect, a praying mantis maybe, that had slid down the face of the building and was now trying to crawl back up. Anthony stared at it, unaware he was holding his breath. While he'd seen this before, during the crash and after, things had happened so fast he never had a chance to absorb the sight of it. But now, all that twisted wreckage, the half-eaten body of one of the pilots hanging out the starboard side window, the enormity of it caught up with him. When helicopters started dropping from the sky, the shit was really bad. His fingers were shaking, but not badly. Jesse wouldn't see it. Brent certainly wouldn't see it, not in his present condition. But they were shaking, and that had him worried. He was not in this to save Private Ryan. He was in this for the money. Anthony curled his fingers into a fist and focused on their surroundings, scanning constantly, the way he'd been taught in tactics training. Beyond the helicopter was the church's chicken and the parking garage, and further on still the Texas Chemical Bank, which had been so kind to them as of late. Nothing seemed to be moving, and that was good. That was very good. Gradually, the anxiety he had felt upon seeing the wrecked helicopter faded, and he was able to focus on the money. Thinking about it changed his mood considerably, and he was surprised to feel his mouth starting to water. $7 million were only a few feet away now. "Gonna leave this town," he thought, and in his head the words were almost a song. "Gonna leave this town with a sack full of loot, a new truck, a new house, a new life, and all I have to do is take it. Come to Papa," he muttered. The car, it was an old Volkswagen, he could see that now, was up to the top of its doors in water. Anthony hit it with a spotlight. He could see the 2 duffel bags through the rear windshield. He wasn't sure if the water was subsiding for good, or if this was just low tide. But whatever the reason, they'd been lucky to find the money still here. Had someone come along, they could have reached inside pretty as you please and come up with more money than any honest man would know what to do with. Lucky for all of them that hadn't happened. Anthony let his gaze slide over to where Brent was sitting. He was rocking back and forth again with a steady metronome-like motion, muttering constantly. Anthony couldn't tell what he was saying, but he knew he didn't like it. That was going to be a problem right there, and it would have to be dealt with sooner rather than later. "Let Dad take care of it," he told himself. "Just get the money." He turned around to Jesse as he took off his tactical vest. "Here," he said. "Take the wheel for a sec. I'm going to go get us started on our retirement plan." Jesse beamed a huge smile. "Now you're talking," he said. The boat was turning in a slow pirouette as it came out of the rain. At the sight of it, everyone went quiet. The low murmurs that had marked most of their journey through the flooded landscape disappeared, and all eyes turned forward. One by one they drew their paddles up into their laps, almost as if they were working off the same mental circuit, and stared as the gruesome spectacle drifted past. Eleanor thought it was cutting across their line when she first saw the boat. The gray, fog-like rain distorted her senses that way, made depth perception almost impossible. But she saw the truth a moment later. The boat was a derelict, floating aimlessly on the current. And inside the boat was a man, seated against the pilot's windscreen, his face tilted up toward the sky, his dead, unblinking eyes filling with rain. There was a bullet in his forehead, and when he came up even with her, Ellen closed her eyes and turned away. "You ready?" Jim asked her. Earlier, Hank had managed to retrieve their backpacks, and Eleanor had slipped into a yellow raincoat and an Astros baseball cap. The rain sizzled on her hood and drained in curtains from the cap's bill. Peering through the rain, she saw Madison and Jim huddled beneath a blue plastic tarp, looking back at her. "Eleanor, you ready?" "Yeah," she said. "Let's go." They were the 8th canoe back from the front, placing them roughly in the middle of the pack. Hank was out in front with his AR-15, taking the point position. Nobody had argued. 2 of the Red Cross volunteers near the back had shotguns. Hank said the scatterguns would work best covering their rear, especially as one of the Red Cross volunteers was a retired Marine who had fought in Afghanistan during the war. The volunteer's name was Frank. He was in his 60s, she guessed, white-haired, but his belly was still flat as a board, and he spoke with an accent that sounded as if he was from Maine or Massachusetts or one of those states up east. Having spent her entire life in Texas, Eleanor really didn't know and didn't care about the difference in New England accents. They were all just Yankees as far as she was concerned, and they all sounded like Kennedys to her. Still, she'd seen Frank kill 3 of those zombies with a shotgun shortly after they fled the Meadow Lakes Business Park. And Yankee or not, the man knew how to carry himself in a fight. She felt good with him back there, watching their tail. She was watching the empty windows on the building to their right when Hank whistled. It was a quick, short sound, like one hunter might use to call to another in thick brush. Eleanor turned forward, and at the same time heard the old ladies in the canoes between her and Hank start to gasp. There were dead bodies in the water. Lots and lots of them. They looked like driftwood floating in the current. One corpse bumped against the front of their canoe and rolled over onto his back. Madison uttered a high, piercing scream. "Madison," Jim said, and pulled her close, hiding her face in his chest. Eleanor nodded her thanks to him, and then looked down at the dead man. He was Hispanic, probably in his late 30s, a little overweight, with scabbed-over scars all over his arms and neck, as if he had thrashed his way out of a tangle of barbed wire. But there was no question of what had killed him. A large-caliber round had entered his head just above the line of his eyebrows. The exit wound had blown the top of his head open. 3 large sections of his skull clung to his scalp like continents trying to break apart. It gave his head an impossibly stretched and distorted look, like something glimpsed in a funhouse mirror, and Eleanor had just enough time to process that all the gooey inner matter had seeped out of the skull cavity before she turned away, her stomach in her throat. But there was nowhere to look that didn't show her more of the same. The bodies were everywhere. There were literally hundreds of them. Hank had turned around and was now paddling up beside them. "You ever watch them shows on the History Channel about the Civil War?" Hank asked Jim. Jim, who looked as ill as Eleanor felt, and still held Madison against his chest, shook his head. "I like watching them shows," Hank went on, apparently oblivious to Jim's discomfort. "I saw this one about the Battle of Chickamauga. They said 10,000 soldiers died there in one day, most of them while fighting hand-to-hand in the Chickamauga River. The water was supposed to have turned red by the end of the day's fighting. Kinda looks like what we got here, don't it?" He laughed to himself, but there was no insanity behind it. It wasn't that kind of laugh. It was, rather, the sound a man makes when he thinks he's seen enough, been asked to do too much, and then is forced to do a little more. He laughed like a man who had been worn down to the nub, but who refused to quit. "Sergeant Norton," he said, turning to Eleanor, "what you want to do, ma'am?" Eleanor opened her mouth to answer, but then closed it again. There was something moving up ahead, at the far end of the street near the church's chicken sign. "Hold on a sec," she said, and reached into her backpack and took out her binoculars. "What is it?" Hank asked. The first thing she saw was the wrecked Coast Guard helicopter, and it made her gasp. It had evidently crashed into the side of the building and tumbled down it. She could see first one, then 2 more dead bodies inside the helicopter, all of them still wearing their flight gear. Then she focused the binoculars on a small, dark-colored bass boat that was about 50 feet in front of the helicopter. A handsome younger man she didn't recognize was behind the wheel. Another man, who looked disturbingly like a younger version of her boss, Captain Mark Shaw, was sitting in the front of the boat, rocking back and forth as if he was shell-shocked, an emotion that, at the moment, she felt she understood quite well. A third man was in the water, trying to force open the door of a flooded car. As she watched, the man finally got the door open and reached inside. He came up with a large black duffel bag and handed it to the good-looking man behind the wheel, who took it and tossed it absently into the back of the boat. The man in the water was wearing a mask, but even with that covering his eyes and nose, Eleanor could tell right away who it was. "What is it?" Hank said again. "That's Anthony Shaw," she said, handing him the binoculars. "And I'm pretty sure that guy in the front of the boat is his brother." "Are you sure?" He put the binoculars up to his eyes and brought them into focus. Yeah, I'm sure, she thought. Anthony Shaw she knew well. Or rather, she knew quite a bit about him. She'd seen his pictures up on her captain's desk. Anthony Shaw had evidently been some kind of stud on the baseball field, and had translated those glory days into success with the ladies as an officer on the department. Shortly after she'd moved to the travelers' unit, Eleanor had befriended a pretty young patrolwoman named Megan Weber, who was temporarily on assignment to sex crimes. Once she'd grown out the little boy haircut they make female cadets wear while at the academy, Megan had turned into a knockout with a little waist and big boobs and a smile that made every man in the room forget what they'd been talking about. But she was nice, too. Good people, as Eleanor's dad used to say. And Eleanor had taken an instant liking to her, even though she was 10 years younger. But Megan, like several other female officers her age, had fallen hook, line, and sinker for Anthony Shaw, who of course wasted no time getting into her pants. Eleanor warned her about hanging out with SWAT guys. They're cute, they're built like gods, but they're just man-whores, she'd said to the star-struck girl, and even as she said it, she knew Megan wasn't listening. Not really. Well, Megan hadn't gotten pregnant, and she hadn't gone all fatal attraction on him and gotten herself kicked out of the department. Nothing as melodramatic as that. But she had gotten her heart broken. Anthony Shaw asked her to get a friend they could, in his words, throw into the mix. She told him she didn't want anything like that in their relationship, and he'd simply said, "What relationship? We're just fucking here." And that was that. Cops gossip worse than grocery store magazines, and soon word got around that Anthony had kicked her to the curb. As was always the way with working in the boys' club that was the HPD, Megan had been branded an easy lay, and Anthony went on about his business, able to proudly boast, "Yeah, I tapped that." It made Eleanor sick sometimes, thinking about it. "Yeah, that's him all right," Hank said. "The guy in the front of the boat is his older brother, Brent. He's a drunk. I don't know the other guy, but I don't think he's PD." "What are they doing? I saw them pulling duffel bags out of that car." He handed her the binoculars back. "Don't know," he said. Something was happening behind them. Eleanor heard voices, several of them at once, and then someone shouting. She and Hank both turned around at the same time, and they saw Frank, the retired Marine, leveling his shotgun at a clumsy figure approaching them in the water. Frank yelled for the man to stop. He didn't. And the next instant, before either Eleanor or Hank could say anything, Frank fired and nearly took the zombie's head off.
"Form up!" Hank yelled. "Everybody come forward!"
Hank turned his canoe and paddled furiously toward the shooting. Eleanor raised her binoculars and saw Anthony Shaw staring back at her with binoculars of his own. And then he lowered his. The man behind him hit the throttle, and the bass boat took off. Eleanor continued to watch Anthony Shaw's face as he slipped away into the rain-streaked night. His expression was difficult to read, almost inscrutable, but she could tell he wasn't happy. Chapter 14. With his pistol in one hand and a bullhorn in the other, Captain Mark Shaw pushed his way through the fringes of the terrified crowd and into the enclosed shallow lake in the front of the engineering building.
"Keep moving!" he shouted. "You've got to keep moving!"
To his left and behind them, the campus was on fire, the orange glow from the flames reflecting on the water, making it look like molten rock. Black smoke turned the sky to a filthy, choking haze, and everywhere he turned, the screams of the frightened refugees and the moans of the dying and the undead threatened to fray his nerves to pieces. Off to his right, a SWAT officer was knocked down by 3 of the infected. The man raised his hand to push them away, and got 2 of his fingers bitten off. At the same time, the officer managed to get his pistol under the chin of one of the zombies and fire. Both men went down. Shaw was already pushing his way through the waist-deep water to help the officer. He put down the remaining 2 attackers, emptying one of his few remaining magazines in the process. Shaw ejected the empty magazine and jammed it into the officer's injured hand.
"Hold this," Shaw said. "Just keep your hand up and hold it. Keep it elevated."
The officer, who was already looking pale, his eyes strangely unfocused, tried to comply. He held the stump of his injured hand in the air while he swayed drunkenly. Shaw had to catch him once to keep him from tilting over sideways. The man was a goner. Shaw knew that. He'd seen the infection spread from one injured person to the next all night, and he knew this man had maybe 30 minutes before he too changed into one of those things. That was, if he didn't bleed to death first. Either alternative looked likely. Briefly, Shaw glanced around. They didn't seem to be getting any closer to the boatyard, no matter how hard he pushed and how loud he shouted. The infected were still everywhere. His own people were mostly dead now, and of the 80,000 refugees he tried to evacuate, there looked to be fewer than 4,000. Most of them were so scared and unorganized, they were beyond help. In the dark, it had become nearly impossible to tell who was a refugee and who was a zombie. Shaw reloaded his weapon, holstered it, and then took the SWAT officer's AR-15 and pistol from him. "I'm sorry, son," Shaw said. For a moment, the man seemed to understand what was about to happen, and was thankful for it. But the clarity soon slipped away. Sweat was popping out all over his face, and his eyes were clouding over. "You fought well," Shaw said. Then he shot the officer in the head. Now Shaw was down to just a few officers to help him. They were spread out around the fraying edges of the refugee crowd, equipped, like Shaw, with bullhorns to keep the crowd together. But with so many of them dead, and so many of the infected swarming the area, even Shaw was beginning to doubt if they would survive. Turning on the crowd, he raised his bullhorn and urged them on.
"Keep moving forward! Everybody move to the sound of my voice!"
He had been yelling all night long, and his throat was raw, his voice hoarse, but he kept on. All they had to do was get through the gap between Melcher Hall and the engineering building, and they'd be at the boatyard. If they could just make it this last short distance, they might escape.
"Keep moving, everybody! Officers, keep your edges tight! Watch your flanks!"
The north side of the engineering building was on fire. Through the smoke and flames, he saw a man stumbling toward him in tattered clothes. He had what looked to be grass in his hair. He was dragging something, a piece of sheet metal maybe, possibly a board. But he wasn't moving right. He seemed to stagger and lurch. Shaw raised the AR-15 to his shoulder, but didn't fire. Perhaps the man was another refugee, only injured, not infected. But then, more shapes resolved out of the swirling smoke behind the man, and Shaw knew. They were in trouble. He circled around in front of the refugees from the shelter and yelled for them to hurry, waving his arms in a huge circular motion like an enraged traffic cop.
"Come on, people! Let's move it along! Come on, move it! Keep going!"
Exhausted men and women and children slogged through the water, shuffling past him at an aggravatingly slow speed. He wanted to grab them, throw them where he wanted them to be, but he could tell from their slackened expressions that they'd been all pushed past their breaking point. Most of them were only a few steps from falling over and quitting.
"Keep moving,"
he said again, but without the anger this time. From behind him, the zombies started to moan. He turned and saw the zombie who had been dragging the sheet metal emerging from the flames. His back was on fire, and yet he seemed completely unaware of the pain. Shaw raised his AR-15 and emptied the magazine into the approaching zombie crowd. Then he slung the rifle over his shoulder, got his bullhorn and yelled,
"Get some more officers up here! I need somebody to hold this gap!"
The water was up to his armpits here in this part of the courtyard, and he glanced up. Daylight was an hour away at least. But as the dawn approached, so did high tide. The water was getting deeper. Slowly but surely, it was getting deeper.
"That'll make moving difficult," he thought. "But it'll make it hard for these zombies, too. And it'll make getting out of here on the boats easier, too. If we can ever get there."
But that was the thing. Getting out. It had seemed like such an easy thing yesterday afternoon. After his video conference with Homeland Security Director George Dupre, and then his chance meeting with Anthony in the EOC office, Shaw had gone back to his temporary command post at the Film and Communications Building and collected all the available officers he could find. From there, he'd gone to the main part of the shelter, issued weapons and bullhorns to his men, and told them, "Start moving everybody out."
"We are evacuating immediately,"
he said to the crowd, most of whom hadn't slept in 2 days, or eaten in longer than that, and so could barely lift their heads to hear him.
"Take only what you can carry."
He'd gone from bunk to bunk then, rousting people, pleading with them to hurry. But everywhere he went, he passed the sick and the disabled, and they couldn't move, no matter how much he pleaded. A few had family, and they were the lucky ones. There would be somebody to carry them, care for them. Most, he knew, would be left behind. The first attack came while he was still trying to get people out of their bunks. He had 2 of his SWAT snipers posted along the east wall of the building, and they sent up the hue and cry that they had a large group of zombies gathering just outside. Unable to take his preferred route straight down Wheeler Street, Shaw ordered the building evacuated. He and his officers directed the refugees out the west doors, but it couldn't happen fast enough. Zombies overran the SWAT officers along the east wall of the building and poured into the building. A blind panic took over then, with refugees pouring out windows and knotting together in doorways, crushing each other even as the screams and moans grew louder at their backs. Shaw had no idea how many thousands must have died in that first onslaught. He'd run out of the building with everyone else, shouting and pushing and kicking to keep people from running back into the path of the zombies. But once the refugees hit the water, their panic reached a fever pitch. Clothes and backpacks and blankets and endless drifts of trash filled the water, which was churning with bodies now. The trampling continued outside, and many who had barely been able to fight their way free of the exits found themselves hitting the water with no idea of where to go. They froze in place, only to be drowned by the crowd pushing its way free of the building. Looking around, Shaw saw other panicked people flooding out of other buildings. They were screaming, pleading for someone to save them. Off in another part of the campus, buildings were burning, turning the dark sky a sooty orange. Here, in the core of buildings that had served as the main shelter, thousands of people were trapped, unable to escape the zombie crowd pouring in from the east. Shaw could hear their screams as they were torn to pieces. More still were caught in the upper floors, unable to get down, and here and there Shaw saw bodies dropping from windows 3 and 4 stories up. He had to restore order, he knew that. For a horrible, gut-churning moment he saw the whole thing slipping through his hands, the situation on the verge of complete failure. But then he looked across the parking lot to his right, and he saw his chance. A low concrete retaining wall had been run across the western edge of the lot, just before Hurricane Kyle, to help keep order while they were passing out food. A good 2 feet of the wall was sticking up above the water, and would serve as a natural defensive line. He called for every officer with a rifle to set up behind the wall, while he ran up and down the lines of panicked survivors, telling them where to go. Once the officers behind the wall started shooting, the sound of gunfire became almost continuous. Shaw had to yell at top volume to make himself heard, even with the bullhorn. But it worked. He managed to get the disorganized crowd to push south through the campus. He himself brought up the rear. In the hellfire glow of the burning buildings, he looked back and was about to raise the order for his men to fall back when they were overrun. Zombies in tattered clothes, their faces vacant and yet somehow wild, too, clawed their way over the HPD's best fighting men. Men Shaw knew personally were torn to pieces before his very eyes, and all he could do was watch with a mounting sense of stunned horror. But he didn't quit. He pushed on, pleading with the survivors to move along. He fought the tightening ring of zombies pouring into the campus and rising up from the ranks of fallen. Until daybreak. High tide was coming in. And still he hadn't been able to get his charges to the boats. Had he really come this far to fail now? He refused to believe that. They were close, he told himself, and he allowed a spark of hope to fire inside his chest. Just around this building. That's as far as these people had to go. They get there, and they just might live through this. In fact, many of the remaining survivors were already around the last corner. A few of his officers were there already too, using their bullhorns to coax people forward into the waiting boats. He could hear their shouted orders even now.
"Keep moving, everybody!" he yelled. "You're almost there! Keep moving!"
Screams erupted from the back of the line. Shaw ran that way and saw the zombies had overtaken a few of the more exhausted survivors. He threw his bullhorn down, got a pistol in each hand, and started shooting as he backed up, yelling over his shoulder for the crowd to keep on moving. Then he rounded the corner and entered the boatyard, and his heart sank. The scene was complete bedlam. They had collected hundreds of ski boats and fishing boats and everything else they could find that floated. But the yardmaster had been unable to position the waiting craft in any sort of orderly way. They were spread out at random over what had been the student parking lot along Calhoun Road, clustered together like a redneck yacht club at anchor. And the ragtag survivors were pouring over them in waves, crowding into the boats closest at hand, capsizing several in the process, while the others, farther off, went unoccupied. His few remaining officers were desperately trying to maintain order, to keep the people moving forward. But there were just too many panicked refugees, and not enough officers. Once again, Shaw saw it all slipping through his fingers, all control lost. A noise, like a low rumble coming up from beneath the screams of the panicked survivors, made him turn his head to the east. The sun was coming up now, spreading a smoldering orange and copper-colored glow across the water and the windowless buildings. The water looked as if it were on fire, and through that molten sea flowed hundreds upon hundreds of the infected. And when their moans reached Shaw, a sound that was part laugh and part groan escaped up his throat. Anthony, Brent, and Jesse had seen the fires from a long ways off. At first glance, the campus had looked like a mad streak of flame and soot across the sky. But from close up, it was a different sight entirely. Anthony Shaw cut the engines and simply stared, open-mouthed, at the destruction that lay before him. The campus had been changed considerably by the storm damage and by the occupation of 80,000 refugees. But that alone did not account for this. As a kid, Anthony had seen plenty of movies about the apocalypse. The Postman, all the Mad Max films, 12 Monkeys, George Romero's zombie films, and countless others. And what he was looking at now, the ruined skyline of the campus, backlit by flames and the rising sun, was so much like that. The destruction was so complete, so indiscriminately savage, that it simply boggled his mind. "Anthony, this isn't good," Jesse said. "Is Dad okay?" Brent said. Both Anthony and Jesse looked at him. It was the first time he'd spoken since earlier that night. "I don't know," Anthony said. "What's your plan?" Jesse asked. Anthony thought about that. In the distance, he heard what sounded like screaming and possibly gunfire. When he closed his eyes, it almost reminded him of the sound of a Friday night football game heard from a long ways off. That was probably where they'd find his father, who would no doubt be trying to get all the survivors down to the boatyard. That had been the plan before they left, and it didn't seem likely that his father would have given up on it. Not the great Captain Mark Shaw. He never gave up on anything once he set his mind to it. "I want to head east down I-45 over to Spur 5. From there we'll head south and come up along the boatyard." "And then?" Jesse asked. "I don't know, Jesse. I really don't know." The land between the interstate and the northern edge of the campus was flat and relatively empty. The only building in the area was the General Services Building, which marked the northernmost point of the campus. And once they rounded that, they were faced with open water. But Anthony resisted the urge to give the boat full throttle. With the water only now starting to rise again, there were still numerous hazards, such as submerged walls and the roofs of cars and trucks, lurking only inches below the surface. Every now and then he could feel the hull glancing off something out of sight, or scraping over the roof of a car, and the last thing he wanted was to rip the hull off the boat because he was in too big a hurry. It took 15 minutes to cover the distance down to the boatyard, but they knew they were headed into trouble even before that. They could hear the screams and see the panicked rush of bodies clambering onto the boats. "Oh, my God," Jesse said. For a long moment, neither of the others spoke. Brent was watching the crowd, his head slowly shaking back and forth as though he couldn't believe it. And when he turned back to Anthony, his face was pale, his eyes overly bright, as though he was about to cry. "Where's Dad?" he asked. Anthony looked at his older brother, and then raised his binoculars and scanned the crowd. He recognized several officers on the edges of the crowd. They were doing everything they could to get people to move forward into the unoccupied boats, but they were fighting a losing battle. He kept the binoculars moving over the crowd, but when he reached the southernmost edge of it, he froze. "I see him," he said. He put the binoculars down, told the others to hold on tight, and gave the little bass boat all the throttle it had. Captain Shaw stared at the approaching crowd of zombies and considered his options. And there weren't many. He was wearing an olive-drab T-shirt and green BDU-style pants. He reached into the pockets on his thighs and came up with 5 fully loaded magazines for the Glocks, and a 6th magazine that only had 8 rounds in it. From the number of zombies he saw coming down into the boatyard, he could tell he didn't have anywhere close to enough ammunition for a stand-up fight. He could get most of the ones out in front, maybe, if he made every shot count. But there were bunches more pouring in from the residential area south of the campus. Probably fleeing the rising tide, he thought. And that meant far more than he was equipped to deal with. Staying put was going to be suicide. But really, what other option did he have? A quick look over his shoulder answered that. Less than a quarter of the people he'd managed to lead this far had found their way into the boats. Some of the boats, he saw with mounting anger, were trying to leave, even though they were only half full. Some, he saw, had only 1 or 2 people in them.
"Fill the boats up front first!"
he yelled at the crowd. Barely 20 feet away, a man with a little girl on his shoulders turned to stare at him. His eyes were lit with a fevered intensity, like something inside his mind had let go. Thick cords stood out on the man's neck. His lips were drawn back, exposing teeth clenched so tightly, Shaw wondered why they didn't shatter. The man made some kind of inarticulate reply, and Shaw made to rush him, to grab him by the shoulder and spin him around and push him toward the front of the boatyard. But then he saw the look on the little girl's face. It wasn't fear. She looked dazed, her mouth slack. Her eyes had a glazed vapidity to them that made him slow, then stop, his head shaking from side to side very slowly. "Go on," he said, not yelling anymore. Then he turned back to the advancing zombie crowd. The wind shifted as he did, and he caught the sickly, sweet stench of open sewage mixed with gasoline and mud and rotting flesh. Hurricane Mardell had pushed immense piles of debris up against the southeastern edge of the campus, like snowdrifts against a prairie barn. The zombies wouldn't be able to get through and come around on his right flank. They'd be forced by the walls of trash to veer more and more to the east, toward the highway, where the ground sloped away so much that, in places, the water was 40 feet deep. Maybe, he thought, he wouldn't need to kill them all to have a chance. If he could set up on a point along that wall of trash, he could direct fire into the crowd and maybe force the zombies into deep water, where they'd drown. It was as good a plan as any, he decided, and loaded fresh magazines into both pistols. He waded back toward the trash wall, right into the middle of the first few zombies to make it down to the boatyard, shooting them as he went. He had made it most of the way to the wall when he heard the whine of a boat motor at full throttle coming up on his left. Shaw turned, and at first he thought he was looking at one of the refugees who had managed to get one of the boats running and was now tearing off in blind panic. "The damned fool's headed the wrong way," he thought, and then stopped. "That's Anthony driving that boat. Holy shit, that's my boy!" The zombies were closing in on him. But even as he shot two of them, a wide smile spread across his face. He let out a wild rebel yell, watching the boat as it swung toward him. "That's my boy!" he shouted. He was delirious with excitement now. All the exhaustion of the preceding night seemed to slip away from him, and at that moment he felt like his lungs had finally started to work again. Great waves of air rushed into his chest, filling him. Yes! But then the smile faded. They were slowing down. Shaw watched, dumbstruck, as Anthony slowed the boat to a stop. They were less than 30 feet from the nearest zombies, and they were stopping. What the... And then Anthony was forcing Brent over the side of the boat. "What are you guys doing?" he yelled. "Jesus, what are you doing?" Brent was trying to claw his way back into the boat, but Anthony was pushing him away with a rifle. Brent looked as wide-eyed as the man who had been carting the little zombie girl around on his shoulders. Maybe even worse. And then Shaw realized, no, Anthony wasn't pushing Brent away with the rifle. He was trying to give it to Brent, to make him take it, and a small black duffel bag, too. "Get back in the boat!" Shaw called out to him. "Get back in the boat now!" But Anthony was already pushing away. His eyes were fixed on Brent, but he was motioning wildly toward Shaw. And Shaw could hear his younger son yelling, "Get him that rifle! Help him!" The next instant, Anthony was behind the controls again, the throttle buried as the boat sped into the middle of the zombie crowd, plowing over bodies with reckless speed. Brent turned around, holding the AR-15 across his chest like a young girl does her schoolbooks, visibly trembling in the waist-deep water. He looked around at the zombies shambling toward him, and a sickening cry escaped his throat. "No!" Shaw said, and ran that way. "Holy fucking shit, Anthony!" Jesse said, looking over his shoulder as Anthony steered the boat away from his father and brother. "What in the hell are you doing? You just left him back there!" Anthony turned the boat hard to the left, making a wide swath through another crowd of zombies. Their bodies folded under the boat with a series of loud, wet thuds, and when Anthony turned back to see what he had done, the water was thick with twisted, deformed corpses. He turned the boat yet again, this time back toward the boatyard, and backed off the throttle. "What are we doing here, Anthony? What about your brother?" "He'll be all right," Anthony said, and for a moment the image of his brother's terrified face as Anthony forced him over the side both angered and worried him. But he shook the doubt away. He told Brett to get the rifle and the ammo to their father. Brent had understood what to do. Anthony was sure of that.
"Get those gas cans," he said to Jesse. "We're going to make another pass through that crowd. You just make sure you get that stuff poured out into the water." "You're not gonna—"
But Anthony wasn't listening. He was already laying into the throttle, rocketing the boat forward.
"Oh, shit,"
Jesse muttered, and moved to the back of the boat where they kept the extra fuel. Holding onto the gunwale with one hand, he put the first of the plastic gas cans between his knees and unscrewed the cap.
"You ready?"
Anthony said.
"Yeah, go!"
Anthony turned the boat again and accelerated into the main body of the approaching zombies. He started to turn the wheel sharply back and forth, kicking up a huge wake that knocked many of the zombies off their feet.
"Do it!"
he yelled at Jesse.
"Dump it all!"
When they had emptied all 5 gas cans, Anthony sped down to the eastern corner of the rec center, slowed to a stop, and turned to face the zombies. There were hundreds of them now. Their moaning had become so loud it drowned out the shouts and gunfire from the boatyard.
"Hand me that flare gun,"
he said to Jesse. Jesse got the gun out of the storage compartment under his seat and handed it to Anthony.
"You think this'll work?" he asked. "Only one way to find out."
But Anthony was pretty sure of himself. Between the oil and the chemicals that were already in the water from the refineries down south, and all the gas that had been spilled when the yardmasters were getting the shelter's impromptu fleet ready to go, and the gas they had just put down, the water might as well have been a field full of kindling. He raised the flare gun and fired a skipping shot over the water, igniting a trail of fire like a torch dragged through dry grass. But the flames dimmed, and then seemed to die out completely. Anthony watched it with a sinking feeling in his chest, and then he hung his head and let out the breath he'd been holding. He glanced back at Jesse, expecting to see his own dark sense of failure staring back at him. But Jesse was watching the water, not blinking, his mouth hanging open slightly in expectation. Anthony followed Jesse's gaze, and as he did, the water erupted with a whoosh so forceful he felt it against his chest like a hard shove. The next moment, a blast of searing heat swept over his face, and he turned away, shielding himself with an upturned palm. The flames burned intensely bright for perhaps 20 seconds, and then died down, leaving the air oily and black with smoke, and thick with the smell of burning bodies and chemicals. The smoke hung on the water like a fog, and for a long moment everything was quiet. Here and there, Anthony could make out the sound of someone moaning. A few zombies, their hands blackened, the skin peeling away in charcoal-like clumps, reached for the boat as it glided silently by. But most didn't move. They floated on the garbage-choked water, burned and dead, in such numbers that it left Anthony speechless.
"You did it, man," Jesse said. "Holy shit, I can't believe that worked."
Anthony only looked at him. He wanted to smile, but he couldn't. He was too stunned by his own success. Slowly, his gaze turned back to the water. Cheers rang out from the boatyard. He wasn't sure how he picked his father's voice out of all that yelling, but gradually he became aware of his dad yelling Brent's name. They had drifted back toward the campus, close to the spot where he had dumped Brent over the side and told him to get the AR and the extra ammo to their father. And now, through the screen of oily smoke, he could see that Brent hadn't moved. He was still standing right where Anthony had left him, looking small and scared, and very much alone amid a tightening cluster of zombies. He still held the gun across his chest, as if it was an armful of chopped wood. Another 30 or 40 yards beyond Brent, Anthony saw their father, his face twisted with rage and fear, running toward Brent. He was yelling his son's name, screaming for him to fight.
"Why won't he move?"
Jesse said.
"Brent!" Anthony shouted. "Shoot them, damn it! Shoot them!"
Brent lifted his head, as though he had heard the sound of someone speaking to him, but not caught the sense of it. And that was when one of the zombies fell on his back and pushed him down onto his knees. Brent let out a shriek and popped up again, but without the AR.
"Brent!"
Anthony cried, and jumped out of the boat. He ran toward his brother. Anthony pulled his pistol and fired into the crowd of zombies swarming around Brent. The zombies' touch had turned something on in Brent's mind, for as soon as he got back on his feet, he started running. He was moving more quickly than Anthony had ever seen him move, and he was headed straight for the deep water near the base of the freeway. "Yes," Anthony said to himself. "That's good. Keep going." Then, more loudly,
"Keep going, Brent! Run!"
But he didn't make it far. As Brent was running, one of the zombies managed to grab onto the back of his pants and hold on. Brent punched and slapped at the zombie, twisting one way and then the other, but he couldn't break the hold, and the next instant the zombie was on him. Two others closed in. Anthony fired and hit one of the zombies in the shoulder, but didn't stop it. And that had been his last round. The slide was locked back in the empty position, the gun useless. Anthony holstered it and sprinted that way, and as he neared them, he could hear thudding blows and the sound of his brother screaming. Brent Shaw, who was a full 6 inches taller and 80 pounds heavier than any of his attackers, was getting pushed and pulled between the zombies like a kitten caught in a three-way dogfight. The zombies snarled and snapped, slashing at him with their teeth and nails. Brent's body jerked and flopped without any sort of control. It took Anthony less than 10 seconds to close the distance, but in that time, the zombies shredded Brent's clothes and laced his bare skin with cuts and bites. Huge runners of blood ran down his chest and over the swell of his white belly, and all the while his face grew ever paler.
"Brent, no!"
Anthony shrieked.
"No, no! Brent, hold on!"
Anthony grabbed one of the zombies and threw it off his brother. One of the other two reached for him, but Anthony was able to bat the zombie's hand away and push it down into the water. The third never took its dead stare off Brent. It continued to slash and tear at him, even as Anthony punched it in the back of the head. He finally managed to pull the filthy thing off Brent and toss it away. When he turned back to check on his brother, he saw their father was already picking him up in a fireman's carry and taking him away.
"Dad, is he—"
But Anthony said no more. His father stopped, turned, his eyes bloodshot and shining with threatening tears, and then walked away. Anthony heard the crack of gunfire and looked around. He felt disconnected, lost, mentally numb. And he barely registered that Jesse was leaning over the gunwale of their boat with his pistol, shooting the few remaining zombies before they could reach the spot where Anthony was standing. To Anthony, the sounds of the shooting and the moaning and the noise of the refugees trying to climb into the boats had taken on a strange, muffled quality, and it occurred to him that he had grown used to it. "What a strange thing to think at a time like this," he thought, "with your brother dying over there. That's your fault, you know. Yours and yours alone." "No," he said aloud. "No. All he had to do was fight. Or get to Dad and let him do the fighting. That's all he had to do." But he wasn't made for that, the voice inside his head insisted. "You knew that, and you let go anyway. You let him down, and you let Dad down." "It wasn't my fault," Anthony said. But the words tasted rotten in his mouth. He saw his father and his brother then. Mark Shaw had put Brent on top of a white brick wall, and even from a distance Anthony could see his brother's chest covered in blood. It was rising and falling rapidly as he fought for air. He was turning his head from side to side, like a man trying to ward off a fever dream. Mark Shaw was sitting in a boat just a few feet away. His chin was resting on his chest. His mighty shoulders drooped with exhaustion and grief. He had his elbows on his knees and a pistol in his hand. He hardly moved. When the time comes, Anthony thought, he'll have to be the one to put Brent down. Despite all his grief, despite the weight of everything pressing down upon him, he'll be the only one strong enough to do it. I could never. Never. I'm sorry, he said. Brent, I'm so sorry. Chapter 15. Just before dawn broke over the flooded ruins of Houston, a small flotilla of canoes lay anchored in the shelter of a park pavilion, waiting for daylight. A light rain was falling on the metal roof above them, and for the moment the world seemed peaceful. Eleanor, Jim, and Madison shared a breakfast of MRE cheesy mac and reconstituted eggs and smoky franks, though only Eleanor appeared to actually enjoy the meal. Eleanor had been able to vary her diet during the past few weeks, at least a little. She'd had some federal rations brought in by the Red Cross and the FEMA people, so the MREs were still a once-in-a-while thing for her. If not a treat exactly, they were at least rare enough to still seem like a novelty. The little bottles of Tabasco sauce, for example, were just plain cute. But of course, Jim and Madison were sick of them. For the two of them, opening an MRE meant dragging themselves back to the trough. It meant drudgery. It meant sameness. It meant morale-sucking boredom. And so, when Madison had referred to the MREs as meals rejected by Ethiopians, Eleanor had nearly choked on the Welsh rarebit she was eating. "Don't be nasty," she said. "What a horrible thing to say." But then she saw the wry smile on her husband's face, and the way he nodded in agreement with their daughter's complaint, and she realized that they had bonded, that they belonged together. They have a special power when they're together, she thought, and she was momentarily confused by the conflicting envy and joy the thought brought her. The two of them are crazy and wonderful and a little frightening sometimes, yet together they are powerful. Rejected by Ethiopians, Eleanor had nearly choked on the Welsh rarebit she was eating. "Don't be nasty," she said. "What a horrible thing to say." But then she saw the wry smile on her husband's face, and the way he nodded in agreement with their daughter's complaint, and she realized that they had bonded, that they belonged together. They have a special power when they're together, she thought, and she was momentarily confused by the conflicting envy and joy the thought brought her. The two of them are crazy and wonderful and a little frightening sometimes, yet together they are powerful. And they were hers. That felt good. The rain stopped shortly after daybreak, and they got going. The air was dense and humid, and though it wasn't hot yet, by mid-morning the heat would be oppressive. Already the air hummed with insects, mosquitoes mostly, and the volunteers and the Nortons and Hank Gleason grumbled as they swatted at the pests. They paddled down flooded streets between ruined buildings, marveling at how much damage the storms had done. Nothing had escaped the storm's destructive power. Every billboard they passed had sections hanging loose from the frame or blown out entirely, and so many buildings had burned. This, Eleanor remembered from her many briefings at the EOC, was an inevitable consequence of people forgetting to turn off the gas before the storm, despite the numerous warnings on the news and on the radio. It looked to Eleanor that some of those buildings must have blown sky high, judging from the burned bits of lumber floating down the street. There were plastic toys everywhere, because they too floated. A shutter banged open and closed in the breezeway created by a roofless house. Somewhere a dog howled. In the distance, They could see a swarm of seagulls feeding on something, but they were too far away to see exactly what. And Eleanor didn't really want to know anyway. The water was full of debris and dead animals, and sometimes even dead people. But there were living people wandering around too. That alarmed Eleanor at first, because she was still rattled by the zombies they'd seen at the Meadow Lakes Business Park. But the people who were out now were clearly not zombies, even though they moved like people did in her nightmares. They seemed lost, disconnected from each other and their own fates. They were shiny with sweat, their faces traumatized, their clothes torn to rags. The city and the people who haunted it seemed to her to have taken on an otherworldly appearance that Eleanor found more and more claustrophobic as the day wore on. They passed a man seated on some kind of large board he'd put between the hoods of two pickups. As they drew closer, a hush fell over the flotilla of canoes. Now, passing directly in front of the man, Eleanor could see the board was the front door of the house behind him. He was holding the drowned body of a child, a boy not much older than Madison. The man's eyes were very white against the filth that covered his face. Hank pulled his canoe up to the man, and spoke so quietly to him that Eleanor couldn't hear what was said. The man made no attempt to answer. Hank turned back to the group and caught Eleanor's gaze. He shook his head as though to say the man was lost to the world. They saw looters who didn't even try to disguise what they were doing. Water moccasins moved like ribbons in the wind as they glided out from fallen trees. Eleanor saw dead bodies floating like driftwood, while not 5 feet away 2 men and a woman ate from a jar of mayonnaise they'd found somewhere. A helicopter passed overhead, and though they tried to flag it down, it never even slowed. "Don't do any good to flag them down," Hank said, gliding up next to their canoe. "That was the National Guard. They don't stop any more." "Why not?" Jim asked. "Too many looters. Too many people shooting at the looters. I've talked to their pilots. They don't want to fly into a situation and get shot by the people they are trying to save. I can't really blame them, I guess." "So what good do they do? Why the flyovers?" "I guess so they can report what they see." "To who? If they're not going to help, who is?" Hank shrugged. "Don't know." They all grew quiet. "What's wrong, Hank?" Eleanor asked suddenly. He looked at her, surprised. "Ma'am?" "You've been acting down since we saw that man with the dead boy. Are you okay?" A wan smile danced at the corners of his mouth. And in that instant, Eleanor saw the stunning good looks that made all the women in the department sigh whenever Hank walked by. He really was a heartbreaker. "Just wondering what's going to happen to us," he said, gesturing at the destruction around them with a vague wave of his hand. "After all this is over." "We'll get through it. We'll start over." "No, ma'am," he said, after a long, thoughtful silence. "No, ma'am, I don't think that'll happen." "Why the change in attitude, Hank? Last night and yesterday, you didn't seem to have doubts at all." He smiled. "Yeah, funny how that'll happen to a guy." He paddled on, occasionally glancing back at the rest of the volunteers, making sure they were all still together. He was silent for so long that Eleanor thought that was all he was going to say. But when he spoke again, it was as though he hadn't paused at all. "It's just, all this stuff is gone now. Houston, I mean. I lived my whole life here. I don't know how to begin starting over, you know?" "Yeah," Eleanor said. "Yeah, I know." When she was 17, Eleanor lost her grandmother. Or rather, her grandmother had simply died. Eleanor didn't really lose anyone, as her mother hadn't spoken with her parents in a dozen years or more. She had only the vaguest memories of her maternal grandparents, and at the time she'd had absolutely no clue as to why they'd dropped out of her parents' life, and not enough sense to ask. But Eleanor was eager to meet her grandfather, even under the sad circumstances. Unfortunately, the man she ended up meeting was a broken one. If he had been a bad father to Eleanor's mother, he had evidently been a loving husband to her grandmother, and over the course of the week they spent together, Eleanor watched the man fall apart. He barely spoke to any of them, but he had said something to Eleanor that had mystified her at the time.
"Our lives," he said, "are like a junkyard tumbling down the stairs. We have no control over what happens. There's no master plan. We just exist until eventually it all comes crashing down."
Now, many years later, Eleanor understood the awful power of that nihilistic urge. She saw how strongly it called to the weary and the destitute, as though it had its own gravity. And if it could absorb Hank, who was blessed with so much and treated life with such simple, boyish joy, none of them were immune. And then, almost as if he were responding to a movie director's cue, a man floated around the corner on a rickety pool chair singing, "Bye, bye, Miss American Pie, drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry." The man was bare-chested and righteously drunk. He had an igloo cooler tied to the back of the chair, and the 2 remaining beers of a six-pack hanging from the chair's headrest. One of the Red Cross volunteers began to chuckle, and Eleanor did too. Someone called out to him, asking him if he wanted a ride. He looked at the long row of canoes as though startled, breaking off his song mid-verse. Then his smile grew large again, and he raised his beer high and began to sing, his voice loud and off-key and not at all sane.
"Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, 'This'll be the day that I die.'"
Eleanor and the others stopped paddling and turned to watch him float by, the chair keeping a surprisingly straight course through the current. He raised the beer to them one last time and sang,
"This'll be the day that I die."
Jim shook his head. "I think he's right. Zombies'll get him before nightfall," Hank agreed. He looked around at the others. "Anybody need to stop for a rest?" Nobody did. "All right, then. Let's keep going." Later that afternoon, they arrived at the I-45 junction with Spur 5 on the northeast corner of the University of Houston's campus. Eleanor, looking at a sea of burned and mutilated bodies, tried not to gag. Others weren't so strong. She could hear them vomiting over the sides of their canoes, then muttering apologies to those around them. As they drifted closer to what had been the EOC's boatyard, they began to hear moans coming from some of the bodies, and Madison clapped her hands over her ears to keep the sounds away. "What happened here?" Eleanor asked Hank. He scanned the campus and the floating field of burned bodies, and he said, "I don't know. You can see where a lot of these buildings are burned, but I don't think that's what did this to these people." "Do you think these were people from the shelters?" "Ma'am, I ain't got the foggiest idea. It's quiet now, though. Either everybody left or—" "Or they're all dead," Madison said sharply. He looked at her, not unkindly, then nodded. "Yeah, I'm afraid so." "What are we going to do?" Madison said, looking from one adult to the next. "Well, if they are not here, one or two things must have happened," Hank said. "One, they got evacuated, which doesn't seem real likely. Or two, they went somewhere else to get evacuated. We need to figure out where." "Okay, great. How are we going to do that? Eleanor asked. I went to every EOC meeting for the last 5 weeks, and they never mentioned going anywhere specific to get evacuated. They threw out some suggestions, but nothing was ever decided on. He shrugged. I think I know where they went to, Jim said. They all turned and stared at him. Look there, he said, and pointed at the wall of the rec center. See it? Just above the waterline? Eleanor followed the line of his finger, and when she saw what he was pointing at, she laughed. Yeah, she said, I see it. Written in black paint that had started to run like the print on a horror movie poster were the words, Order to evacuate. Proceed to Sam Houston Race Park. Huh, Hank said. Well, I guess that answers that. Oh, man, Jim said. You cops are something else. It's a wonder you ever solve any crimes at all. Cute, Eleanor said. Thanks for the support there, hubby. My pleasure, he said, smiling at her. And then Hank rapped his knuckles against the side of their canoe. Ma'am, check that out over there. See him on top of that wall there? He was pointing at a dead man in tattered green BDU pants. His chest was laced with cuts and deeper wounds, like teeth marks. Someone had made an effort to cover him with a blanket, but the wind had blown that away so that now it hung from the spot where it was still tucked under his legs. The man was big, heavy-set, and there was a bullet hole in his forehead. For a second, Eleanor thought it was Captain Shaw, but the man was too young, his hair still black. Is that? She asked. Yeah, I think so. But we just saw them last night. He was with Anthony and that other guy. Yep, Hank said. Funny how things work out, ain't it? Chapter 16. What Mark Shaw had wanted most after shooting his son was to dig a grave. Overcome with grief and rage, he'd wanted to slice the earth open with a shovel, tear into it, perform some violent, destructive act that would absorb all his fury. But he had wanted the work of digging, too. In a strange way that he didn't completely comprehend, the digging would be both a destructive act and at the same time a creative one. It was the destruction he wanted, but it was the creative act he knew he needed. He needed to sweat. He needed to feel the muscles in his arms and his back burn with exertion. He needed to feel the blisters form and burst on his palms, because these things would honor his son. Self-flagellation would be the last act of love he could ever do for the boy. But in a world covered by water, graves were impossible, and he had been forced to leave Brent on top of the wall where he died, covered by a yellow tarp. He had carefully tucked the corners under the body, and then sat back in a small boat that he had claimed for his own. And while the rest of the refugees filed out of the boatyard, Mark Shaw watched the tarp flutter in the breeze and thought of Brent. Not as he had been there at the end, perpetually drunk and scared, but as the 4-year-old boy who would sometimes come downstairs in the middle of the night to crawl into bed between his parents. It was funny, he thought, how memory grabbed on to the littlest moments, the ones that simply are, the ones without a beginning or an end. Like the feeling of letting go the day he taught Brent to ride a bike, watching as he wobbled slowly down the sidewalk, or driving him to school in the morning, that little boy's smile of his, no front teeth and full of radiant joy, or watching football with him on the couch on Sunday afternoons, or teaching him to shoot. But he remembered these things, too. The chemical stench of the floodwaters, burning buildings glowing against a nighttime sky, Brent standing in the smoke-covered water, holding the AR-15 across his chest, trembling, unable to speak, unable to move. The city, drowned and quiet, and every bit as desolate as the Jerusalem of Jeremiah's visions. shimmering in the light of the rising sun. The faces of refugees, shocked and exhausted, as the boats carried them away. Zombies. His son, so much like him, dying on top of a wall. Anthony saying, "Dad, he was supposed to run straight to you. He would have been safe if he'd just done it like I told him." Anthony saying, "Dad?" Anthony saying, "Dad, say something, please." Later, Mark Shaw sat in the same little metal boat he'd been in when he said goodbye to Brent, bringing up the rear of the ragtag fleet of refugee boats. He was exhausted from fighting all night long. He was emotionally drained by his grief and his rage. The droning of the little .25 Johnson outboard was trying to put him to sleep. The only thing keeping him awake now was willpower. From his position at the back, he had a clear view of the rest of the fleet, some 400-plus boats of every make and degree of seaworthiness. His best guess was that they had gotten away with fewer than 3,000 of the original 80,000 who had grouped together at the campus. Those few survivors were jammed into the boats now. Some boats were so overloaded that people were forced to hang over the sides, making them look, to Shaw, like those trains in India and Bangladesh with the natives spilling out like candy from a piñata. From somewhere up ahead, he heard people yelling and a woman crying. Shaw looked around for one of his officers, but none of them were close by. After the battle at the campus, he had only 6 left, and all of them were busy sprinting up and down the line, shepherding the fleet. Shaw fed the engine a little more throttle and sped up to the disturbance. The yelling was coming from a white Maxim runabout with an open bow and yellow trim on the stern. Several younger men were trying to heave the body of a dead man over the side of the boat, while a wild-eyed woman tried desperately to stop them. One of the men pushed the woman down, but she got right back up and wrapped an arm around the dead man's neck.
"Let go of him!"
she screamed.
"You fucking bastards! Don't you touch him!"
"Hey!" Shaw said. They didn't hear him. Another of the men tried to pull the woman's arm loose, and when that didn't work, he balled his fist and made to punch her in the face.
"Hey!"
Shaw said. The man hesitated, his fist hovering above the woman's wildly rolling eyes and terrified grimace. He and the rest of the men looked over the side and into the barrel of Shaw's Glock. "You hit her, son, and I'll put a bullet in your head." One of the other men reached for a shotgun, but only got it halfway up before Shaw covered him with a pistol. "Don't be stupid," he said. "Go on, put it down. That's it. Okay, everybody, hands where I can see 'em. Just like that. Perfect. Now how about one of you guys tell me what's going on here?" They all yelled at him at once, and Shaw held up a palm to silence them. He felt tired and, in a crazy sort of way, bored. "One at a time," he said, and pointing at the man who'd been trying to pick up the shotgun. "You! What are you guys doing?" The man looked to be barely 20 years old. He was thin and rough-looking, like a South Houston redneck meth head, tattoo sleeves that curled up to his neck. "This dude just died," he said. His tone suggested that that was all there was to say on the matter, and the others seemed to agree, for they were nodding in agreement. "Okay," Shaw said. "What did he die of?"
"How the fuck should I know? I look like a doctor to you?"
Shaw laughed. "No, son, you definitely don't look like a doctor to me."
"He's gonna turn into one of them zombies. I don't want no fucking zombies on this boat."
The others all started talking at once, but Shaw didn't try to silence them this time. What was happening here was pretty plain now. He could tell them that the zombies were diseased living people, not the walking dead like in the movies. But what was the point? None of them would listen or understand if they did, and besides, there was an easier solution to the problem. Hand 'em down to me." That silenced them. They looked at Shaw, and then at each other. "Come on, we're wasting daylight. Hand 'em down." The woman, whose panic had flared again, said,
"No, he's not going to change into one of them. He's not infected."
"Ma'am," Shaw said patiently. "Ma'am." The woman looked at him, her chest heaving. "I know that. I'm going to put him in this boat. I got room for both of you. You can tend to your husband while I steer."
"He's my brother,"
she said. "Okay, your brother. The two of you can ride with me." The wild fear cooled in her eyes. She looked at the men in the boat with her, and then down at the corpse. She swallowed hard and began to cry. "Hurry it up," Shaw said to the men. "Hand 'em down to me." They did as he asked, moving the body and helping the woman down to him in silence. "You okay?" he said to the woman. She was sitting against the gunwale, her brother's head in her lap. She shook her head, but said nothing. "Hold on to something." And with that, he turned the boat away from the men aboard the Maxim, and resumed his place at the fleet's rear. For the third time in an hour, Mark Shaw saw a Coast Guard helicopter fly overhead. They were crisscrossing back and forth over northwest Houston, and probably elsewhere, too, announcing the military-run evacuation point at the Sam Houston Race Park. Shaw stood up in the boat and looked around for landmarks he recognized. In the distance, he could see the elevated sprawl of the Beltway, which meant they were almost there. "Shouldn't be too much longer," he said to the woman, who still cradled her dead brother's head in her lap. She stared at him, her eyes hollow and miserable-looking behind the stringy curtain of her hair. He had taken her aboard 3 hours earlier, and though he had tried to ask her name several times, she'd refused to say anything to him. She was, he feared, shutting down mentally. Many of the refugees were. A few minutes later, he saw Anthony's boat speeding back to him. Anthony was behind the wheel, while Jesse rode in the front with an AR-15. Shaw had assigned the two of them to ride point for the fleet, and if they were coming back to the rear now, it meant something was happening. Shaw slowed his boat to a stop. "What's going on?" he said. Anthony looked at the woman and the dead man curiously, as though he wanted to ask where they came from, but decided better of it. He turned to his father, and then quickly looked down at his own hands on the wheel. He was too ashamed to meet his father's gaze. That much was obvious, and Shaw thought that was probably just as well. If he got too close to Anthony right now, he might punch his lights out. The anger was still fresh, still very raw. Anthony said, "There's some activity on the other side of the Beltway. Hand him the binoculars, Jesse." Jesse reached into one of the storage bins and handed the binoculars over to Shaw, who took them without comment. "Where?" he asked. "Over there," Anthony said, and pointed past the Beltway. "It's all around over there. Look anywhere." To the naked eye, it was just a long, shimmering line against the water. Shaw hadn't thought twice about it when he first noticed it, thinking that maybe it was just a trick of the light on the water. But now that he was looking at it through the binoculars, he could see what it was. A chain-link fence. An enormous chain-link fence that stretched for miles. "I've seen soldiers patrolling outside it," Anthony said. "They've also put up some barriers at the base of the fence and wrapped everything in barbed wire." Shaw lowered the binoculars. "Those crazy bastards. They're building a wall around the city." He shook his head in disbelief. "What do you want to do, Dad?" "The plan hasn't changed. Get us to the Beltway. I want to find the on-ramp closest to the military's evacuation point and get us up there. Once you find the on-ramp, start forming these people up and working them through." Anthony nodded. "Go on," Shaw said. "Yes, sir." Anthony turned his boat around and glided off, so as not to create a wake around his father's much smaller craft. When he was gone, Shaw raised the binoculars again and studied the fence.
"Those crazy bastards,"
he muttered. They reached the Beltway a little before 1 o'clock that afternoon. Shaw sped up and down the line of the fleet, watching as his officers helped civilians up the freeway on-ramp. He offered encouragement wherever he could, and for the first time in quite a while he saw smiles and an appearance of collective relief on the faces of the refugees he passed. They were here. They were finally getting out of this hellhole. He coasted over to the on-ramp and looked over the side. He could see the street below, and he guessed the water was about 4 feet deep. "Come on," he said to the woman. He climbed over the side, dropping into water that was up to his chest.
"Where are we going?"
she asked him. The sound of her voice surprised him. He looked back at her. "Ma'am, we have to leave here. There's a military checkpoint up at the top of this ramp. From there, to be honest, I don't know what will happen. But I do know that we have to leave now."
"What about my brother?"
He sighed. He'd known this moment was coming, but he hadn't wanted to think about it. "They won't let you bring a dead body through the checkpoint. I'm sorry."
"You're sorry? You fucking asshole! This is my brother! I can't leave him here! I can't! I won't do that!"
"Ma'am," he said, not unkindly, "I've brought you here to the way out. I can't make you go through it. That's going to have to be your choice, and yours alone. I know how hard this is. I understand."
"You understand? Bullshit! Don't patronize me! You don't understand shit!"
His control almost broke. He could feel his anger rising. He could feel his mouth starting to tremble, the tears threatening. Shaw hadn't wanted to cry, not yet, and certainly not in public. He knew he would eventually, but it would be on his own terms. "I lost my son back at the shelter," he said. That stopped her. She sucked in a ragged-sounding breath and stared at him. "It happened right before we got on the boats. He was bit by one of those zombies." Shaw made a vague gesture toward the holstered pistol on his hip. "I had to. It was really hard." His hands were shaking. He closed his eyes and balled his hands into fists. When he looked back at the woman, there were tears streaking down her cheeks. "You can go without him, or stay with him. I won't tell you which is best. To be honest, I don't know which is best. But I have a job to do, and right now that's all I've got. Good luck to you." And with that, he walked toward the ramp.
"Dad?"
Shaw stopped. Anthony and Jessie were standing in the bow of their boat about 20 feet away. Both looked worried. "I told you to help get people through the checkpoint."
"I know, Dad. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Can we talk?"
It was an intensely hot day. The air had taken on an almost tropical steaminess, and Shaw, who could feel the sun burning the back of his neck, was feeling irritable and tired. "Make this quick," he said. Anthony glanced at Jessie, who quickly looked away, then at his father.
"We just came from up top, Dad. You should see it up there. It's crazy. All those people. And the military's only letting them through one at a time. There's no order."
"Anthony," Shaw said, cutting him off, "say whatever it is you need to say, but don't stand there fucking jerking my chain. Speak plainly."
"Okay. All right, Dad. As crazy as it is up there, we think this is our best chance to get out of here with the money. They're checking everybody over, making sure nobody's been infected, you know? But being who we are, we could get through there. With all that confusion up there, we could slip away and be 500 miles from here by nightfall. What do you say, Dad? You give the word. We'll be out of here in no time."
Shaw looked down at his hands. They were still trembling. Then he looked to the south, across hundreds of flooded homes. In the distance, he could see people coming. Not zombies, but people. Refugees like the ones he had risked everything to bring to this spot. He saw them carrying the remnants of their lives on their backs, whole families made transient. He listened. Above him, thousands of scared people were growing restless. A helicopter's rotors thrummed off into the distance. He mopped a hand across his face, wiping the sweat from his eyes. He found it difficult to put into words exactly what he was feeling. Right after his wife's funeral, after he was done with the etiquette of death, the inane process the living put themselves through to say goodbye to a life, he had gotten in his truck and driven north, eventually ending up on the shores of Lake Livingston. He had gone midway to Dallas, for Christ's sake, with no idea what he was doing or why he was doing it. So he'd stopped at the lake and gone down to the water's edge and looked out over a drab November day. The horizon had been a watercolor smear of rain clouds, laced with threads of blue lightning. He'd been thinking of Grace and of duty. He'd hated her for dying, for abandoning her family, and he had hated himself because he knew how unfair he was being. It was that same illogical hate that he was feeling now for Anthony. It wasn't the boy's fault, and he knew it. To Anthony, who was so perfect in so many ways, these storms, these zombies, this horrible, messed-up clusterfuck of a world were just bumps in the road. He wasn't connected to anything, certainly not the same sense of duty that governed Shaw's life, and for him life would go on. There were no wounds to heal because nothing cut him very deeply. How could it without a sense of duty? "Anthony," Shaw said, "I want you to take those duffel bags and stash them somewhere safe. After that, you are to go topside and help get those people through the gate."
"But, Dad—" "Do not talk back to me!" Shaw exploded. "Don't you fucking dare! You hear me, Anthony? Don't you fucking talk back to me. Boy, I don't think you have the first fucking clue about what's important in life. Maybe I've failed you. Maybe I assumed that you were so talented you would know these things without me teaching them to you. If so, that's my fault. But I'm going to rectify that right now." He turned to Jesse. "Jesse, I have no control over what you do. You're not mine. If you want to take your chances, if you want to abandon these people, go on. Take your share and get the fuck out." Jesse swallowed hard. "No, sir," he said. "I'll stay." "Yeah, well, okay then," Shaw said. "Good. At least one of you has got some sense of what's important." "Dad, come on, "No," Shaw said. "No. You shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear you speak right now. You will listen. You will keep your mouth closed. No son of mine is going to creep away into the night like a thief. You got that? Your name is Shaw, and you will wear it proudly, for I worked hard to make it worth something. You hear me?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Now take those bags and stash them. Once you've done that, get your ass topside and you do your duty. You have taken an oath, and you will live up to it. You will keep the charge that you have asked for." He stared at them both, dared them to speak. Neither one did. "Better and better," he said. "Now get the fuck out of my sight." Anthony waded over to a red Toyota pickup. He remembered what had happened back at Canal Street when the water receded from the Volkswagen in which they'd originally stashed the money, leaving it in plain sight. He didn't want to take a chance like that again. This pickup was hidden between a school bus and an overturned 18-wheeler. No one would find it unless they were looking for it, so he figured it was safe. He popped the hood and put the duffel bags in with the engine. Then he waded back to the boat, and he and Jesse went to do their duty. Captain Shaw walked up the freeway on-ramp and emerged onto the elevated deck of the Sam Houston Tollway,
The noise and the stench of filthy people was almost too much. They were refugees as far as he could see. The road was packed with them. There were babies screaming, injured people hobbling down the road as best they could. A few who couldn't walk moaned and begged for someone to help them. Older people mostly. Others just stared off into the unknown distance, their faces drawn, their eyes wide and vacant. One man was muttering madly as he swatted at invisible bees around his head.
"This is the end," he said. "Gonna get us all, I know it! I know it!"
Children cried and clutched at their parents when they saw him. One father threatened to toss the lunatic over the side, and a few others grumbled in approval. Shaw saw families with everything they owned stuffed into backpacks or wheelbarrows, or resting on top of doors they carried between them like stretchers. He was momentarily amazed at the number of little red wagons he saw. He didn't know they still made them. Anthony and Brent had one just like that when they were kids. He remembered pulling them around in it when they visited SeaWorld in San Antonio, and Brent, God, the kid had been crazy, wheeling down hills, his head thrown back while he screamed with delight, "Daddy, look at me! Whee!" The memory brought a smile, but it quickly faded. He turned and looked out over the flooded city. He counted at least 30 towering columns of black smoke in the distance. Sunlight dappled on the water, making it look like liquid silver. And there was a smell, too. He hadn't really noticed it when he was down in the boats, but up here, the chemical stench and sewer smell of mud were overpowering. In the near distance, he could see more refugees approaching the freeway. Few of them had boats, and the others were forced to swim, for the water was a good 15 feet deep out there. He thought about sending some of his men out there with boats to pick them up, but he knew that wouldn't work. One of his officers, an older black patrolman named Garrity, was nearby, trying to help a woman with 3 crying kids find her missing son. Looking up and down the line of refugees, he could see his other officers were all trying to put out similar fires. They were every bit as exhausted as the people they were trying to help, and yet not one of them had quit. Not one of them had abandoned their post. Shaw was proud of his people. No one would be able to say that his men had shirked their duties. A black kid of about 16 waved Shaw down.
"Hey, man, how much longer they gonna make us wait? I'm fucking sick of standing in line."
"I have no idea how long you'll have to wait," Shaw told him.
"Yeah, well, you the fucking law, ain't you? Why don't you get up there and find out?"
Shaw just stared at the kid. He didn't even have the desire to go over and slap his face, which was what the kid needed. It was what his whole generation needed. It didn't matter if they were black or white or Mexican. They all grew up with a sense of entitlement that was sickening. Everybody owed them something. They assumed they could talk to the law the same way they talked to their friends, because the world had gone soft and they knew it. Everything was tolerated, because nobody was at fault. And to think, this was the generation that was going to inherit a world full of zombies. Humanity is going to go extinct in less than 20 years, he thought bitterly. With little pieces of shit like that kid at the helm, we're doomed. But, like it or not, the kid had a point. The line didn't seem to be moving at all. People had dropped their backpacks, and they were sitting on them, shading themselves from the midday sun with whatever they had available. They looked tired and irritable and supremely bored. Shaw walked down the line toward the gateway. What he saw there was incredible. People were being led one by one into a sort of holding tank between 2 large chain-link fences that ran from one side of the road to the other. Soldiers in white plastic biohazard suits and gas masks pointed rifles at each refugee as they were led inside the holding area, stripped of every scrap of clothing they wore, and inspected from head to toe. If they refused to undress, they were turned away. There were no second chances, and no explanations were given. You either did as you were told the first time without complaint, or you were turned away. Shaw saw it happen twice. One woman, whether out of vanity or her own sense of entitlement, refused. She demanded to speak to the officer in charge. The soldiers pushed her back through the gate, and when she turned to scream at them, they raised their weapons at her face and ordered her to back away. Stunned and speechless, she just stood there, crying. Another woman was led inside. She had a dazed, drunken look about her. She was limping and coughing, shielding her eyes against the sunlight. "Stop there!" Shaw heard one of the soldiers say. The woman did as she was told. "Take off your clothes." The woman hesitated, and Shaw heard a soldier give the order to push her back through the gate.
"No,"
she said, raising her palms at them in a gesture of surrender.
"Okay."
She began to undress. She untucked her blouse and started to fumble with the buttons. She seemed to be having a great deal of difficulty. From the stiffness of her movements, Shaw guessed she'd been badly hurt, and recently, too. The woman wasn't making much progress on the buttons. She had to stop every few seconds to cough, and from the way she was swaying on her feet, Shaw thought she might fall over at any movement. One of the soldiers gave an order Shaw couldn't hear, and another soldier came up behind her and yanked her blouse off. She wasn't wearing a bra, and she stood there, trembling, looking scared and small and helpless. Her back was laced with cuts, and there was a large, festering wound between her shoulder blades that looked to Shaw to be a bite mark. The soldier who had pulled off her blouse turned her around to show the injury to his superior, and it was then that Shaw got a look at the woman's face. Her eyes had turned bloodshot and were lost in the black shadows that spread up from her cheeks. Her lips were cracked and pale, and when she coughed, he could see black bits of bloody phlegm fly out of her mouth. The woman was changing right in front of him, becoming one of those zombies. Her hand had been across her breasts, but it was slipping away now. She shook her head as though there were no seams biting at her cheeks, but it was a dreamy sort of gesture, and one she evidently couldn't control. She staggered once, righted herself, and began to moan. Slowly, laboriously, she turned toward the soldiers and raised her hands, clutching at them. "Do it," Shaw heard one of the soldiers say, and the next instant the woman's body was bouncing and jittering as the bullets slammed into her chest. She landed on her butt, her shoulders sagging, arms limp at her side, her legs out in front of her like a child sitting on the grass. Her face was flecked with blood. Her mouth tried to move, but at that instant the soldiers fired again, and she was laid flat under a hail of automatic weapons fire. At the same time, the sound of gunfire sent a wave of panic through the assembled refugees. People were screaming, running away from the gate, creating a backward surge that collided with the others farther back in line, who were pushing forward to see what the commotion was all about. Shaw watched people trample each other. A man was thrown off the side of the highway. Still others, in the drive to escape, were throwing punches at those who blocked them. The soldiers, too, were on edge, for many of them spun around to face the crowd, their weapons up and ready.
"Cease fire!"
Shaw screamed at the soldiers.
"Stop it!"
He pulled his badge from his belt and held it up high as he advanced on the chain-link fence.
"Don't you dare shoot," he said. "Lower your weapons! Put them down!"
The soldiers didn't move. They were nervous. Even behind their gas masks, Shaw could tell they were green troops, not veterans. One of the soldiers pointed a trembling M16 at him. Shaw slapped the chain-link fence and made the man jump.
"Lower your weapon, now!"
The soldier lowered his rifle a little and looked around for someone to tell him what to do.
"You,"
Shaw said to the soldier,
"get your commanding officer up here right now. I need to talk to him. Move!"
The man took a few steps back and yelled,
"Colonel Adams!"
A man on the far side of the second fence came forward.
"Sir," the soldier said, "I need you up here, Colonel."
Shaw waited as the man approached. Shaw's presence in front of the soldiers had eased the tension somewhat. No longer were refugees screaming in retreat. Many were keeping their distance, but all were turned his way, watching nervously. A few brave individuals even walked toward the gate, but the sight of the dead woman, her skull ruptured and her brains splattered across the pavement, kept them quiet. Only the soldiers remained on edge. They kept their weapons trained on Shaw and on the crowd behind him. The ranking officer stepped forward, suited and gas-masked like the others, and stood on the other side of the fence from Shaw.
"You the man in charge?"
Shaw asked. "That's right. I'm Dr. Robert Adams, U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases." Shaw thought,
"Active duty man. That's good."
But he also noticed the man referred to himself as doctor and not colonel. Military doctors were like that. They didn't think of themselves as soldiers first and foremost, but as doctors who had to wear a uniform every once in a while. He said, "Dr. Adams, this is not working."
"Who are you?"
Adams said. "My name is Mark Shaw. I'm the director of the Houston Police Department's Emergency Operations Command and the overall incident commander for the police department. I brought these refugees here so that—" "Mr. Shaw, I appreciate—" "No," Shaw said. "No, I don't want to hear your platitudes, Doctor. I'm telling you that we have to find a better way to get these people through. The water's deep out there right now, but when it gets dark and the tide ebbs, we're going to get the infected swarm in this area in droves. These people will be sitting ducks up here." Adams crossed his arms over his chest, his plastic suit crinkling audibly. "I have my orders, Mr. Shaw. This is the way my commanders have told me to get this thing done. We cannot allow any infected persons out of the city. The risk is too great." "I'm not asking you to let any of the infected through," Shaw said, forcing himself to remain calm. A vision of Brent getting torn apart by those zombies flared up in his mind, but he forced that away too. "I know how dangerous the infected are, Dr. Adams. We've been fighting them continuously for the last 2 days. All I'm asking you to do is help me find a way to help these people." "That's what I'm trying to do," Adams said. "Have you talked to them? Have you sent your men out of these gates to explain to them what's going on? What they'll be expected to do when they get up here?" Adams hesitated, then said, "No, I haven't. But I'm not going to send my men out there. I have orders about that, too." "Okay," Shaw said. "I have officers out here. Let them do it." "We can do that," Adams said. "Sure, we can allow that." "Good. I'll bring several of my men up here. Can you get one of your officers to brief them? Once they know what to say, I'll send them down the line here." "Absolutely." "And Dr. Adams?" "Yes?" "It would help these people a lot if you could feed them. Do you have any rations I could pass out?" "Yes, we'll do that too. Is there anything else?" "Yeah. When nightfall comes, things are going to get ugly back there." He pointed over his shoulder to the south. "Most of my men are out of ammunition. We need rifles and bullets." "Oh, I don't know about that," Adams said. "My orders are—" "Doctor, please, I'm begging you. At least help me give these people a fighting chance. I need rifles, ammunition, binoculars if you've got them, flashlights." "I don't—" "It'll be just for your men, right? Not regular civilians?" "That's right." Adams let out a long sigh. "Okay," he said, with the air of a man who was about to get himself fired. "I'll see what I can do." "Thank you," Shaw said. "At this point, every little bit counts." Chapter 17. Eleanor and her family didn't really get to know any of the Red Cross volunteers with whom they were traveling. There were passing comments made back and forth, the usual pleasantries between amicable strangers, and several of the women even complimented Eleanor on having such a beautiful daughter. But there was never more than that. They just never gelled. Eleanor and her family felt tacked onto the group, and not really part of it. She and Jim dealt mainly with Hank. He became the bridge between the two groups, and everybody seemed fine with that arrangement. There was a general understanding, after all, that they were together only until they got out of the city. Still, Hank's relationship with the volunteers wasn't all that perfect either. One of the volunteers, the ex-Marine named Frank Miller, who had been so helpful while they were escaping the Meadowlarks Business Park, seemed to rankle at Hank taking the leadership role. There were never any harsh words spoken between them, but Eleanor was a good judge of body language, and she could tell there was tension between the two men. And judging from the fact that both were professional soldiers, trained to be leaders during combat situations, it wasn't hard to gauge the weather between them. After they left the EOC, Eleanor became acutely aware of the strained, tightly wound bearing the men had when in close company, the stiff, almost ritualistic civility between them. Jim picked up on it too. Someone on the inside looking in, he said, would probably think them the best of buddies. Hank made it a point to solicit Frank's opinion on which way to go. Frank carried one of Hank's pistols, and sometimes, when zombies would emerge from the houses they passed, Hank would give the shot to Frank. They were like a talented first lieutenant and his grizzled veteran platoon sergeant, trying desperately for the sake of their charges to make it look like everything was fine. Frank Miller, especially, tried to maintain a dignified air. But the resentment was there, the elephant in the room that nobody wanted to acknowledge. Something had to give, and around midday it did. Hank stopped the group for lunch. Frank approached him, and the two men paddled a short ways off, stopping their canoes under the covered drive-through awning of a Jack-in-the-Box, arguing in hushed tones. Afterwards, Hank didn't speak. He seemed to almost shrink up within himself. He spent a good 30 minutes watching the wilderness that the city had become. The vast expanse of the floodwaters seemed to hold him enthralled, and the deeply thoughtful bearing he assumed made him seem, to Eleanor at least, as darkly handsome as any man outside a movie had a right to look. But by the time they resumed their course after lunch, Frank Miller and a few of the others were gone. Eleanor thought Hank would lose it. Maybe, in his anger, he would yell at those who remained with him, demand to know if any of the others wanted to strike out on their own, too. But he didn't. He remained calm, almost stoic, and when it came time to move out, outwardly at least, he seemed the same old, solidly reliable Hank Gleason, SWAT officer extraordinaire. But when Eleanor tried to find out what happened, all he would say is, "They're gone." Nothing more. She never learned exactly what they'd argued about, and she never saw Frank Miller or any of the ones who left with him again. They just disappeared into the flooded city, and it became one of the many unresolved questions that the Houston disaster created. It was nearly 8 o'clock when they made it to the Beltway. Dusk was settling over the city, throwing whole streets and the spaces between buildings into dangerous shadow. The water was receding, too, leaving behind the stink of chemicals and mud and rotted bodies. It wouldn't be long, Eleanor figured, before the vast sea that surrounded them would be shallow enough to allow the zombies easy movement. There would be trouble later. But for now, there was work to do. From the water, they could see the huge line of refugees waiting to pass through the military checkpoint. They could see boats of every description clustered around the on-ramps to the freeway. And, in the distance, they could see the wall the military was building around the city. "What do you suppose they're doing?" Jim asked. They were coasting up to the on-ramp now, looking for a way up. "Medical screening, I guess," Eleanor answered. "Because of the zombies?" Well, yeah, she said. You think they have a cure or something? I don't think they have a cure, she said. She pointed over to the far side of the beltway. There were several bodies, perhaps 6 or 7 in all, together in a heap. Even from a distance she could tell they'd been shot multiple times. Oh, he said. Wow. Yeah, I know. I just can't believe it's come to this. The group slid up to the freeway on-ramp and climbed out of their canoes. Eleanor helped Madison into her backpack, and then turned around so Jim could help her with hers. It was the last real intimate family moment they had, for at that moment Hank came up to her and asked her what she wanted to do. She understood right then that he was relinquishing his role as leader. He had got them this far, shepherded them through the war zone, and now it was her turn to lead. She was a police supervisor again. The group of volunteers gathered around them. Eleanor watched their faces, and she could tell they were waiting for her to tell them what to do. Well, this is it, she said. Once we get up top, we're going to have to fit into whatever plan the military has got in place. I don't know what that's going to be, but I'm pretty sure they're going to need some help on this side of the checkpoint. I can't make you guys do anything, though. You don't work for me. If you want to get in line with everyone else, I understand. We came down here to help, one of the men said. Several of the others spoke up in agreement. Nobody, as far as Eleanor could tell, was ready to quit. If there's something for us to do up there, another man said, we'll do it. We're in it for keeps. Excellent, she said, and sincerely meant it. They were quite a crew, these Red Cross volunteers, and at that moment she regretted not taking the time to get to know them better. These people had backbone. Okay, then, if you guys are ready. They nodded back at her, and she put an arm around Madison's shoulder, and together they walked up the on-ramp. But when they reached the top of the ramp and saw the line of refugees and the barely restrained bedlam of wailing babies and sick, scared people and the occasional fighting, Eleanor's confidence wavered. "Oh, my God," one of the volunteers said. Eleanor saw an older black officer she recognized from the EOC and asked him to bring her up to speed. He explained that Captain Shaw was up front, where the military was feeding people through the medical checkpoint one at a time. The remaining officers from the EOC, and Eleanor gasped when he told her there were only 6 of them left, were working up and down the line, trying to keep order, finding lost kids, answering questions. "They want us looking for people who might be infected, too," he said, and gestured uneasily toward his rifle. "Please tell me you're joking," she said. "They expect you to—" "It's already happened a couple of times. Not in my section, but it's happened. I got my eye on about 20 different folks in my area. Hopefully they're okay, but I got my doubts." "This is insane," Eleanor said. "Yes, ma'am," the officer agreed. "It is at that." "Where'd you say Captain Shaw was again?" The officer gestured toward the checkpoint. "Okay," she said. "I appreciate it." Ma'am?" "Yes?" He pointed toward Jim and Madison. "Ma'am, if you don't mind me saying, you should probably get your family set up somewhere over here in my section. I can get them worked in without creating too much of a hassle." Eleanor smiled. "I appreciate that, officer, but I can't do that. It wouldn't be fair." "Ma'am," he said, "you don't understand. It's taken them about 20 minutes per person to get these folks through that checkpoint up there. And as you can see—" He gestured toward the back of the line. It stretched at least a mile down the length of the elevated roadway. There were literally thousands of people waiting back there. With the sun going down and low tide coming, those zombies are going to be storming our location, and I don't know how long we can hold them off. Most of those people back there, they're probably not going to live to see the morning." Eleanor looked back at Jim and Madison. her gaze lingering on her daughter. The girl was dripping wet. It made her seem too skinny, too small, too fragile.
"Ma'am," the officer said, "this ain't no time to be playing fair."
Eleanor nodded.
"Thank you," she said. "I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names."
"Garrity," he said. His smile was kind. Exhausted, but kind.
"Thank you, Garrity. I mean it. Thank you."
Eleanor turned to Jim and Madison.
"I want you guys to go with him. He's going to set you up with a place here."
Mommy, no!
"Where are you going to be?" Jim asked her.
"It's okay," Eleanor said to Madison. "I'm going to be right here in this area. I'll come by as often as I can and check in. You just go with Daddy, okay?"
"But, Mommy, I don't want to get separated."
"We won't be," Eleanor said. "I promise. I'll be right here. No matter what happens, I'll be here with you. I love you, Madison. We will not get separated, okay?"
She kissed Madison on the forehead and hugged her. Then she kissed Jim and handed him her backpack and watched as Garrity led them over to the line. Jim turned to wave, then put his arm around Madison and sat her down on top of their backpacks. Eleanor went up to the front of the line. Captain Shaw was standing near the gate with a bullhorn in his hand. Eleanor saw armed soldiers in spacesuits hosing down a naked man inside a chain-link cage, while other spacesuited soldiers, doctors, she figured, circled around him, discussing him like they would a show pony up for auction. Suddenly, nothing felt real. It was too weird, too alien, like some kind of science fiction movie. "Sergeant Norton," Shaw said, and gestured her over to him. "I'm glad to see you made it."
"Thank you, sir. You too."
She hesitated, unsure of exactly how much to say. Finally she said,
"We went by the EOC. I saw Brent, sir. I'm sorry."
He didn't even miss a beat. He dismissed her condolences with a casual wave of his hand and said, "We've all lost somebody. But right now we've got a job to do."
"Yes, sir," she said.
"There's an Army doctor over there named Captain Miguel Hernandez. He's the one supervising the physicals. He'll give you a briefing about how this is working and what you need to tell these people. Once you get your briefing, get a rifle and a flashlight and start walking up and down the beltway here. Just make sure our people are doing okay. If they've got any problems, do what you can for them."
"I talked to Garrity back there. He said that they're supposed to shoot any of the refugees who might be infected."
"That's right. If they see anybody who's been infected, they're supposed to offer that person a chance to leave. But none of them do. They try to argue. No one wants to be left behind."
"And so we're shooting them?"
"If it comes to that."
"What if we're wrong? What if they're not infected?"
He looked at her, and in that moment she was stunned by how much he'd aged. He seemed to have hardened. That was the only word to describe it. It had been little more than 2 days since she'd seen him last. But in that time he'd grown cold and distant. He was, she knew, bearing a huge burden. But she'd had no idea just how heavy that cross really was until just now. Captain Mark Shaw was a changed man. "If we're wrong, we're wrong," he said. His eyes were nested in webs of deep wrinkles and full of exhaustion. "Our job is to make a decision," he said. "Right or wrong, you make a decision. If it turns out to be the wrong one, so be it. But I would rather you be wrong than stand there looking lost and indecisive. Now go on. It's getting dark."
"Captain?"
"What is it, Sergeant?"
"Sir, I have about 24 Red Cross volunteers with me. Do you mind if I use them to relieve some of our officers?"
"No, I don't want that. Let them back up the officers if they want to, but the officers themselves stay on duty. I need men I can trust with their weapons ready." He put a hand on her shoulder, and for just a second, the tough veneer mellowed a bit. "Now go on, Eleanor. Help me out, okay?" She carried out her orders. The army briefed her, gave her an M16 and a flashlight, and sent her on her way. She left the checkpoint feeling stunned and overwhelmed. Her head was pounding, her heart going a mile a minute in her chest. So many questions swirled in her mind. So much had happened, and there were so many answers yet to find. She felt disconnected, uncertain about the future, and she wandered over to the edge of the freeway and looked out across the city. The light was failing fast. Already the distance was lost in darkness. Closer in, the glare from the lights illuminating the military's checkpoint spilled over onto the wrecked cars and buildings nearest the roadway, casting them in a bluish haze. A figure was moving out there. Eleanor leaned forward and squinted into the darkness. At first she wasn't sure, but then the man turned slightly, as if he was checking to see if anyone was following him. And at that point she was certain.
"Anthony Shaw," she muttered. "What the hell are you doing?"
He was supposed to be up here with the rest of the officers, helping out. What did he think he was doing? And why did he look so paranoid? As she watched, he picked his way through the obstacles in the water until he reached a pickup between two larger vehicles. Eleanor heard yelling behind her and made a quick backwards glance. More fighting, she saw. When she looked back toward the water, she thought she'd lost Anthony. But he reappeared at the front of the pickup the next instant and was raising the hood. Really curious now, Eleanor leaned forward some more. Most of the pickup was obscured behind the body of a school bus, but she could see just enough to realize he was pulling two duffel bags out of the engine compartment.
"What the—"
He opened one of the duffel bags and looked inside. Eleanor couldn't see what he was looking at, but evidently Anthony was satisfied with what he saw, for he zipped the duffel bag closed again and put it back in the engine compartment of the pickup. She wondered if they were the same duffel bags she'd seen him pull out of that Volkswagen the previous night, and it seemed like they probably were.
"I wonder," she said.
Eleanor walked down the on-ramp and stopped at the water's edge. She hadn't, she realized, thought this through. She couldn't exactly take a boat over there. A motorboat would make too much noise. Even a canoe would attract undue attention. And besides, what if she was getting all curious over nothing? She had a backpack for herself, after all. Every member of her family had one. What if Anthony Shaw was using the duffel bags to stash his MREs and first aid kit, same as her? What if he had old family photo albums in there?
"Yeah, right,"
she said aloud. There was no way. If it looks suspicious, that's because it is suspicious.
"You're up to something, Anthony Shaw."
There was no more hesitation. She walked into the water, which had receded to the point where it was a few inches below her hips now, and waded through floating trash and driftwood toward the cluster of vehicles where Anthony Shaw had been doing his thing. The halogen lights from the military checkpoint threw a blue circle of light onto the water, and she skirted around it. No sense in giving her position away if she didn't have to. And that was probably what saved her life, for at that moment she heard the pickup's hood snap shut. She froze, looked around, but there was nowhere to hide. She could hear him splashing as he moved around the front of the big rig between them, and she had nowhere to go. Another second and they'd be face to face. For a second she considered playing it off. She had seen something from the freeway, but wasn't sure what. She came down to investigate. "And what exactly are you doing out here, Patrolman Shaw? Did you see something too?" But in the same instant she knew that wouldn't work. He'd never buy it.
"And if he is up to something," she thought, "he'll kill me."
The splashing was getting louder, and so she did the only thing she could. She dropped down into the water and held her breath, and prayed he hadn't seen or heard her. This had been a grassy field before the flood. She gripped a handful of St. Augustine and held on, uncertain how long she could do this. Certainly not long enough to wait for him to pass by. "Gotta get behind him," she thought. She swam toward the big rig. Maybe, if she was lucky enough, she'd come up close enough to the rig that she could use it as concealment. It had been, about 60 feet from her when she went under? She could do that. Except that she didn't dare open her eyes under this water. With all the chemicals and trash and oil and God knew what else floating around in it, she didn't dare. She was probably taking 20 years off her life just by swimming in it. That is, if Anthony Shaw didn't get her first. Luckily, she didn't swim head first into anything. She'd felt the grass give way to asphalt beneath her, which meant she got lucky. She could have hit a guardrail or a drainage pipe or anything. She could have cut herself up pretty bad. But luckily, that didn't happen. She swam until it felt like her lungs were going to burst, and then she slowly rose from the water, wiped it from her eyes, and opened them. She was about 10 feet from the rig. Anthony Shaw was just a dim shape receding into the night. He, too, was skirting the blue circle of lamplight, and that little observation convinced her she'd been right to be cautious. He was up to something, and this was her chance to find out what. She slid back onto the cover of the big rig and watched him go up the on-ramp. Concealed in darkness, she waited until he got to the top of the ramp. He glanced back, scanning the area around the trucks, just as she knew he would, and then went back to his duties on the elevated part of the beltway. When he was gone, she went over to the pickup, reached through the busted-out driver's side window, and popped the hood. The 2 black duffel bags were jammed into the narrow space between the fan belts and the radiator. She had difficulty pulling them loose because he had really wedged them down in there. But eventually they came. She rested one on top of the engine and zippered it open. It took her a moment to process exactly what she was looking at. It took her a moment to process exactly how much cash she was looking at. "Jesus," she said. "Oh, Jesus." Nervously, she glanced back toward the freeway, scanning the retaining wall as if it was a guard tower of a prison, and she an escaping con. "Holy crap," she muttered. Again she wondered how much money she was looking at. There were bundles of what appeared to be 20s and 50s and hundreds, wrapped up in tightly sealed bricks. She'd seen heroin shipped like this, layer upon layer of cellophane strapped down with duct tape. The bags were wet, but the money looked dry as a bone. Whoever wrapped this money up, she realized, knew it would have to sit in the water for a few days. And then she remembered when she had first seen Anthony Shaw with these duffel bags. She tried to play back in her mind the buildings around them. The Texas Chemical Bank was right there on the corner of Canal and Lockwood, less than half a block away. Anthony Shaw had been there with his brother Brent and some other guy that she hadn't recognized. And now Brent Shaw was dead. She looked back at the retaining wall at the edge of the freeway. "What exactly are you up to?" she said. Thinking of the possibilities made her angry. When she first came to sex crimes as a brand-new detective, Eleanor's lieutenant had called her into his office to welcome her aboard the good ship Perversion, as her fellow detectives not so lovingly referred to the unit. Entering the office, she'd seen little porcelain birds all over the walls and on his desk. And not realistic ones either, but cutesy ones painted in pastel colors, soft pinks and greens and blues, adorable little smiles on their cartoon faces. "I collect them," he said proudly. "Been doing it since I was in high school." "Wow," she said. "That's kind of gay." The words were out before she quite knew what she was saying. She regretted them instantly, but they couldn't be called back. And so had begun her awkward stay in sex crimes. But the incident was typical for Eleanor Norton. who had a way of saying and doing things before she truly thought them through. She was doing that now. She had both duffel bags in her hands. They weren't that heavy, which had surprised her at the time, but the thought slipped away and was forgotten as she walked up the on-ramp, looking for Anthony Shaw. Eleanor found him standing near a broken-down Ford Econoline van, watching the line of refugees, many of whom were sleeping or playing cards or just sitting on their stuff, looking off into the distance at something only they could see. "Officer Shaw, I need a word with you." He turned around. He had an expression on his face as if all this was putting him out, as if it was a big giant waste of his time. But then he saw the duffel bags in her hands, and his eyes went wide. "What is this?" she demanded. He was nervous. She could tell that. He was scared, in fact. But he moved quickly, too quickly for Eleanor to react. He crossed the roadway, saying, "Ma'am, I can explain that. It's not what you think. That stuff is from my house. It's our life savings." He put his hands on her shoulders and guided her around to the back of the Ford van. She was out of sight of the other refugees and the Red Cross volunteers before she quite realized what was happening. Just like that, he had taken her out of view of everyone. And now, here she was, alone with him. "Let me go," she said. She backed up. He took a few steps toward her, his hand still reaching for her. "You stole this money," she said. "You're nothing but a common looter." "No," he said sharply. He stepped closer. "That's not true. That money is my family's life savings." She read his body language. He was like a cat about to pounce. He had that same predatory look in his eyes. Eleanor turned, suddenly terrified, and was about to run when she felt his hands on the back of her blouse, clutching at her. "Let me go!" she screamed. He yanked back on her blouse, slinging her up against the side of the van with a loud crash of dented metal. The impact knocked the air from her lungs and made her vision turn momentarily purple. When it cleared, he had his hand clasped around her throat, squeezing. "Drop the bags!" he snarled. "Right now!" He was constricting her airflow. She could feel her throat threatening to collapse under his grip. But before that happened, she managed to gasp out, "You're a thief!" She brought her knee up, aiming for his groin, but he was too quick for her, and she only managed to graze his knee. He shoved her back against the side of the van and threw 3 hard punches to her gut. She doubled over onto her hands and knees, unable to breathe, and had just enough time to realize he was moving around to the side of her before he grabbed her by her hair and turned her face toward him. He punched her twice in the mouth, and she collapsed onto the pavement. Then he straddled her chest and punched her twice more in the face. But the next instant he was off her. What had just happened? Why did he stop? She could barely see. It felt as if he'd knocked her head out of whack. She couldn't think. She couldn't control her hands. Using her elbows, she managed to push herself up. All she saw were blurry shapes. But the voice she recognized. It was Jim, calling her name. "No," she murmured. It was the only sound she could get out. Her lips felt like they'd been smashed. Dimly, she became aware of a long rope of bloody spit hanging from her mouth. But the next instant, she was looking up at Anthony Shaw's back. Jim was right in front of him, trying to pull Anthony out from behind the van. He was no match for Anthony, though, who came in hard and fast and threw 3 powerful jabs right into Jim's mouth. Anthony followed the jabs with 2 big uppercuts to Jim's solar plexus, and that dropped Jim to his knees. Eleanor felt as if she were moving through a dream. No matter how hard she tried to stand, her body just wouldn't obey. She watched Anthony move in, so that he was standing over Jim. She saw Jim look up at Anthony and try futilely to block as Anthony slammed an elbow down on the bridge of his nose. Jim collapsed into a heap. Anthony took a step back, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a big black tactical knife. Eleanor heard it click as he unfolded it to its full length. The knife was curved, at least 5 inches long, with wicked serrations down the length and an edge that gleamed, even in the dark. She shook her head. Her pistol, she thought. She had to reach her pistol. But at that moment, a shrieking scream pierced the night. Anthony Shaw folded the knife over, hiding behind his wrist. Eleanor looked past him, and to her horror saw Madison standing in the middle of the road, about 20 feet away, screaming for someone to help her parents.
"No,"
Eleanor groaned.
"Don't hurt her. Run, Madison, run."
Her voice was barely a whisper. Her vision was hazy, blurred. She wasn't sure what exactly she heard or saw, but she thought she heard people yelling and shots fired. It was hard to tell because the blood was roaring in her ears. She felt like she was going to faint, and the last thing she remembered was the sight of Madison screaming for someone to help her parents as Anthony ran. Out from behind the van, holding both duffel bags in his fists. The fucking little girl was still screaming at him, but he didn't have time for that right now. He didn't have time for Sergeant Norton and her husband either. There was no time, because in the 2 minutes he'd been behind that van, the refugee line had erupted into a full-blown riot. Looking to his left, Anthony saw Garrity down on his knees, wrestling with a man and a woman. The next instant, the woman lunged at Garrity, knocked him onto his back, and took an enormous bite out of his throat. Anthony's eyes went wide. He took a step that way, but stopped. There was no time for that either. It was down to the wire now. He had to find his father, find Jesse, and get the fuck out of this godforsaken city. But people were running everywhere, screaming, fighting with each other. There were others staggering slowly through the crowd, and Anthony could tell at a glance that they were infected. He counted 6, 9, 14 of them. Then more to his right. "What in the hell just happened?" he muttered. He pulled his pistol and started moving forward, looking for his dad. He found Jesse instead. Jesse was fighting with 2 zombies near the checkpoint. As Anthony approached, he saw Jesse break away from them, take a few steps back, and open fire with his M16, dropping them instantly.
"Jesse!" "Holy shit, where have you been?"
Jesse shouted at him.
"Dude, your dad's been looking everywhere for you."
Then Jesse noticed the duffel bags.
"What are you doing with those?" "We gotta get out of here," Anthony said. "Where'd my dad go?" "He got some night vision goggles from the army. He was looking out over the city over there and saw a shitload of those zombies coming this way. That's when he started yelling for you." "Dude, where were you?" "Getting these." "Where is he now?" "All hell broke loose back there," Jesse said, pointing down the length of the refugee line. "He went that way." Anthony looked down the beltway. From where he stood, he could see 3 on-ramps along its length. There were zombies coming up each of them, driving the refugees into a high panic. They were stuck, nowhere to run. The few officers posted along the line were laying down a steady stream of gunfire, their muzzle flashes like torches in the night. But Anthony knew they were doomed. "My God," he said. Then he turned to Jesse. "Okay, dude, we gotta go right now." "What about your dad?" "He knows how to take care of himself." "Seriously? You're gonna leave him here?" "He wouldn't leave you." "Bullshit! The whole reason for doing this was to be able to start over once we get out of here. We can't do that without the money. Now come on! Let's get the fuck out of here!" Jesse looked around uncertainly. "Okay, where are we going to go?" He pointed back to the nearest on-ramp. "We can't go that way." "Through the checkpoint." Before Jesse could object, Anthony took off running toward the checkpoint. Behind them, the riot had risen to a horrendous din of screams and moans and gunfire. Ahead of them, the refugees were surging forward, pressing up against the chain-link fence separating them from freedom.
Through the huddle of bodies, Anthony saw the space-suited soldiers backing up, raising their rifles to their shoulders.
"No!"
he screamed. But even as he yelled, the bullets started flying. Those closest to the fence were nearly sawed in half. Those behind turned and ran, screaming even as they were shot in the back. Anthony and Jesse were caught up among them. Anthony using his M16 as a battle hatchet, swinging it back and forth to knock the panicked crowd out of his path. And then, suddenly, there was nothing between his position and the soldiers behind the fence but open ground and quite a few dead bodies. Anthony saw 3 soldiers lower their weapons slightly.
"I'm a police officer!"
he yelled at them.
"We're not infected! Open the gate!"
Another space-suited figure stepped forward, and Anthony heard him give the order to fire.
"No!"
Anthony shouted. The soldiers raised their rifles again and opened fire. Anthony hit the ground and rolled over by a dead man who had come to rest on his side. He could feel the dead man's body jittering as the bullets smacked into him. He kept down, yelling for Jesse to do the same. But when he rolled over onto his side to look for Jesse, he saw his friend face down on the pavement, eyes and mouth open, with a puddle of blood spreading out from beneath his chest.
"No!"
Anthony said.
"No!"
But Jesse didn't move. His sightless eyes just stared at Anthony, like a blank accusation.
"No! Jesse, oh shit, man, no!"
Anger flared up in him, and he rolled over onto his belly, the barrel of the M16 resting on the dead man's thighs. He flipped the selector switch to automatic and opened fire on the soldiers. 2 of them went down. A third dived onto his belly. 2 of the men who had been doing the medical inspections ran for the back gate. Anthony sighted in on their backs and fired, dropping them both. He glanced over the dead man's legs and saw more soldiers coming up fast from the far side. "Shit," he thought. "Gotta move." He looked back toward the city and saw a crowd of the infected coming toward him. He was caught in the middle, with nowhere to run. "My ass," he said. Slowly, he inched his way over to the duffel bags and wrapped the straps around his fist. He took a few quick breaths, jumped to his feet, and started firing at the soldiers as he ran for the retaining wall at the edge of the roadway. The next instant he was over the edge and falling feet first into the blackness of the water below.
"Mom!"
Eleanor groaned.
"Mom, please wake up!"
Eleanor groaned again.
"Stop it. Hurts."
Madison shook her even harder.
"Mom, please get up!" "Madison?"
Eleanor blinked. Her vision was blurry, and her head felt as if it were about to collapse in on itself. What in the hell had Anthony Shaw done to her?
"Madison, stop shaking me." "Mom, please. We have to go right now. Those things, they're everywhere."
Eleanor groaned. With Madison's help, she managed to sit up, but everything hurt. The right side of her face was sizzling with pain, as if she'd pressed it to a hot skillet. Jim was rolling on his side a few feet away. His face looked bad, his shirt soaked in blood, his eyes black and swollen. Eleanor's mind was floating free, unable to focus, and looking at her husband, she had a crazy, almost hilarious flash of Rocky Balboa in his corner, a battered man staring across the ring.
"Eleanor,"
he said, reaching a trembling hand toward her.
"Mom, please, I need you to get up. There are zombies."
But the words were clipped away by an ear-piercing scream. Madison was on her feet now, pointing at the blurry figure who had stumbled around the front bumper of the van. Eleanor blinked at it, and an apparition from a horror show came into focus. The man was blood-streaked. His clothes were filthy and hanging off him in strips. His hair was dark with blood, one of his eyes gouged out and oozing gore. Part of his lips had been torn away. The one remaining eye leered at them with a bloodshot combination of murderous hate and numb emptiness, rolling in its socket as he raised his shredded hands and clutched at them.
"Mom, get your gun!"
Madison screamed. Eleanor rolled over, groping at the pavement around her. There was no gun. She tried to tell Madison that, but the girl wouldn't stop yelling. Then Madison was pushing Eleanor over on her side, up against the retaining wall.
"Hey, what are you—"
"Get up, Mom!"
Eleanor felt something slide underneath her. She looked down, and in her disconnected haze she saw Madison standing up with a rifle in her hands.
"No,"
Eleanor said. But Madison was already firing, the gun jumping in her hands. A 3-round burst erupted from the barrel, and Madison fell backwards against the van, the gun still pointed at where the zombie had been. The rattle of gunfire cleared Eleanor's head. She looked at the zombie, dead now, flat on his back, the top of his head blown off, and then back at her daughter. Madison was breathing hard, the air coming in big, heaving gulps. Her eyes were wide, staring at the dead man, her mouth open in terror that was slowly giving way to triumph.
"Mom, did you see that?"
She turned to Eleanor, inadvertently pointing the M16's barrel at her.
"Whoa, whoa, whoa,"
Eleanor said, and grabbed the barrel and pointed it in a safe direction.
"Yeah, baby, I saw it. Good job. Here, let me have that."
Eleanor took the M16 and turned its selector switch to single file. Rising painfully to her feet, she turned and fired at the 4 zombies who had stumbled around the back of the van. Then she turned back to the front and fired twice more. But she might as well have tried to stop a cattle stampede with a police whistle. There were zombies coming around both sides of the van now, and the 3 of them were trapped. Eleanor looked to the top of the van, but knew that wouldn't work for long. And that only meant one thing. "Jim," she said, "can you go over the side?" Long ropes of blood hung from his nose and chin. One ear had a nasty case of road rash where Anthony Shaw had dragged him over the pavement. But through the swollen bruises, his eyes were clear and bright. He stood up and leaned over the side.
"The water's not that deep," he said, "but it's only about a 20-foot drop."
"Go,"
she said. Without saying another word, he put his chest on top of the retaining wall and rolled over. Eleanor heard him splash.
"Jim?"
"I'm okay," he said. "Send Madison down." "Go, baby, hurry."
To her credit, Madison didn't hesitate. She put her hands on the wall and was about to hurdle it when she stopped, scooped up her backpack, and jumped.
"I got her," Jim called up. "We're okay. Hurry, Eleanor."
The zombies were closing in on both sides of her now, less than 5 feet away. Their moaning had reached a frenzied, urgent pitch. Their hands reached for her. She turned to face the retaining wall and looked down. It seemed like 1,000,000 miles. "God help us," she said, and took a breath, and jumped. Chapter 18. Right before she let go from the retaining wall, Eleanor saw the water below writhing with bodies. She hit the water hard and went under. The next instant there were hands all over her, and she screamed, slapping them away. She spun around, teeth clenched, fists raised, and barely recognizing the faces of her battered husband and her daughter as they grabbed at her.
"Behind you, Mom!"
Eleanor turned. The water was full of zombies. 4 of them were already wading toward her, less than 10 feet away. She let Jim and Madison pull her back as she scrambled to get the shoulder strap of her M16 off her arm.
"Come on, Mom, hurry!"
The screams of the dying filtered down from above them. People were running, leaning over the retaining wall, yelling for help. The rattle of gunfire was nearly constant. A military helicopter raced overhead, a dim shape like a dark, gigantic bird against a black sky. And sounding above it all, with the zombies in the water, moaning with a fevered intensity that was deafening. Eleanor looked around and realized there were hundreds of zombies closing in on the refugees who had fallen from the Beltway, and the thought occurred to her that this must be what it felt like to be caught in the middle of a swarm of sharks in a feeding frenzy. She heard an ear-piercing scream. She turned and saw a woman get the flesh stripped from her body by a huddling mass of the infected. For a second, all Eleanor could do was stand there and gawk at the sight of that woman, wailing in fear and pain, and she was hardly aware of Jim putting his hands under her shoulders and lifting her from the water until she was most of the way into a boat he had found. Eleanor dropped down into a cushioned bench seat, still staring at the woman. Madison was shaking her shoulders, pleading with her to snap out of it. "I'm okay," Eleanor said. She grabbed Madison's forearms and steadied herself. "Really, I'm okay." Jim was already kneeling over the outboard, getting it started. The motor roared to life.
"Hold on to something,"
he said, and fed the throttle, and turned them away from the thickest part of the zombie crowd. "Where are we going?" Eleanor asked him. He pointed underneath the Beltway. In the distance, Eleanor could see 40 or 50 boats heading toward the military's chain-link fence. Several of the smaller boats were already approaching the tangled rolls of concertina wire and large metal crosses in front of the fence, and it looked to Eleanor as if they were going to ram the fence and punch their way through. Eleanor held her breath, waiting to see what would happen. But she was unprepared for the sudden, blinding light that filled the night from the other side of the fence. Powerful spotlights hit the water and turned the boats and their occupants to silhouettes. Beyond the lights, Eleanor could see the outlines of several Coast Guard vessels spaced along the fence line. She heard harsh voices amplified through bullhorns, ordering the refugee boats to turn back. None of them did. She knew exactly what was going to come next, but the fierce mechanical surge of 50-caliber machine gun fire still took her by surprise. In the glare of the spotlights, she saw the first volley turn 4 of the lead vessels into airborne splinters. There was a momentary pause, and then the orders came again.
"Fire! All boats! Fire! Fire! Fire!"
Soon the gunners were firing at will, tearing up the boats and survivors and zombies with indiscriminate abandon. The big black helicopter that had been circling them since before they jumped from the Beltway stopped almost directly over the Coast Guard boats and fired rockets into the water, turning it into a raging lake of orange flames. Through the glare of the spotlights and the flames and the smoke, Eleanor could see the helicopter rocking back, its nose pointed at the elevated roadway above them.
"Jim!" she shouted. "Turn us around! Get us out of here!"
But he was doing it already. The little wooden boat they were in sucked down into the water as they turned, and then rose on the crest of the wake wave as they accelerated. Eleanor kept looking over her shoulder, and when the rockets erupted from the helicopter, she threw Madison down to the deck and covered her with her body. Shrieking missiles thudded into the roadway above them, the explosions shaking the boat and deafening Eleanor's ears. Bits of flaming concrete rained down into the water all around them. Drifts of sparks swirled in the air, and though it lasted only a moment, Eleanor could have sworn she heard the flaming bodies screaming as they tumbled down from the collapsing highway. She pulled herself up onto her elbows. Eleanor felt stunned by the concussive blast she just endured, as though she were standing under a bell jar with the world swirling all around her. She turned Madison over and saw the fear and the blind panic in her daughter's eyes. "Are you okay, Madison?" she asked, unable to hear her own voice. Madison nodded slowly. Slowly, the silence in Eleanor's ears was replaced by a painful ringing. She stood up, put her daughter on one of the bench seats, and turned to look at the burning, groaning Beltway as it collapsed into the water. "This must be how Lot's wife felt," she thought, "right before she turned to a pillar of salt." And like Lot's wife, she found she was unable to turn away from the destruction. The beautiful, horrific, world-ending destruction, even as her husband called her name. Half an hour passed. They floated aimlessly through the decimated buildings and the homes that listed in the water like wrecked boats along a forgotten coast. Zombies staggered out of doorways and slapped bloody hands on the fences, trying to reach them. Eleanor sat ready in the bow of the boat, watching them with the M16 resting in her lap. She had a fully loaded magazine in the breech, and 3 more in a pouch she wore on a bandolier across her chest. But she knew those wouldn't last long. If they got cornered, or caught in a stand-up fight, she could burn through all 4 magazines in the blink of an eye. So she watched the silhouettes separate from the darkness with a weary eye, determined to shoot only if they got too close. Behind her, Madison was crying softly. Over and over again she kept muttering, "Where are we going to go? What's going to happen to us?" It was the paradox of parenting again. The question that had been hounding her since that first evening before Hurricane Hector, when the 2 of them had sat on the kitchen floor, laying by supplies. She both wanted to soothe her daughter's fear, hold her tight and comfort her, and at the same time slap the ever-loving shit out of her for making so much noise. Playing to her better nature, Eleanor tried to soothe her, but she couldn't answer Madison's questions no matter how hard she tried. Madison was too frightened, too damaged by what she had seen, and mere words wouldn't compensate for that. Years before, as a rookie patrol officer, Eleanor had responded to a family disturbance involving a married couple in their 50s. No sooner had she stepped through the door than the drunken husband started yelling at her, complaining of everything from his wife's addiction to heroin, to the bank foreclosing on his home, to the HPD's continuing efforts to frame his son for robbery. The man had asked her what he was supposed to do to fix his life. And Eleanor, who was stunned by the idea of a man twice her age asking her how to run his life, had said, "How the hell should I know? I'm 25 years old. What do I know about living?" She was 35 now, a mother herself, a mother with a litany of troubles far beyond anything she could have imagined way back then. And yet she still didn't have any answers. Life, she realized, really was a junkyard tumbling down a staircase. Things happened without justification, without closure. There was no grand design, no pattern, none that she could see anyway. Every day, as Sheryl Crow so eloquently put it, was a winding road. She wished she could tell Madison that in a way that would save her the trouble of having to learn it herself, but she knew that was impossible. Like coming of age, it was something Madison would have to learn for herself. No one could do it for her. Her mind was still chasing the rabbit around that same mental racetrack when they rounded a corner and glided up on Anthony Shaw, who was standing in the back of a small metal fishing boat, kicking the outboard motor as if it had just called his mother a dirty whore.
"Fucking piece of shit!"
he roared at it, and kicked it again. He yanked the pull cord, and nothing happened.
"Goddamn fucking piece of shit!"
he said, and gave it yet another kick. Then he stood up and ran his fingers through his hair. He dropped his hands down to his side and balled them into fists. He was standing that way, stiff with anger, when he seemed to sense a presence behind him. Slowly, he turned around. Eleanor was standing in the front of her boat, her M16 leveled at him. "Don't move," she said. He just laughed at her. "Jim, the light." Their boat had a handheld spotlight mounted next to the motor. Jim fumbled with it, but managed to get the beam pointed at Anthony Shaw. Anthony raised one hand to shield his eyes, but he said nothing. In the glare of the spotlight's beam, Eleanor could see the 2 black duffel bags on the bench in front of Anthony. "You stole that money, Officer Shaw."
"I told you! This is my family's life savings!"
"You're a thief, Officer Shaw. You're a disgrace.
His smile slipped away.
What are you going to do, Sarge? You going to arrest me? If so, how about you come on over here and try to put on the cuffs? I'd like to see you try.
Eleanor realized she didn't have an answer to that. What was she going to do? Christ, she didn't even have a pair of cuffs with her, and she sure as hell wasn't about to get into another fistfight with him. She was pretty sure she wouldn't live through another round with Mr. Swat. So what then? What was she going to do? He seemed to realize the answer before she did. She was going to do nothing. She was powerless, which meant that he controlled this situation. Eleanor had her husband and child with her. Anthony Shaw had only his rage and his money. She had the machine gun pointed at him, but he had the power. And from the smile on his face, he seemed to know it, too. He began to whistle. The sound was not musical, but shrill. Loud and shrill. Eleanor saw movement out of the corner of her eye and glanced to the right. A zombie had stood up in the window of a home nearby, its eyes white and empty-looking against its mud-streaked face. He whistled again, and the zombie responded with a desperate-sounding moan, which was answered by other moans from the opposite side of the street. "Stop it," she said. He just smiled and went right on whistling, only louder now. "Oh, no," she thought. "Officer Shaw, you crazy, suicidal bastard." "I'm not going to arrest you," she said, hoping to make him stop. "You know that. Not the way things are." The smile left his face. "Then why are you wasting my time, bitch?" "Because I want to know." He didn't respond. Instead, he reared his head back and howled like a wolf in the night. Eleanor could hear splashing all around them now, and she knew what that sound meant. She had seen the way the infected massed on verbal cues. It would only be a matter of time before every zombie in the area was swarming on their location. "Stop that," she said. "Stop what?" he said. "What are you scared of? Her?" He nodded to her right. Eleanor didn't want to look. Anthony was smiling like a wicked child, and part of her knew that he was trying to trick her. How much more obvious could he be? She would glance to the side, then turn back to find him pointing a rifle at her. So she willed herself not to look, ignoring the splashing she heard over there. His smile widened. "Better tell your daughter to move out of the way. She's about to turn into zombie chow." Eleanor flexed her finger over the trigger. She was stuck, and she knew it. She couldn't back down, and she couldn't shoot him. Not another cop. Not this way. He would do it to her in a heartbeat. But damn it, she couldn't. Not like this. And then the splashing grew louder. She felt the boat rocking as Madison moved to the port side. "Mommy!" And it was hearing her daughter calling her mommy that did it. For the second time in just as many weeks, she heard the helpless toddler calling through the voice of the girl. Eleanor turned and saw a nearly naked woman with most of her face gone wading toward the boat. Her fingerless hands groped at the side of the boat. Eleanor gasped. "Mommy, shoot it!" Eleanor turned the rifle on the woman zombie and fired a single round. It hit her in the forehead and laid her back into the water with hardly a splash. A fast, simple death. But there were more zombies behind her, coming into the street from the spaces between the apartment buildings. At first 5, then 9, then a dozen more. They were everywhere. She spun around, pointing her weapon at Anthony Shaw, but saw that he had her beat on the draw. He had his rifle pointed right at her, his finger tensed on the trigger. All he had to do was flinch, she realized, and she'd lose her entire family. "Officer Shaw," she said, unable to keep the pleading tone from her voice. "Shut up, bitch!" he snapped. "Drop your weapon! Now!
Put it down!
No way, she thought. I do that and you execute me and my entire family.
She swallowed hard, suddenly aware of the sweat popping out all over her body. She was terrified. Her bladder began to ache. Her legs were weak, her hands numb. But he just stood there, smiling through his rifle's sights, coldly indifferent to her fear. Off to her left, a spotlight beam came on. Out of the corner of her eye, Eleanor could see it flickering between the buildings over there, catching the shrubs and balconies in silhouette and throwing their shadows across the water. It was coming from a flat-bottomed boat. And then a voice rang out.
"Anthony, is that you?" "Yeah, Dad,"
Anthony answered, without taking his eyes off Eleanor.
"Come on over."
Eleanor saw Anthony's eyes narrow, and she had just enough time to think, "My God, he's going to shoot," when the boat started rocking. She teetered, thrown off balance, and as she fell backwards she saw Jim leaping forward, grabbing Madison around the waist and jumping into the water. Anthony started firing, and a line of bullets ripped through the hull where Eleanor had just been standing. Eleanor rolled over onto her back. Cold salt water was bubbling up through the holes in the bottom of the boat. It was already 2 inches deep and climbing up the sides of her body. Without even aiming, she stuck the barrel of her M16 over the gunwale and fired a 3-round burst. From the other boat, Anthony screamed, and Eleanor felt a savage, primal yell rising up within her.
"You bastard!" she screamed,
and fired another burst. Her second volley went wide, but it must have come close enough to scare him, for he dove over the side. When Eleanor heard the splash, she sat up and tried to find him. A terrible vision of him swimming back onto the boats and coming up next to Madison and Jim flashed through her mind, but she suppressed it. Instead, she made herself take a deep breath.
"Slow down, girl," she thought. "Scan the water. Go slow."
Half a dozen zombies were already in the water, attracted by the noise of the fight. And there were more coming through the gaps in the buildings, but they weren't close enough to be a threat yet. In the distance, she could hear Captain Mark Shaw's boat accelerating around the line of buildings to her left. But there was no sign of Anthony Shaw. She looked everywhere, but the dark water showed no sign of him. Then she saw his M16 in the bow of his boat. There was blood on the stock, the shoulder strap caught on a cleat. The zombies were moaning now, their noise surrounding her. The nearest one was almost to Anthony's boat, and she was running out of time. Another moment or two and she would have to start shooting or run away, and with Captain Shaw barreling down on them, they wouldn't get far.
"Maybe I killed him," she thought.
But even as the thought started to seem possible, she saw him surface. He was moving along the far side of his boat, his hand inching toward his rifle.
"No, you don't," she said,
and fired at him. She missed, but got close enough to force him back from the cover of the boat. He stood up, and for a moment she had him framed squarely in her sights. He was bleeding from a nasty wound on his right shoulder, the arm hanging limply by his side. But it didn't seem to be causing him a lot of pain at the moment. To Eleanor, it looked as if he was debating with himself about reaching for his pistol. Would he have time to get off a shot? He was good enough to kill her with a single shot. But to do it, he would have to draw his pistol across his body with his left hand. There was rage in his eyes. She had him beat, and he knew it. He glanced to his right and saw a zombie just a few feet from him. He turned back to Eleanor, and she could just hear him mutter, "Fucking bitch," before he turned and waded off toward a small 3-story apartment building on the other side of the road. Things happened fast after that. A few of the zombies were too close to ignore anymore. Eleanor shot 3 of them, then turned and sighted in on a 4th. She pulled the trigger, but the gun was empty. "Shit!" she said, and quickly ejected the magazine and slapped in another. Captain Shaw's boat was up near the head of the block now. She could see the searchlight dancing through the trees, and knew he'd be on them soon.
"Jim, Get Madison out of here.
What?
Jim, please, just do it. I'll hold him off. But you have to get her out of here.
No way. I can't leave you here. She pulled her pistol and jammed it into his hands.
Get her out of here. Protect my baby. I've got to cover you guys. Shaw will kill us all if you don't get going now.
He seemed as if he was about to argue. But at that moment, a zombie clawed its way over the gunwale of their sinking boat. Eleanor shot it in the face, blasting a spray of blood and bits of bone out across the water behind it.
Go!
She yelled at him.
Go, Jim, please!
I love you, he said, and grabbed Madison around the waist. She struggled against his grip, screaming not to leave her mother behind.
I love you too,
Eleanor said.
Now get going!
She watched them slip away through a gap between a white concrete wall and an old gas station, then turned back to their boat. It was sinking fast now, its hull full of water. She waded over to it, grabbed Madison's backpack, and then moved over to Anthony Shaw's boat. It wasn't much for cover, but it was the best she had. Captain Shaw was barreling down on her. She could see him up at the far end of the block, weaving between the roofs of submerged cars and trucks. She glanced over at the gas station, just to make sure Jim and Madison were out of sight, and saw more zombies entering the street.
Oh, God, she thought. Oh, my God, this was a terrible idea. What the hell am I doing? Oh, my God, he's going to kill me.
Then she looked down and saw the duffel bags. Mark Shaw had watched the fight through a pair of night vision goggles. Somehow that lucky bitch had managed to get the jump on Anthony. Mark Shaw had no idea how that could have happened, but he'd been a cop long enough to know that if something could go wrong, it would go wrong. And it sure as hell had gone wrong this time. He didn't know for sure why they'd gotten into it with each other, but it wasn't hard to guess. Somehow she'd found out about the money, and that meant they were in trouble. But what was done was done. Anthony was hurt and pinned down somewhere. Shaw's job now was to rescue Anthony and get them both out of here. He raised the night vision goggles one more time and saw Eleanor hiding behind the bow of Anthony's boat, her weapon aimed in his direction. The crazy bitch had even put a backpack on. What the hell was she thinking? He kept scanning the area, counting the zombies that were pouring into the street from every direction. There were at least 16 of them.
Damn, he thought. She's in the thick of it, isn't she?
Shaw couldn't see the woman's husband or her kid, and though he hated to leave loose ends, he figured that was probably okay. From the number of zombies around their position, he'd be surprised if they weren't dead. And that would be just fine as far as he was concerned. The less killing he had to do, the better. But Eleanor Norton, she had to go. He traded the goggles for his searchlight, and gave the little outboard all the throttle it had. Eleanor adjusted her grip on the M16. Her hands were wet, and the gunmetal felt slick in her hands, like she couldn't hold it right. Her fingers were tingling. Her face was flushed, sweat beading on her forehead. Every breath hurt. Her mouth had gone dry. First she felt hot, then cold. She kept her eyes at the boat speeding toward her, but all she wanted to do was lean over and vomit.
Oh, Jesus, she thought. Oh, Jesus, I'm an idiot. I can't do this. I can't beat him. Not Mark Shaw, the man practically invented SWAT.
Her breaths were coming in shallow gasps now.
Dear God, please let me live through this. Help me. I want to hug my daughter again. I want to smother her face in kisses. Oh, Jesus, please let me live.
She raised the rifle. Sweat dripped in her eyes, and she wiped it away with the back of her hand. Then she lowered her cheek to the stock and blinked until she had the boat centered in her sights. She was about to pull the trigger when Shaw hit his searchlight, blinding her with a glaring white light. The next moment, he was firing at her. Anthony Shaw had commandeered a wooden-hulled boat, and when the bullet smacked into it, the air around Eleanor's head filled with splinters. A big one snapped loose with a whistling zing and cut her cheek just below her right eye. Gasping in pain, she recoiled from the side of the boat and touched her hand to her face. It came away bloody. She saw movement to her left, and for a second thought it was Anthony Shaw coming back to help his father. But the ghastly apparition standing there was definitely not Anthony Shaw. One arm had been chewed off just below the elbow. Bits of tendon and raw strips of muscle showed through the bite marks on its cheeks. The eyes were milky white and hazy, but attracted her well enough. She backed away, following the hull, and it came after her. There was another zombie behind her, a woman with a nasty black gash where her belly should have been. Eleanor shot them both, then ducked under the water just as Shaw fired another burst. She crossed under the boat and came up on the other side, determined to give Shaw a taste of what he'd given her. Eleanor raised the rifle and started firing. The boat was moving from side to side, dodging through the exposed roofs of cars. But she wasn't aiming. She'd flipped the selector switch to fully automatic and was determined to burn through the entire magazine, the old pray-and-spray approach to target acquisition. And she got lucky. Or at least, she thought she did. The boat jogged suddenly to one side and smacked against the B-pillar of the dark-colored passenger car with an audible thunk. The engine whined, then stalled, and Captain Shaw's boat began to drift toward the side of a building. For a second, she thought she'd killed him. He was hunched over the motor, and seeing him that way, not moving, she let out a grunt of triumph.
"Yeah, you bastard! I got you! Ha!"
But the next instant he was standing up and yanking on the pull cord to restart the motor. It coughed, then roared to life. "No," she said. A voice in her head told her to run, and she did. She turned and half ran, half swam through a narrowing crowd of zombies. They reached for her, their gore-streaked hands clutching at the backpack she wore, but she managed to thread her way through them. She scrambled toward the far corner of a white cinder-block building and got around it just as bullets from Shaw's gun blasted a line of holes down the wall. Just ahead was a long chain-link fence topped with razor wire, and beyond that was a small white church. Mark Shaw cut the engine and let his boat glide into the street. He had his rifle ready, and he was scanning the area just to make sure Eleanor Norton hadn't doubled back on him. He never would have suspected it, but the slippery little bitch put up a surprisingly good fight. The funny thing was, though, that wasn't the Eleanor Norton he knew. The Eleanor Norton he knew was one of the new breed of kinder and gentler cops, the kind who baked oatmeal raisin cookies for the men under her command and still met with all the victims' advocacy people she'd dealt with back in her sex crimes days. She was more like a den mother than a frontline police supervisor, and frankly, he'd expected her to shrink up in a corner somewhere and beg for him to spare her life. But the kitten, it seemed, had claws. She'd surprised him going under the boat like she had, and she was evidently a better shot than he'd given her credit for. That burst she'd fired had knocked the throttle right out of his hand and stalled the engine. Hitting a moving target like that in low light and with zombies closing in all around you wasn't the easiest thing in the world to do, and yet she had done it. Shaw had underestimated her, and he imagined Anthony had too. That was the only explanation that made any sense.
"Anthony! Can you hear me?"
Several zombies were wading toward him, and at the sound of his voice they began to moan. He scanned the area and counted 31 of them. There were more, it sounded like, just beyond the line of buildings to his left.
"Anthony! Answer me if you can!"
There was a small apartment building to his left, the windows and doors blown away by one of the recent storms. He thought he heard a faint voice coming from inside there somewhere.
"Anthony! Is that you?"
The voice came again, and this time he was sure. That was Anthony in there, but his voice was distant, muffled. When Anthony was 15, a kid from Friendswood High School had slid into second base with his metal spikes up in the air. He caught Anthony in the groin, and though he'd been wearing a cup, the spikes had still managed to cut a 4-inch gash down the inside of Anthony's thigh. Listening to the muffled voice inside that apartment building, Mark Shaw was reminded of sitting in the stands that day all those years ago, listening to the pain in his son's voice as he fought with the runner who had just cut him. His son was hurting. A father could tell these things.
"Hold on, Anthony. I'm coming."
He toggled the selector switch on his M16 over to semi-auto and shot his way through the crowd of zombies. When he reached the door, he tied off the boat and went inside, lighting up the flooded building with a flashlight mounted to the barrel of his weapon.
"Anthony!" "In here."
Shaw followed the voice down the hall and stopped in front of the door to 1C. He tried to push the door open, but Anthony had it barricaded from the other side.
"Help me get this open, Anthony."
There was a slight pause, and then the sound of debris and furniture being pulled out of the way. Shaw pushed on it, and a moment later he had it opened. Anthony was standing there, a pistol in his left hand, his right arm hanging limp at his side. "Did you get hit?"
"Yeah. I can't move it."
"You're losing a lot of blood there. Lean up against the wall there and let me look at it." Shaw inspected his son's injured arm. The bullet had hit him high up, near the shoulder. Back in his SWAT days, Shaw had been trained as a medic, and his first instinct was to check his son's breathing and his pulse. He seemed to be doing okay there, and that was good news. If he went into shock here, without any proper medical treatment, Shaw would never be able to save him. It would be hard enough just keeping the wound clean. "Have you got any booze in the boat?" Shaw asked.
"What?"
"To sterilize it. We need to keep this clean."
"I don't know," Anthony answered. "I think maybe Brent had—"
But he trailed off there. They hadn't spoken of what happened to Brent back at the EOC's boatyard, not in any sort of meaningful way, and Anthony seemed unwilling to bring it up now. Or maybe afraid to bring it up was more accurate. "Brent had some vodka?"
"Yeah, I think."
"Come on," he said, and put Anthony's arm over his shoulder to support his weight. "Let's go check."
"Dad,
What is it, Anthony?" They were moving into the hallway now. There was a zombie in the doorway at the far end of the hall, and Mark Shaw dropped it with a single shot.
"She snuck up on me, Dad,"
Anthony said. "What do you mean?"
"She found out about the money somehow, and when she came up behind me, the bitch just shot me. No warning. I think she was trying to steal it."
Mark Shaw hesitated for a second, then continued. Had the boy forgotten that he had lit them up with a searchlight right before the shots went off? Who did he think he was fooling? The only thing Shaw could think of was that he was covering for himself. The way he slinked off into this apartment building instead of staying in the fight.
Pride, he thought. That's what it is. Our goddamn stinking pride. Well, at least he comes by it honestly.
"You're going to be okay, son. Come on. Let's get you out of here." Eleanor was aware of the smell as soon as she entered the church. She put the back of her hand over her mouth and nostrils, her face wrinkled up in disgust. Something was dead in here, and had been rotting for a while. The church consisted of one small room, big enough to seat maybe 100 people. It reminded her, briefly, of the little Methodist church her parents had brought her to when she was younger. But this one had been irreparably changed by the floods. The walls were mildewing plaster. They were literally melting, sagging and breaking apart in big, wet chunks. Garbage and bits of seaweed and drifts of unnameable slag filled the spaces between the pews. Tree limbs were stuck in the rafters. And up near the altar, huddled together like a driftwood pile on the beach, were the bodies of some 16 drowned souls. A few of the bodies had been nibbled on by animals. One woman, down on her knees, her cheek resting against the back of a man in a filthy flannel shirt, was staring up at her with sightless, dead eyes. Eleanor found herself staring down into that woman's face, wondering who she was, what had brought her to die here, on this altar. What faith did she have? Did it offer her anything in those final moments? She wondered if the woman's faith could have answered Madison's questions back on the boat. And then her reverie was broken by the rapid crack of gunfire coming from somewhere behind her. Captain Shaw was in the middle of all those zombies back there, and it wouldn't be long before he, and maybe his son too, tracked her down. It wouldn't be difficult. This little church stood on the edge of what must have been a wide, empty stretch of undeveloped land, for she hadn't seen any buildings beyond it. She would have to move if she wanted to live, if she wanted to find Jim and Madison. She looked down at her red shirt and blue jeans, and wished she had worn something different. The red shirt, especially, was going to make her a sitting duck. And then she looked down at the dead woman again, and an idea occurred to her. It was a terrible idea, a grotesque idea, but it just might work. Quickly she turned the dead woman over. Her face was purple on one side where the blood had pooled after death, but Eleanor steeled herself and started undressing the corpse. She could feel the dead woman's skin, and she gagged as she pulled the shirt off the body. Touching her was like poking the steaks through their cellophane shrouds at the supermarket, and she came very close to vomiting as the now naked dead woman dropped back down onto the pile of corpses. She didn't give herself a chance to think about what came next. She took off her shirt and slid it down over the dead woman. And then, God, she would rather walk into roll call wearing nothing but her bra and panties and her gun belt than do this. She put on the dead woman's shirt. She kept her eyes closed as she buttoned it up, and then pushed the tails down into her jeans. "I'm sorry," she said to the corpse as she slid her backpack onto the corpse and propped it up in the window. And then she did something only her desire to see Jim and Madison again would have allowed her to do. She wedged herself down into the pile of corpses, covering herself with them, pushing from her mind the weight of all that dead flesh. And there she waited.
"Holy shit, Dad! Look there!"
Mark Shaw stopped and followed the line of his son's finger. The only thing over there was a church, battered by the recent storms. He thought he saw a flash of red, but it was dark, and his eyes weren't what they once had been.
"Is that her?"
he whispered.
"Yeah, that's her,"
Anthony said.
"Same shirt, same hair."
"All right. I'm going to put you down."
Slowly, he leaned his son against a lamppost, making sure that Anthony had his good arm around it for support before letting go. Then he raised his rifle and centered it on the dark spot above the red shirt. The dumb bitch wasn't even watching the obvious line of attack. Anybody who'd been through a basic weapons and tactics course would have found a better tactical position than that. Mark Shaw raised the M16 and centered Eleanor Norton's head in his sights. Then he fired. No hesitation. He lit her up, and even he could see that the 3-round burst he'd fired had taken most of her head clean off. Eleanor heard the rattle of gunfire a moment before the dead woman's head splattered onto the water behind her. The body teetered and then collapsed, landing face down in the water. Watching the body as it turned a lazy pirouette away from the window, Eleanor couldn't hold her stomach down any longer. She retched, vomiting all over a dead man's beard. Her stomach was still heaving when she heard voices at the front of the church. Captain Shaw and his son entered the building and moved quickly to the altar. They stopped next to the dead woman wearing Eleanor's shirt and backpack and flipped her over. The body rolled like a log in the water. There was very little left of the corpse's head above the jaw, just an open cavity with clumps of matted hair sticking to the back of the emptied skull.
"Damn,"
Anthony said, and turned away from the sight in disgust. From her hiding spot under the pile of corpses, Eleanor watched Anthony Shaw closely. His right arm was dead by his side, the wound up by his shoulder obvious. She had drawn first blood. If nothing else, she had made the bastard pay for hitting her. And Jim, she reminded herself. "What is it?" Captain Shaw said.
"Nothing. You just blew the shit out of her."
"Had to be done."
"Yeah," Anthony said. "But damn, that's a lot of damage."
From somewhere outside, Eleanor heard the sound of zombies moaning. She tried to identify the number of voices, but couldn't, and that only meant one thing. They were coming. Bunches of them. Captain Shaw seemed to realize it too. He started to move, then stopped to stare at the mound of bodies encasing Eleanor. Her eyes went wide and her pulse quickened. Had he heard something? Seen a flash of movement? She waited, cringing not only with disgust now, but fear as well. But he didn't move toward the mound. Instead, he seemed to be looking through them, through her, as though wrestling with something.
"Idiots,"
he murmured.
"What's that?"
Anthony asked. "Nothing," he said. "Just thinking." Anthony didn't answer at first. He watched his father like one who has lived with a powerful man for a long time, and has learned when it is best to stand and wait in silence, while the other wades in the tidal flow of his thoughts. But then there was a noise from the entrance to the church, and Anthony turned on it suddenly. Eleanor could only see dim shapes moving in the starlight that framed the doorway. But she could hear them moaning, and she could hear the irregular rhythm of their hands slapping at the water.
"Dad,"
Anthony said. There was an obvious note of alarm in his voice.
"Dad, we need to get out of here."
Only then did Captain Mark Shaw turn from the corpses. He scanned the doorway, and then the windows along the sides of the church, and slid the M16 sling off his shoulder. "Okay," he said. "Get behind me, Anthony. Let's get out of here." Eleanor found herself alone beneath the pile of corpses. The Shaws had fought their way out of the church and then slipped away into the night, but the moaning remained. The zombies, Eleanor knew, were very close. She waited, afraid to move out from beneath her hiding place among the corpses. Though the moaning had suddenly stopped, she knew from all the splashing that more zombies had entered the church. Working as quietly as possible, she wedged herself down deeper into the bottom of the corpse pile and watched the narrow gap between the bodies. Several zombies staggered past. She could see them bumping into pews and slapping absently at the water around their waists. Then one of the zombies stopped directly in front of Eleanor's line of sight and slowly turned its head in her direction. It had eaten something recently. She could tell it had made a kill right away from the clotted clumps of blood on its hair and the dark, ominous stains on its face and clothes. Mosquitoes swarmed around its face. She couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. Not even the thing's race was obvious, and it occurred to her that she was looking at the great leveler of humanity. At last, here was something that cleared the slate, not only of the mind, but of the body as well. All are equal before the zombie. And it wasn't beautiful. It was horrible in the most profound way imaginable. The essence was gone. Nothing but the shell remained. And in that, there was no beauty. But the zombie was still staring into the pile of corpses. Eleanor stared back at it, and she wondered what was behind those dead, vacant eyes.
"Go away," she pleaded. "Please go away."
Chapter 19. Madison fought him all the way through the alley, kicking and screaming, beating against his back with her fists. She caught him in the kidneys once, and he lurched forward, his knees buckling. He managed to carry her as far as the open courtyard behind the old gas station, before his foot caught on something hard under the water, and he pitched forward, face-planting into the water. Madison tumbled out of his arms and tried to scramble back to her mother.
"Madison, don't!"
he said. Jim grabbed her by the waist and pulled her back.
"Let go of me! What the hell's wrong with you? We can't leave her!"
He spun her around, and for a moment the wild, bulging, unblinking intensity in her eyes frightened him. He'd never seen her so charged, so animated. It was as if she were giving off sparks. But he held on. "No," he said. "You stay here with me."
"We can't leave her back there."
Big fat tears welled up at the corners of her eyes and ran down her cheeks.
"She'll die back there."
"No, she won't."
"How do you know that? You can't be sure of that."
But he was sure. At that moment, with his daughter's shoulders still gripped tightly in his hands, he knew it. Jim wasn't exactly sure when the change in Eleanor had happened, but it had happened. Eleanor had become someone different, stronger than she had been before. She was in control. He could still see the confidence in her eyes and feel it coming off her like heat when she told him to take Madison out of the street. She would cover for them, she had said. And at that moment, he had believed it. His faith in her was as solid as his conviction that the sun would come up in the morning. The change had taken place right in front of him, and yet it had been so subtle that he hadn't noticed it. He thought of her drowning the zombie outside of the Meadow Lakes Business Park, of her taking charge of the Red Cross volunteers back at the Beltway, of her sitting in the bow of their little boat with the M16 on her lap, of her telling him to protect their daughter as she held off 2 armed madmen in a city full of zombies. And suddenly he could see the through line. All the madness that had led them to this point made sense. All these years, Eleanor had been waiting for an obstacle big enough to stand in her way. And here it was, the catalyst. Her cocoon had ruptured, but what had flown free was not a butterfly, but a hawk. Predatory, confident, ineffably beautiful. She was rising to the challenge. She had only asked this one thing of him: protect their daughter. Jim understood what he had to do. Now it was his turn to make good on his promise to Eleanor.
"Daddy?"
He tightened his grip on Madison's shoulders. "Listen to me. Your mother is going to be fine. I know it. I can't tell you how I know it, but I do. I believe it. Right down to my bones, I believe it. She told us to get to safety. We have to do that. She will find us." Madison softened a little. He could feel the rigidity leaving her muscles. She nodded, and for Jim, the changing expression on her face was like watching a fire go out. Only a steady calm remained. Had she also sensed the change in her mother? He didn't think that she had seen it in the same way as he, but she must have seen something. Why else would she be yielding to him now?
"What do we do?"
she asked. Good question, he thought. He looked around. They were blocked on 3 sides by a chain-link fence topped with razor wire. Beyond the fence, off to the left, was a white wooden building, dilapidated and sad-looking in the dark, and he guessed it was a church. Just on the other side of the fence was a large rectangular building that might have been an apartment or possibly an office building. He couldn't really tell because of all the trash and tree limbs that had accumulated in front of it. Looking farther down the block, he saw dark, barn-like shapes. No telling what they were. "We need to find a way to get over this fence," he said. Shots rang out from somewhere behind him, and he turned. Madison had her back to him. In front of her, Coming down the narrow alley between the white cinder-block wall and the gas station were 4 zombies. Another staggered out of the gas station. He could see 2 more inside, coming toward the back door.
"Daddy!"
Madison said. She backed up, and Jim pulled her behind him. He fired at the lead zombie coming down the narrow alley, hitting it in the arm. The zombie staggered, but didn't fall. Its arm dropped uselessly to its side, and yet it kept on coming. He fired again, and this time hit it in the chest. The zombie took a few steps toward him, and then sagged down into the water. Jim turned to his right and saw the zombie that had come out of the gas station was almost on him, its mangled hands reaching for him. Looking into its dead eyes, its open, bloody mouth full of cracked teeth, Jim felt a shudder all the way down to his bones. He fired a hurried shot that hit the zombie in the hand and blasted off 2 of its fingers.
"God damn!"
he said, the bile rising up to the back of his mouth. He fired again, and this time he got the zombie in the throat. The moan on its lips turned to a deep, gurgling, sucking sound, like a clogged drain. But impossibly, it kept coming. His 3rd shot put it down.
"Daddy!"
More zombies were coming down the alley, clawing their way over the one he'd already killed. 5 shots to put down 2 zombies, he thought. Christ, this isn't going to work. Madison, see if you can find a way through that fence.
"It's got razors on top of it,"
she said.
"Just do it."
His hand shook. He tried to aim the gun, but the front sights were bobbing all over the place. He couldn't steady his hands. A voice in his head was screaming for him to shoot, but the trembling was spreading. His mouth went dry. First he was numb, then burning up. His breath was coming in fast, shallow gasps. When he did pull the trigger, the bullet skipped harmlessly off the water near one zombie's hip before smacking into the side of the gas station. Come on, he thought. Come on, focus, Jim. Get a grip. From just behind him, he heard the musical jingling of the chain-link fence.
"Daddy, I found it!"
Madison shouted.
"This way!"
When he looked over his shoulder, he saw Madison slipping through the fence. A portion of it had come loose from the bottom of the fence pole, and Madison was holding it open for him like a curtain.
"Come on, Daddy!"
He rushed through the opening. It was long and narrow. She had made it through easily enough, but Jim was much bigger, and it cut painful gashes into his back. But he got through, grabbed her hand, and together they waded over to the nearest building they could find.
"Where are we going?"
she cried. "In here," he said. He was thinking, "Get to higher ground, or someplace we can barricade ourselves. Anything but remaining out in the open." They reached the building. It was an apartment building. He could see that now. And Jim started pulling trash and tree limbs away from the door. He glanced over his shoulder to make sure Madison was still right there with him. She was watching the narrow strip of water they had just covered. Zombies were pouring out of nearly every doorway and advancing through every gap between the buildings. Their moans were deafening.
"Daddy!"
"Help me with this," he said, and together they pulled a large tree limb from the apartment building's door. Jim climbed up on top of a bed frame and kicked at the door until it flew open. He held the door open as far as it would go and peered inside. He could make out a long hallway running the length of the building. It was flooded, just like everything else, and the far end was lost in darkness. But it was better than out here. "Okay," he said. "Up you go." Madison scrambled over the bed frame and dropped down into the hallway.
"There's something blocking the door on this side,"
she said. "That's good. Here I come." He squeezed through next to her, and together they pushed the door closed. A small refrigerator was just under the water, wedged into the corner made by the door and the wall. Jim pushed it against the door, knowing that it wouldn't hold the zombies back for more than a few seconds at best, and then turned to face the hallway. He squinted into the darkness, wishing he had a flashlight. Something was dead in here. He could smell the rot mixed with an underlying note of mildew and sewage. Swallowing the lump in his throat, he grabbed Madison's hand and led her into the darkness, the only sound a faint splashing as they waded through the water.
"Daddy, I don't like this."
"Shh," he said, his own voice a stage whisper.
"Check the walls. Try to find a door or a staircase. We've got to get to higher ground."
Behind them, the door exploded open. Madison screamed. Jim swung around. Dark silhouettes were filling the square of light at the end of the hallway. He could see them dropping down from the bed frame and into the water, spreading out to fill the hallway once they were through the doorway. He raised the pistol, but already there were more zombies inside the hallway than he had bullets.
"Run!"
he said. Madison took off in the opposite direction. Jim rushed off after her, but they had only made it a short distance when they heard the sound of wood crunching up ahead. Madison stopped. Jim came up next to her. From the far end of the hall they heard the sounds of hands slapping against the other side of the door. There was another crunch, and both father and daughter flinched.
"Daddy!"
Abruptly, the door caved in. The far end of the hallway flooded with moonlight, and just for a moment, right before the zombies started filling the hallway, they saw the stairs leading up to the second floor. But there was no way they could reach them. Already the zombies from the front end of the building were moving past it, blocking it. They were trapped.
"Daddy!"
"Underwater,"
he thought, and then, with the same mental breath,
"Never work. They're jammed in shoulder to shoulder."
"Daddy!"
The zombies were closing in on them. Jim could see a sort of maddened frenzy in their ruined faces, their hands outstretched and clutching for them. Their moaning sounded like the starving pleading for food.
"Daddy!"
Madison said. She was shouting to be heard over the moaning.
"There's nowhere to go," he thought. "Nowhere."
The thought was answered by Eleanor's voice in his head.
"You've got to protect our daughter. Please, keep her safe."
Then he looked up at the ceiling. "Madison," he said, spinning her around to face him, "I want you to climb up on my back."
"What?"
"Get on my back, arms around my neck. Come on, up." He bent over and guided him onto his back. They had done this 1,000,000 times when she was a little girl, her holding on while he ran around the living room making horsey sounds. But she was a lot older now, and so was he. He prayed he could make this work.
"What are you doing?"
she asked.
"Just hold on, baby. We're going up."
He put his hands on one wall, his feet on the other. As the zombies closed in on them, he inched his way up the wall. He didn't stop until Madison was mashed up against the ceiling. A moment later, the zombies were right below him, their frantic, clutching hands swatting the air just inches from his face. He could feel their fingertips tugging at his shirt and his blue jeans. Water dripped from his clothes, hitting the horde below him in the eyes and in their open mouths, sending them into even wilder paroxysms of moaning. Madison shrieked in his ears, her long hair spilling over the side of his face. "Just hold on, baby," he said to her.
"Just hold on."
Chapter 20. Turning from Eleanor Norton's dead body, Captain Mark Shaw surveyed the corpses piled up on the altar, and a growing sense of disgust rose up inside him. "Idiots," he thought. Shaw and his family had never gone to church, but even still, he had no objection to religion in and of itself. It wasn't a bad thing. Religion was, after all, just another word for duty. Perhaps some people needed to call duty by the name of God to make its yoke tolerable. He did not. Still, he understood religion. He could understand how a man could be prepared to lay down his life for God. Hadn't he been prepared to die in the performance of his duty, after all? But being prepared for death and actively seeking it out were two very different things. The former required courage, the latter merely ignorance. There was no purpose in a death of the sort these people had apparently died, and that left him saddened and angry. "Idiots," he muttered. "What's that?" Anthony asked. Shaw sighed deeply. "Nothing. Just thinking." Anthony didn't respond, and Shaw was glad for that. He loved Anthony. He was so incredibly proud of him. But the boy could be shallow and just as ignorant as the dead people on this altar. A father's love hadn't blinded him to that simple truth, and it was that reason he didn't want to hear the boy speak just now. Zombies were entering the front door of the church behind him. Shaw could hear them back there, moaning, splashing around drunkenly. But he kept watching the pile of corpses, his mind turning toward Brent and the pointlessness of his death. Bitter rage flared up in him, unbidden, and, for just a moment, uncontrollable. He closed his eyes and tried to force out the memory of Brent's screams, but they echoed on. "Dad," Anthony said. There was an obvious note of alarm in his voice. "Dad, we need to get out of here." Only then did Shaw turn from the corpses. He scanned the doorway and the windows along the sides of the church, considering their possible ways out. He slid the M16 off his shoulder. "Okay," he said. "Get behind me, Anthony. Let's get out of here." He began to move and shoot. It was just like the standard rifleman drills in the FBI's close-quarter battle school, except that he was shooting at zombies instead of targets. Of course, the waist-deep water kept the zombies from moving very fast, so they were practically standing still anyway. And they never flinched. They made no attempt to evade his rifle's sight line. They just kept coming, hands outstretched as if they were begging him for something. They might as well have been cardboard silhouettes. He moved easily through the gathering crowd, pointing and shooting, measuring each shot before he took it. He felt absolutely calm and in control. There was no question about what would happen from here on out. They'd get the money, get back on his boat, and he would get what was left of his family out of this hellhole. Once his son was provided for, he would take whatever lumps he had coming in the court of public opinion. But his family would be provided for. That was all that counted. "Anthony, you okay?" he asked over his shoulder. Anthony was a few steps behind him, his pistol in his left hand. He had lost a lot of color from his face, but his eyes were still focused, still sharp. "Yeah," Anthony answered. "Breathing okay?" Anthony started to speak, but the words came out as a cough. He closed his eyes and tried again. "A little short of breath," he said. "Can't really feel my fingers too good." "Shit," Shaw said. "Okay, come on. Let's pick it up." Outside the church they stopped and scanned the area in front of them. There were more zombies than he had bullets to shoot, trudging through the water toward the church, attracted by the sound of gunfire. Even more were coming in from the east. Briefly he thought of scaling the chain-link fence with a razor wire on top, but he knew that wouldn't work. Not with Anthony's arm all messed up. That left one option, and it wasn't a good one. Several shots rang out from the other side of the fence. "Pistol shots," Anthony said. "Yeah." Shaw scanned the darkness up near the gas station, but all he could really see were the dim outlines of ruined buildings. "I bet that's her husband and the kid," Anthony said. Shaw looked at his son, and he realized he was probably right. Had Eleanor really lured him away so that her family could make a break for it? If so, Christ, he was impressed. He thought back over the few years they'd worked together, and he never would have guessed she had it in her. Well, he'd been wrong. Simple as that. "Mama bird," he said. "What?" "She was a mama bird," Shaw repeated. A bird will fake a broken wing to lure a snake away from her nest. It's instinct.
Yeah, she was no bird, though.
No, she wasn't. It's instinct when an animal does it, because an animal doesn't understand fear the way a person does. But Sergeant Norton was afraid, and she did it anyway. That's not instinct. That's courage. Anthony tried to grin, but only managed to get one corner of his pale lips to turn up.
Yeah, well, courage or not, she's still dead.
Shaw regarded him coldly. The boy's inability to understand the important things in life staggered him sometimes. "Come on," he said. "We're going that way, through that copse of trees over there. Once we make it over the road, we'll double back on the boat, get the money, and get out of here. It's the long way around, but it's the only option we've got."
"What about them, the husband and the little girl?"
"What do you mean, what about them?" Shaw asked.
"We can't let them live. They know about us."
"Listen," Shaw said, and paused. "You hear any more shots?"
"No."
He was armed with a pistol, Anthony. "Now look around you. We're surrounded by zombies. What do you think his chances are?" Anthony didn't seem entirely convinced.
"Yeah, well, I still don't like it," he said.
"Anthony, your job is to do what you're fucking told, got it? Now move. Let's get out of here while we still can." Gradually, quiet returned to the church. Eleanor listened. The dead bodies on top of her were wet. Some were still in rigor mortis, their bodies stiff as furniture. In others, the muscles had relaxed. They were cold and pliable, and pressed up against her with a weight that she felt not only across her chest, but in her mind as well. She wanted out. She wanted out right now.
"Fuck it," she said.
She drew in 2 quick breaths through her mouth and pushed. The corpses sagged outward and away with an awful, almost liquid motion. Faces leered at her, the eyes utterly dead and yet accusatory. A woman's head rolled from one shoulder to the other, so that it landed face up and directly in front of her, the mouth open in a silent groan. Eleanor felt her stomach roll and then convulse as she dry heaved. There was nothing left in her to throw up.
"Oh, Jesus," she muttered.
But she didn't stop pushing, and a moment later she was out of the corpse pile, facing the flooded church. The bodies of dead zombies floated between the pews, and there was a dense cluster of them by the front door. Only a few were still moving. 1 or 2 were even still moaning. But none of them was a threat. Not any more. The Shaws had clearly done their work well getting out. And from what she could see out the windows, there didn't appear to be that many outside the church either. Had they followed the Shaws? The idea seemed reasonable enough. With Anthony wounded as bad as he was, they couldn't have moved all that fast. There would have been plenty of time for a crowd to gather and focus on the fleeing father and son.
"Lucky me," she muttered.
She crossed the altar to where her body double floated face up in the water. The poor woman's face really had been blown clean off, and as she stood there over the corpse, looking down on it, the idea that she was looking at herself sent a shudder through her that went bone deep.
"Thank you," she said,
and with trembling fingers she worked the backpack straps off the corpse and slid the pack onto her own back. With her foot she felt around the floor until she located her M16. Then she reached under the water, pulled it up, and let the water drain out of the barrel before slipping out a side window. No sense in going through more corpses, she figured, if she didn't have to. Once outside, she considered going over the chain-link fence with a razor wire, but the way the blades twinkled in the starlight made it pretty much a foregone conclusion. So instead, she followed the fence line up toward the street, figuring she would cross around the front of the gas station and retrace Jim and Madison's track down the narrow alleyway on the far side. The plan had seemed simple enough while she was thinking it, and it looked as if it was going to stay simple. right up until the moment she turned into the alley between the gas station and the cinder-block wall. A group of zombies was huddled there, unable to push forward because of some obstruction, and too unaware to turn around and go back the way they'd come, until they heard Eleanor behind them. At that point, one of them turned around and began to utter a long, stuttering moan. The others followed suit, and within seconds, Eleanor found herself backing up toward the boats with at least 15 zombies closing in on her. She turned to the left and to the right, and saw more emerging from the gaps between the buildings down the length of the street. They stared at her for a second, and then they too started her way. "Shit," she muttered. Just then, she backed against the little green metal boat Captain Shaw had used to catch up with her while she was still fighting with Anthony. The boat was empty. No rifles, no loose ammunition or magazines. But beyond it, coming from the far side of the street, were more zombies. She threw her backpack and rifle into the boat and climbed in. "Let's see if you start, you mother," she said, and pulled on the motor's ripcord. It coughed, sputtered, but failed to start. From behind her she heard a man's voice, and she turned, her heart rising up into her throat for a second, because she thought it might be Jim. But right away she could tell who it really was. Out beyond the narrowing ring of zombies, Captain Mark Shaw and his injured son were staring at her, their faces an almost comical mixture of rage and wounded pride, and the utter shock of disbelief. And, under different circumstances, she might have laughed. But for right now she was all business. "Start, please," she said, and gave the ripcord another pull. This time it fired up with a chain-driven rattle, belching clouds of oily black smoke. A zombie threw its arms over the side of the boat, and Eleanor flinched away from the motor. But it only took a moment for her to regain control. She raised the butt of her rifle over the zombie's face and slammed it down onto the bridge of the thing's nose. It sagged back into the water, and Eleanor landed hard on her knees, the boat rocking wildly. The motion caused her to fall backwards against the hull, where she stayed, eyes wide, her breaths coming in huge, painful gulps. In the distance, Captain Shaw was yelling something, but his voice was indistinct over the sound of so many zombies moaning. Fingers clutched her hair, and she screamed and rolled in one quick motion. 3 zombies were trying to get into the boat. Eleanor spun her rifle around and fired 2 bursts right into their faces. "No more time to lose," she thought. She grabbed the throttle bar and dropped the motor's prop back down into the water. But no sooner had she got back on the seat than another zombie reached over the top of the motor, a swipe from its fingernails missing her nose by inches. She didn't think about what she was doing. There was no time to. If she had, she might have died. She twisted the throttle's bicycle-type grip all the way open, throwing herself back down against the hull. The engine shuddered as the propeller cut into the zombie's crotch and belly. Eleanor could hear the engine straining as the blades cut into its midsection, and then, for a horrible moment, leveling out to the steady, burring roar of a blender on frap as the blades entered the guts inside, churning up everything they touched. The zombie still had its arms outstretched, as if it had every intention of bear-hugging the motor, but it was jittering now like a man being electrocuted. His mouth was open, and his cheeks were shaking, ropes of bloody spit flying out to either side. But the zombie never even blinked. Even as the motor finally burned itself out, dying with a sickening crunch that might have been metal unable to cut through any more bone, the zombie stared at Eleanor with a look that was both utterly vacant and insanely hungry. But it too died, and shortly after the engine conked out, the zombie fell face first onto the top of the motor, uttering a breathy sigh as it collapsed. Eleanor, on her back in the bottom of the boat, looked up at the dead zombie, horrified by what she'd just done. Her hands were shaking, her heart beating 1,000 miles an hour. This was a full-blown adrenaline dump she was experiencing, and all because of what she'd somehow managed to make herself do. Zombies were closing in on her on all sides. Behind her, the Shah's voices were getting louder. But at that moment she didn't care about any of that. The only thing that seemed real was the memory echo of the throttle bucking in her hand as it cut into that zombie's guts, and the blood that had splattered all over its face, and the sickening crunch of metal on bone that had finally killed the engine and the zombie. Those things were real. But slowly, the adrenaline loosed its hold on her stomach, and her muscles relaxed. She rose onto her knees and looked over the back of the boat, and all at once wished she hadn't. Blood was pooling out from the dead zombie like a spreading oil slick. Large pink and yellow chunks of its guts floated on the water. The zombie itself had been split open from the crotch up to the base of the sternum, a curling length of its spinal column jutting out behind it like a rat's tail. Eleanor gagged, but didn't dry heave this time. It was just too much to process right now. She heard the shots that followed, but didn't realize the Shahs were shooting at her, at least not at first. What she did realize was that the zombie that had been trying to climb into the boat while she had her back turned had just been perforated by rifle fire. She heard a bullet strike the metal hull of the boat, and several others slam into the zombie that had luckily chosen the wrong moment to get between her and the Shahs. Eleanor watched the dead zombie slip off the gunwale and back into the water, a line of bullet holes down its back, and then looked up to see Captain Mark Shaw locking in his sights for another burst. She hit the deck just as another 3 rounds struck the motor above her.
"Oh, Jesus," she thought. "Oh, my God. What do I do? What do I do?"
Careful to keep her head down, she reached for her M16 and pulled it in close to her chest. Then, with her left hand, she slipped one shoulder strap of the backpack over her arm.
"Please let this work," she whispered.
And without pausing to consider what she was doing, she stuck the M16 over the bow of the boat and fired one-handed toward the Shahs. The next instant she rolled over the side of the boat and slid under the surface. There were zombies all around her, but as soon as she went under, she was lost to them. She kicked as hard as she could toward the edge of the street. Several times she bumped into zombies and felt their hands clutching at her back and at her legs, but she never stopped kicking. She swam until her lungs began to burn, and the need for air was too great to ignore. Only then did she pop her head up and look around. She had emerged just behind a female zombie. It turned toward her and lunged, but Eleanor was just out of the zombie's reach, and it fell face first into the water. The woman popped right back up, spitting and swiping at the air with her diseased fingernails. Eleanor backed away, heading toward a small gap between an air conditioner repair shop and a thrift store.
"Dad, over there!"
Eleanor spun around. Captain Shaw and Anthony were almost on top of the boat now.
"Christ, they'd covered a lot of distance," she thought. "If I'd waited a second longer."
She ran for the alley, expecting the air to fill with bullets at any second. But miraculously, that didn't happen. Eleanor rounded the corner, splashing and kicking as hard as she could. That voice inside her head, that voice that had grown more and more powerful since all this started, was screaming at her to go.
"Run! Don't stop! Run with everything you've got!"
The alley was short. It opened onto a wide, shallow sea that must have been a parking lot or a grassy courtyard before the floods. Ahead of her were 3 barn-like apartment buildings, white and dingy, with steep, sloping tiled roofs. An unbelievably huge crowd of zombies was pouring into the building on her left, their moaning so loud it seemed like a jet was passing overhead. More were coming from her right, attracted by the moaning. She was surrounded. Where was she going to go?
"You gotta make up your mind,"
the voice in her head said.
"Go! Go now!"
And so Eleanor ran. Captain Shaw watched Eleanor slip into the alleyway with a dull rage that was becoming all too familiar. She had slipped through his fingers again. How the fuck did that happen? How was she even alive? He had killed her himself. He had blasted her brains out all over that fucking altar, all over those dead bodies. A thought took shape in his mind. At first he refused to acknowledge it, but the more he tried to resist, the more sense it made. After all, hadn't she done the mama bird thing once already? What would stop her from doing it again? "She switched her clothes with that dead woman I shot," he said. Anthony turned to his father. "You mean the one in the church?" "Yeah." Anthony seemed confused. Shaw watched his son thinking the problem through, and then suddenly the lights went on behind Anthony's eyes. "You mean she—" "Yeah, that's exactly what I mean."
"But how could she do that?"
Anthony said. His face was twisted up in a grimace, as if he had smelled something bad.
"I mean, under all those bodies."
"It's called mental toughness, Anthony." Then to himself he muttered, "I just didn't think she had it in her." He switched his rifle to semi-auto and started shooting zombies until the street was nearly clear. Then he went to his boat and examined the damage. Seeing what she'd done there, the way she'd nearly sliced the zombie in half with a propeller, all Shaw could do was stand in awe. "Damn," he muttered. "She's a tough one, all right." Anthony was watching the alley where they'd last seen Eleanor. "There's a lot of zombies over there," he said. "What do you want to do, Dad?" Shaw stared at the gutted zombie for a long time without answering. "What are we going to do, Dad?" "We're going to find her. And when we catch her, we're going to kill her." Anthony nodded slowly. "Okay," he said. "Okay." "Good boy," Shaw said. "How's your arm doing?"
"It hurts like a son of a bitch. I can't feel my fingers."
"You feeling cold? Short of breath?"
"A little, yeah."
"Okay, we need to hurry this up. Go over to your boat there and get the duffel bags. I'll carry them, but that means you're going to have to do some of the shooting. You think you can manage that?" Anthony stiffened.
"Yes, sir."
Shaw nodded. "I hope so," he said. The front door was blasted inward. As Eleanor reached the apartment building's landing, she saw it hanging from its bottom hinge. Beyond the open doorway was a narrow hall that ran the length of the building. At the far end was another door, also blasted inward. She stopped in the entranceway and looked down. Smears of what was almost certainly blood covered the top half of the door. Bits of debris floated lazily on the water that flowed through the building's first door. The zombies, she realized, must have gone through every building out here, looking for survivors. "Looking for something to eat," she corrected herself. And more would be coming soon. She glanced back at the water she had just traversed. There was no sign of the Shaws, but at the moment they were only one of her worries. Eleanor had managed to make it most of the way to the building before the zombies pouring into the building next door spotted her, and once they did, they sent up the call. She watched in horrified dismay as they peeled away from the building they'd been trying to enter, and staggers stumbled toward her. Within seconds they were closing on her from 3 sides, far too many for a stand-up fight. She had seen row upon row of them advancing on her position, an almost endless tapestry of psychotic and mangled faces, and she had run for the door. She made it inside, and they followed, as she both knew and feared they would. For a moment it looked as if she might be able to wade down the hallway and go out the back door, but she very quickly saw that wasn't going to happen. Even before she reached the back door, she saw a huge crowd, hundreds, maybe even thousands, emerging from the darkness south of the apartments.
"No,"
she said, shaking her head.
"It's not fair. Damn it."
Zombies had already entered the front door, their moans echoing off the walls. Not knowing what else to do, she waded over to the stairs and climbed up to the second floor, where she turned and waited. She was thinking of the Meadow Lakes Business Park, how the zombies had struggled with the stairs, and she hoped that would help her now. She gripped the rifle tightly as the first moans reached the foot of the stairs.
"This isn't going to work,"
the voice inside her head told her.
"Yes, it will,"
she snapped back. She swallowed hard. Her waterlogged fingers felt cold and numb against the M16's metal receiver. Her breathing was coming fast and shallow now.
"It won't work,"
the voice said again.
"Remember Bobby Hester, how you watched him climb the stairs? You've got to run. Go, run!"
"It will work," she said. "It will."
But she didn't really believe it. And when the first zombies appeared at the foot of the stairs and started up, she surrendered to the voice inside her head and ran up the stairs as fast as she could make her legs go. The stairs led all the way to the roof. She emerged onto a small rectangular platform dotted with pipe vents and fans, the floor ribbed with snake-like tar strips. Eleanor closed the door behind her, and then turned around to look for someplace to hide. But it was useless. There was nothing up here big enough to hide behind. She had gone as high as she could go, and now the zombies had treed her, just as surely as bloodhounds driving a raccoon up a pine. She had nowhere else to go. The moaning was growing louder, and with mounting terror she realized she could hear their footsteps trudging heavily up the stairs. She closed her eyes and prayed for something to take her away from all this, some helicopter to swoosh down out of nowhere and take her away. But when she opened her eyes again, the sky was as empty as it had been before she closed them. In the distance, she could see towering columns of orange flame rising up into the night sky, filling it with a ghastly glow. There was gunfire, too, distant and muffled, and faintly, rising up from the wreckage, the sounds of someone screaming.
"We're dying,"
she thought.
"Not just me. All of us. This city. It's dead."
There was a dull thud against the roof's door, and Eleanor flinched.
"Already? Were they here already?"
"All right, then," she said, raising her rifle toward the door. "Whenever you're ready."
"Anthony, move!"
Shaw shouted. Anthony grunted, half-turned, and fired a reckless shot toward a female zombie just ahead of him. The zombie was crack-horse skinny, her clothes hanging off her emaciated frame in bloody tatters. Every inch of her skin was crisscrossed with cuts and scratches, as though she'd stumbled through a dense thicket of thorns. Her nose was gone. It looked as if it had been bitten off. There was nothing but a black, gummy hole there now, oozing infected blood. Her head hung forward, revealing a huge gash from the base of her hairline down her forehead and across the orbit of her eye. She seemed so frail, so skeletal, that it was a wonder why she was able to walk at all, but she did, and with every step she grew closer to Anthony.
"Shoot her or get out of the way, Anthony!"
"I'm trying,"
Anthony said. But Shaw was aware that his son's voice had changed. He was whining now, frustrated. Anthony had never been frustrated by anything in his life. Everything had always come so easily for him. Athletics, girls, police work. But now, the gunshot wound in his shoulder and the shock into which it was sending him were starting to cloud his head. He was missing easy shots, and with every miss, his frustration and his fear grew stronger.
"Focus, Anthony! Front sight on the target!"
Shaw was yelling over his shoulder. He'd have shot the zombie for him if he'd been able, but they were surrounded, and he had plenty of his own problems to worry about. They'd followed Eleanor back through the alley and come out on a wide stretch of water behind the apartment buildings, just as she was running inside. In a flash, Shaw had realized what was happening. The infected were swarming the apartment building on his extreme left, but as soon as they noticed Eleanor blundering her way through the no-man's land between the back of the thrift shop and the apartments, they went after her. He'd watched them pour into the building, and for a second he'd allowed himself a rising sense of elation. They were gonna rip her to shreds. And that meant the zombies would do his job for him. He and Anthony could get the hell out of here. And then Anthony had started shooting. Shaw had spun around, ready to slap the shit out of the boy for blowing their cover, and stopped cold. On their way back here, they'd passed a darkened, empty doorway. Or at least it had seemed empty. But no sooner had they disturbed the water in front of the door than a steady stream of zombies burst out of it and went straight for Anthony. They were practically right on top of him from the start. Shooting his Glock left-handed, he managed to put down 6 of them with perfect headshots. But it was a losing battle, and he was forced to run to his father's side for protection. Shaw moved fast. He picked off the zombies nearest to Anthony and guided him into the open space between the buildings. It was the only place left to run. Within seconds, they were surrounded. Shaw and Anthony fell together back to back and started fighting for their lives.
"Keep your weapon up!"
Shaw yelled at him.
"Come on, Anthony! Stay with me, son!"
But Anthony was fading fast. Between backward glances over his shoulder, Shaw could see that plain enough. Anthony's gun kept dipping to the water, as if it was way too heavy for him. His face was white as cheese. His breathing had become ragged, and underneath the raspy pull of his lungs, Shaw could hear the whimpers of frustration and fear. Shaw still carried the duffel bags and the gas can, and he was about to toss them aside when a zombie erupted from the water and grabbed hold of Anthony's injured right arm. Anthony let out a shrieking yell that Shaw felt down to his bones. He thrashed and kicked and tried to shake the zombie loose, but he was weak, and all he managed to do was pitch over to one side and go under.
"Anthony, no!"
Shaw cried. Shaw spun around and shot Anthony's attacker in the face.
"Shit! Where are you, Anthony?"
He jammed his free hand down into the water and groped around for Anthony. The next instant his fingers closed on his son's shirt, and Shaw yanked him up. He stood Anthony up and saw that his eyes were drooping, but he was still breathing. "Are you okay?" Shaw asked. "Did he bite you?" But he already knew the answer. Even as he spoke, he could see the blood pouring down his son's shoulder. The shirt fabric ripped away to reveal a deep bite. "Oh, Anthony," he said. He lost all control then. He tried to speak, but his throat was too tight to let the words out. Tears were streaming down his face. "Anthony, no!"
"Daddy, I don't want to die. Please don't leave me."
The words polarized something inside Shaw. He was still raging inside, still trembling with anger and denial and fear and love. And somehow, in all that mixed-up pain, he found the strength to talk. "I've got you, Anthony. I won't leave you." And with that, he threw Anthony over his shoulder in a fireman's carry and ran toward the apartment building, firing his M16 one-handed into the zombies closing in around them. Hands and faces danced in and out of view, but Shaw just ducked his head and ran. He felt the zombies clutching at him, pulling at him. But all of that was somehow secondary, a world away. All that mattered was getting his son somewhere safe and warm, providing for him, caring for him. They entered the apartment's central hallway and were immediately thrown into darkness. He saw dim shapes midway down the hall, bumbling into each other as they attempted to mount the stairs, and he could hear the ones from outside splashing around behind him. He looked left, looked right, and saw a closed door a few feet down the hall. Shaw set Anthony down next to the door and rammed it with his shoulder. It gave way on his second attempt, and he found himself inside the open doorway, looking at a decomposing corpse face up on a mattress. He stared at it for a second, breathing hard. The skin on the corpse's face had turned black with rot, the chest and stomach bloated with the gases that accompany decomposition. Its hands were gnarled claws, and the tightening action of rigor had pulled them up in front of the chest in a posture that suggested the corpse was frozen while trying to push away some great weight. Shaw let out a long, hissing breath of disgust.
"So this is it," he thought. "Last stand down here with the dead. And the dying. Okay, then. So be it."
He threw the duffel bags on top of the TV set at the foot of the bed, and then stepped back into the hallway, grabbed Anthony and pulled him inside the room, leaning him up against the wall. He closed the door and braced it with a dresser. Then he crossed to the bed, and with one quick motion dumped the mattress and the decaying corpse into the water, propping the mattress up so that it sandwiched the corpse against the wall.
"No point in Anthony having to see that," he thought.
"Can you help me with this?" Shaw asked, getting into position to push the bed against the door. He looked at his son. Anthony's face had turned so pale the blood vessels showed through the skin. His eyes were rimmed and red, his mouth hanging open. Anthony stared back at him, his expression a ghastly mixture of terror and blank incomprehension.
"It's okay, son. Just stand there."
He reached into the pouch he kept at his left hip and counted 6 more full magazines.
"Damn it," he thought. "Not nearly enough."
But when he looked up at Anthony, his smile was steady.
"Don't you worry, son. Daddy's gonna take care of you."
Chapter 21. Eleanor backed away from the door. The zombies were banging on the other side, causing it to shake in the frame. Panicking, she looked around once again for something she could use as cover. But there was nothing.
"Get a grip, girl,"
she told herself.
"Slow down. Focus. Think this through."
"No," she said aloud. "No, I can't."
"You can. You will. You have to, Eleanor. Get a grip."
The gun was a known quantity, something she could control. In the academy, her tactics instructors had taught her to slow down, analyze the situation. When things get out of hand, you get control of one thing, really focus, and everything else will start to fall in line. Eleanor did that now. She ejected the M16's magazine and counted 11 rounds. She had those and one in the chamber, and another full magazine in the back pocket of her jeans. But that was it. After that, she'd be reduced to using the rifle as a club. How could she have made it through so much, she wondered, only to be reduced to this? It wasn't fair. She had fought a better fight than this. Hadn't she done everything a woman could possibly be expected to do? The door shook with another hard hit, and this time something cracked. The wood was giving way. As she watched, a crack raced from just below the doorknob over to the bottom hinge. How many hands were pounding on that door, she wondered. 12? 14? More than that? It sounded as if the stairs beyond were full of the infected. And then the door gave way. It snapped off its hinges and fell from the door frame in 2 large pieces. And in the darkness beyond, Eleanor could see the faces of the damned. For a moment they stared at her, and her at them, and then they surged forward, a wave of teeth and fingernails. She raised her rifle. The ghost ring sight centered on the lead zombie's chest. And then she lowered it. Inspiration struck. She stepped over the low wall of the air-conditioning platform and onto the steeply sloping roof. There was an uncertain moment, a deliciously acrophobic moment as her stomach rolled over and she felt as if she might faint. And then she closed her eyes and forced herself to regain control. Then she opened her eyes and started crab-walking across the roof, the shingles rough as sandpaper between her fingers. She moved toward the north corner of the building, passing beneath the air-conditioning platform, and chanced to look up. One of the zombies was lunging toward her. It went over the knee-high wall and tumbled forward, down the side of the roof and over the edge. She watched it fall, arms and legs pinwheeling wildly in the air, and she let out a cry that was part terrified whimper, part triumphant yell. Breathing hard, she looked back up at the air-conditioning platform. More zombies were coming over the knee-high wall around the platform. Several of them lost their balance and went over the side of the roof. But others stayed on their feet and started toward her. Moving in a crouch, Eleanor backed away. She had maybe 30 feet left of roof behind her, but she could already tell she was going to have to stand and fight. More and more of the zombies were making their way down the length of the roof. She raised her rifle and fired at a female up near the roof peak. The zombie collapsed and rolled down the side, taking 6 others with it.
"Yeah!"
she screamed, shaking her rifle at the remaining zombies.
This is going to work, she thought. It is really going to work.
But there were still others she couldn't just bowl off the side. A fat blond man in a blue T-shirt was closing on her. His jeans were soaked with blood, and with every shuffling step across the shingled roof, his tattered sneakers left dark smears of ichor. She stepped over the ridge and grabbed her gun by the barrel, holding it like a baseball bat. She waited for him to step into range, and when he was close enough, she swung for his head. The blow knocked him down, but he grabbed for her at the same time, and the M16 shoulder strap got caught up in his fingers. The next instant, Eleanor was struggling to maintain her balance. The zombie was sliding down the roof sheeting, but it was pulling her with it, and try as she might, she just couldn't keep her feet. Eleanor pitched over forward, landed on her chin, and slid down the side of the roof. She saw the edge racing toward her, the yawning emptiness beyond it coming rapidly into view, and she clawed at the shingles for something to hold on to. The next instant the zombie was tumbling over the side and falling free to the writhing carpet of clutching hands and upturned faces below. Eleanor followed after it, swinging her legs over the edge and catching herself on the eaves at the last possible instant. She had only seen the ground below for a second, but that had been more than enough for her. There were hundreds of zombies crowded in together down there. An infected bolus of hands and teeth and gore reaching up for her, their collective motion almost tidal. Eleanor was delirious with panic. Her fingers were digging into the tar-strip shingles, but it wasn't enough. She was slipping, inch by inch. Her legs pumped and kicked at the empty air. Her backpack and the M16 seemed to weigh a ton. She would have jettisoned them if she'd had a free hand, but that couldn't happen now. Her grip gave for just a second, and she slid 4 or 5 inches farther down, leaving only her nose and chin above the level of the roof. A scream rose in her throat. Above her, coming down the slope of the roof in a lurching, out-of-control trot, was another zombie. This one was unable to control its descent, and toppled over the edge, his fingers grazing the sleeve of her blouse as he went over top of her. But the others behind her were moving more slowly. And even in her panicked state, a part of her mind told her that at least one of those zombies would have enough control to attack her hands. Then she caught a sound rising above all the others. It was a scream. A young girl shrieking for help.
"Medicine!"
Eleanor yelled back.
"Medicine!"
In her mind, Eleanor was absolutely certain that the sound was coming from her daughter, the way a mother will know the cry of her own hurt child above the din of dozens of others on a crowded playground. Madison was down there somewhere. Alive. Alive, but in trouble. Eleanor kicked at the side of the building, praying for a ledge, a windowsill, anything she could use. What she found was a metal pipe. The toe of her sneaker raked across it. Frantic, she groped for it with her foot, trying to get a feel for where it was, and felt it curve upward, hugging the underside of the eaves. 2 more zombies sailed over top of her. She chanced to look down and saw them splash into the water, the zombie horde seeming to swallow them up whole.
"Oh, Jesus," she thought. "Oh, sweet Jesus, please make this work."
Aware that she only had one chance to get this right, she reached under the eaves with her right hand and gripped the top of the pipe.
"Please," she said. "Oh, please."
She let go of the roof and slid off the side, screaming as her weight dropped and her fingers nearly let go. But her grip did hold. Eleanor fell forward, smacking face first into the wall. She brought her left hand up, slapping wildly at the pipe, and got her fingers around it. She pumped her feet against the wall until she got traction there, and then was still. Her heart was pounding in her chest. A white-hot pain shot up from her fingers to her shoulders, but she didn't care. She was deliriously happy just to be alive, and she threw her head back and let out a yell that gave way first to laughter, and then to tears. Eleanor looked down and saw a window just below her left shoe. She could make it, she thought, as long as the pipe would continue to bear her weight. Working slowly, careful to keep as much weight as possible on her feet, she started to slide down. When she reached the bottom ledge of the window, she glanced inside. The floor was a patchwork of puddles, dotted by glass blown in during the recent storms. Sodden furniture had turned gray from mildew. The front door had been knocked in, by zombies, she guessed, going room to room looking for food. But there were no zombies in there now, and that was all that counted. She climbed in through the window and sat down heavily on the ledge, exhausted down to the bone. But she couldn't rest, and she knew it. Madison was out there. She couldn't hear her screams anymore, but she knew in her heart that her daughter was out there somewhere, and that Madison needed her. That was all it took for Eleanor. The muscles in her arms and back ached. Standing up took a sheer act of will. But stand she did. Eleanor turned and leaned out the window and looked down. A blur of faces stared back up at her. She felt suddenly sick, lightheaded and utterly empty of ideas. How was she going to get over there? And for that matter, what was she going to do if she did get over there? There were thousands of zombies down there, and all she had was a handful of bullets. But she had to try. From somewhere below she heard a man's voice, yelling in defiant rage. The sound was followed by the chainsaw clatter of machine-gun fire. Mark Shaw, she thought. The fucking bastard's still alive, still fighting. She nearly spit on the floor in disgust. But then she stopped and thought about Captain Shaw. Still alive, still fighting. He would fight, wouldn't he? To the very end. That was the kind of man he was. Maybe she could use that. She leaned back out the window and looked down. There was a cinder-block wall down there that connected her building with the building from which she had heard Madison's screams. She could run across that. Maybe. And maybe Captain Shaw could help her with the zombies. She started to scream at the crowd. She yelled at the top of her lungs, waving at them, picking up trash from the floor and throwing it out the window at them.
Up here, you fucking bastards! Come on! Come and get me!
Her voice stirred them up, exactly as she hoped it would. Their moans rose from a dull roar to a maddened frenzy.
That's it!
She screamed, slapping the outside wall below her window.
That's it! Come on up! You want me? Come and take me!
The crowd surged against the ground floor. They were pouring in through windows and circling around to the front of the building to enter the doorway there. But she could hear them out in the hallway, too. The ones from the roof would be coming down. Probably already were. She was pretty sure she could hear them banging around out there on the stairs, searching for her. And then she heard gunfire again. Coming hard, coming fast.
"That's it, Shaw," she muttered. "Chew 'em up."
She didn't give herself a chance to think about what came next. There was no way she could have, and still have had the nerve to go forward. She climbed out the window, one hand on the metal pipe, and swung herself out. Then she started down the pipe, blocking out the ravenous moaning below as best she could, thinking only of Madison. As she went lower, the sound of shooting grew louder. Shaw was, exactly as she expected, putting up one hell of a good fight. And it was driving the zombies into a frenzy. They were pouring into the building now.
"Come on,"
she said quietly, watching them.
"Keep coming."
She dropped onto the wall and teetered there, her arms outstretched for balance. Zombies reached up for her, slapping the wall with their bloody palms, trying in vain to climb the slime-slick walls. She swallowed once, and then turned all her focus on walking the wall.
"One foot after the other," she thought. "One step at a time."
She made it halfway across before one of the zombies managed to get a hand on her shoe. Eleanor wasn't sure how it had happened, whether it had jumped or simply scaled over the backs of the others, but the end result was the same. Its mangled hand clamped down over the toe of her sneaker and didn't let go. As the zombie tumbled back down into the water below, Eleanor pitched over. The pack shifted on her back. The M16 slipped off her shoulder, and she reached for it clumsily, barely regaining control of the weapon in time to prevent one of the zombies from grabbing it. She was on her knees now, struggling to get back up. Faces swam below her, indistinct and hostile. The noise was tremendous. But she had her balance back, at least for the time being. Would it help? She wondered. The tendons in her ankles felt limp as wet spaghetti. Her legs were burning. Eleanor rose slowly, painfully to her feet, straightened the pack and the weapon, and started walking again. She rushed her final steps and actually lunged for the wall, catching the metal pipe that ran up the side of the building as if it was base in a game of tag. And maybe, she thought, in a way, it kind of was. She had made it across the courtyard. She was close now. Very close. The window to her right led into a second-story efficiency apartment. Eleanor had to kick in the window to get inside, and once she did, she ran to the door and listened to the hallway outside. With so many voices moaning, screaming, it was hard to focus on exactly where they were coming from. Behind her? Below her? Above? She couldn't tell. Eleanor took a chance and opened the door a crack. The hallway beyond was dark. She listened and couldn't make out any footsteps. If this building was anything like the one she just left, and she didn't see why it wouldn't be, from the outside they appeared to be twins, there would be staircases at the front of the building and another in the back. She went out into the hallway and crossed to the stairs. Looking down into the gloom below, she could see zombies pushing against each other, trying to make their way back to the back of the building. At the same time, she heard Madison screaming. She was very close.
"Madison!"
she gasped. Down below, several pairs of eyes turned toward her. They started up the stairs, a renewed hunger in their moaning, and soon a dozen or more were coming for her.
"Oh, shit,"
she said, backing up. She looked up. The stairwell twined up 4 stories, just like in the other building. There was room to retreat. But when she looked back down the stairs, she realized that the number of her pursuers had grown. From an original dozen or so, a swarm had formed. They were pushing against each other, some falling onto their faces as the stronger ones behind them clambered over their backs in their rush to overtake her.
"That's it!"
she screamed at them.
"Come on up, you bastards! Come and get me!"
She backed up the stairs, careful to keep just a few steps ahead of the lead zombie, calling out to them the whole time.
"Don't stop!"
she yelled.
"Come on!"
When she reached the 3rd-floor landing, she broke away from the stairs and sprinted down the central hallway to the back of the building. Here she had to be quick. She brought her M16 up and worked her way quickly down the stairs, scanning every corner to make sure she wasn't stepping into a crowd of them. She passed a dead and mostly eaten body on the second-floor landing, but no zombies, and she was thankful for that. But then she jumped into the water at the ground floor and turned the corner. And there, less than 10 feet in front of her, was Jim, hanging from the ceiling, and Madison on his back. Eleanor couldn't believe it. He had his hands on one wall, his feet against the opposite wall, his body like an arch over the floor, and below him, a swarm of zombies groped the air and tugged at his shirt. "Leave him alone," she said, her voice just a notch above a whisper. The zombies turned toward her. One by one their hands dropped from the air, and they came for her. Eleanor felt something click inside her. Some important part of her was coming into focus, and everything seemed to slow down. She saw every face in that zombie crowd, and as she raised her rifle and started firing, she felt utterly calm and completely in control. The zombies went down one by one, and when the last empty cartridge shell flew from the weapon's breech, the water was choked with bodies. Nothing moved but the water. It lapped against the walls and rocked the dead bodies gently. They were alone now. Eleanor looked up at her husband, at the ashen, sweat-soaked expression on his face, and said, "Jim?" He dropped from the ceiling then. He and Madison landed in the water with a dull splash. Madison let out a startled cry that was silenced by the water. Eleanor ran forward and scooped her up and squeezed her so hard Madison began to choke. "Mom!" she gasped. "Oh, baby," Eleanor said. "Oh, my sweet baby." She held Madison at arm's length then, barely believing that she was holding her again. Madison's dirty face was lined by tear tracks. The whites of her eyes stood out with startling clarity. "Mom, I was so scared." "I know, baby. Are you okay? Did they hurt you?" Madison could only shake her head no, and then she started to cry. Eleanor pulled her close and hugged her, and thought there was no way under the sun she was going to let that little girl go again. Until her gaze met Jim's. Eleanor had seen exhaustion before. She'd seen it as a girl in the faces of the rescue workers during Hurricanes Rita and Ike. She'd seen it in the faces of her fellow cops after the Westheimer riots 5 years ago. And she had seen it in the eyes of the refugees who waited up on the Beltway for their turn to go through the military's checkpoint. But she had never seen exhaustion like she did in her husband's eyes. The man had been pushed to his very limits, and yet he continued to hold on. She could only imagine what it must have been like, supporting himself and Madison both up on the walls. How long had he been like that? 25 or 30 minutes? "Oh, Jim," she said, and she let Madison go and reached for him. He staggered forward and collapsed against her. She took his weight by throwing her arms around him. "Jim, you did it. I can't believe it. You saved our daughter. Thank you." He grunted, but didn't embrace her. She backed away slightly and looked at him. "Jim?" The muscles in his upper arms felt hard as concrete. "Jim, are you okay?" "I can't feel my arms," he said. She laughed at that, laughed hard, and when at long last she got it under control, she threw her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. "Come on," she said, looking first at Jim, then at Madison. "Let's get out of here." Chapter 22. The door caved inward. Mark Shaw's gaze snapped toward it, M16 at the ready. Hands were reaching through the narrow gap, pressing on the door, shaking it. The zombies had managed to open it maybe 3 inches, but the bed frame and the dresser were holding, for now, and Shaw lowered his weapon. Anthony was still standing in the same place, swaying drunkenly, a soul-sick look in his eyes. Shaw took the pistol from Anthony's hand and walked around the bed frame so he could see out the gap. A zombie was trying to jam his face through the opening, the lips pulled back in a grin of bloody teeth, and right before Shaw shot him in the face, he had a flash of Jack Nicholson in The Shining, jamming his head through the door he'd just hacked with a hatchet, taunting Shelley Duvall with an insanely shrill, "Here's Johnny!" Shaw's first shot killed the zombie, but there were too many bodies pressing up against it from behind, and though the corpse sagged downward, it didn't fall. Shaw had just enough room to see over the dead zombie. Working slowly, taking each shot in its turn, he emptied the remainder of the magazine into the crowd. "Let the corpses pile up," he thought. "The fuckers will have to climb their way over. Maybe it'll slow them up a little." When the gun was empty, he tossed it aside. There was no point in holding on to a weapon that didn't have any bullets. And it wasn't like they were going to get out of this alive. Shaw realized with an eerie calm that he'd already resigned himself to that fate. The only question was how long he could hold out. But that wasn't the only question, was it? There was Anthony to think about, too. Shaw licked his dry and cracked lips, then looked at his youngest son, his wonderfully gifted child. Anthony was doing badly. Besides a distinctly circular swaying, he was pale, so very pale. His lips had lost their color. His eyes were red-rimmed, and they had a glazed, unfocused look, as if he were high on dope and close to passing out. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. Shaw thought, "What about you, son? When the time comes, will I be able to do it for you, like I did for Brent?" But with the same mental breath, he answered his own question. "Yes, you will. You'll have to. There is a duty to perform, and you will do it, just like you've always done, just like you tried to teach to your sons. Maybe Anthony won't understand why you have to do it. Maybe he'll spend his last few lucid moments pleading for you to save his life instead of taking it. For as gifted as he was, Anthony was never the one to make the hard decisions. He never understood that mercy could be savage, or that sometimes a father's love could hurt. He never understood." The zombies continued to pound on the door. Shaw could hear the wood snapping. It wouldn't be long now. 2 or 3 minutes at the most. Soon there would be some hard fighting, some Davy Crockett at the Alamo hard fighting. Shaw let his gaze slide from the door back to Anthony. "I'm sorry," he said. Anthony's milky eyes turned on Shaw's, and then seemed to slip out of focus again. "I could have handled this better, I know," Shaw said. "You trusted me to do the right thing, and I thought I was doing the right thing. But sometimes it's hard, you know? It's hard to always know what the right thing is. When you're a dad, you just kind of go with your gut most of the time and hope that dumb luck will see you through it. Most of the time it does. And when it does, it feels so good, but—" Shaw trailed off. He was rambling, not making any sense, and he knew it. Anthony was just staring off into space, as if he was empty inside. None of this was getting through. "You're talking to yourself," Shaw thought. "Yeah, maybe," he muttered. He fingered the edge of the dresser, his mind turning back over the years. "You don't remember this," he said to Anthony, "but when you and Brent were kids, you had this bedroom furniture set that your mom insisted we get for you. They're growing boys," she said. "They need real furniture." He laughed to himself. "I'll still remember it. The Easton collection, in honey pine. Easton, like the baseball bat, you know." I was a detective at the time, making shit for a paycheck. And that furniture cost a ton of money. But your mom said you guys had to have it, and she begged me to buy it. What could I do? I mean, it was for my boys, you know? Only the best. I'd do anything for you guys. He looked at Anthony, but there was nothing there. The boy had no time left. He'd probably go before the door did. Shaw sighed. I worked God knows how many hours of overtime to get the money to pay for that furniture. I must have done a dozen 20-hour shifts, maybe more than that, but I did it. We got the money, and I bought you guys the furniture. Of course, the first thing you did was color it with crayons. I remember you threw Brent into the bedside table about a month after I bought it and broke the lamp. God, you guys were horrible to each other. But it didn't matter, you know. All the work, all the extra hours. It didn't even matter that you rode all over it. I'd never been so proud in my life, just knowing that I had provided for you, that I had done my job as your dad. There's a power in that feeling that makes it all worth it. That's what I wanted to do here, with this money. I wanted that feeling all over again. I wanted to know that I had provided for you. Anthony stirred then. Shaw looked at him hopefully. Anthony, do you understand that? You don't hate me, do you? I promise you I didn't want this to happen.
Can I see the money?
Anthony said. His voice was slurred, the words coming out in a dreamy monotone. Sure, Shaw said. Yeah, of course. Shaw turned back to the mattress, where he'd stowed the 2 duffel bags. He unzipped one of the bags and looked inside.
What the?
He said. He stared at the contents, blinking rapidly, not at all sure what was going on. He turned the bag over on the mattress, and what tumbled out made no sense at all. Plastic trash bags, duct tape, dust masks, glow sticks, candles, chemical water purifiers. It was a classic survival kit, the kind the folks from FEMA had lectured his unit to prepare for their families at home. And then it hit him.
Eleanor Norton,
he thought.
That fucking bitch. She did this. She beat me. How the fuck did that happen? How did that fucking happen?
He turned to Anthony, a stack of napkins in his hand, and had no idea what to say. Anthony, Anthony held out his hand.
I want to hold it,
he said. Shaw looked down at the napkins. Anthony, this... But then he understood, and he tore the band that held the napkins together, and he stuffed the loose napkins into Anthony's groping hand. He closed Anthony's fingers around the paper. You got it?
Yeah,
Anthony said. There was a dreamy sort of distance in his voice, and in his eyes.
It's nice, he said. God, it's nice. I never thought I'd hold so much. I never thought...
He trailed off. Shaw watched him carefully, studying his eyes, the tremor in his lips. Anthony?
Dad, I wanted to say... I wanted to...
He raised his hands slowly, and the paper napkins tumbled from his fingers and floated down to the water around his hips. Tears were streaming down Shaw's face now.
I wanted you to know that I love...
Anthony trailed off again, as though he were deep in thought, considering exactly the right way to say what was weighing on his mind. And while he was lost in thought, the change happened. The last spark of intelligence left his eyes. The essence of who he was, who he had been, was gone. His left arm came up slowly. His mouth fell open, and a moan rose up from his throat. Shaw watched the change, weeping, then raised his rifle. "I love you too, Anthony." "God help me, I love you with all my heart." And then he fired. The bullet snapped Anthony's head back, and he sagged down into the water. Shaw crossed the room quickly and scooped Anthony up in his arms. He pulled him back over to the mattress and threw his arms around him and rocked him gently. "I love you," he said, kissing the top of Anthony's head. "I love you, Anthony." Shaw threw back his head and yelled at the top of his lungs. There was so much inside him, so much rage and love and fear and bitter, bitter loss, and it came out of him in a flood he couldn't have controlled for all the world. His high, lonely cry was met by renewed moaning from out in the hallway. The door burst open, the top half coming loose from the hinges and falling over the top of the bed frame. Shaw was ready for them. As they scrambled over the top of the bed frame, he was waiting with the M16 trained on the doorway.
"Come on, you bastards!"
He started to fire, and he didn't stop shooting, not until they pulled him down into screaming oblivion.
City lights are blazing neon, underworld whispers in the night. Concrete jungle keeps us moving, chasing dreams that take their flight. We paint the town with stories bold, every step a tale unfold. In the shadows, truth we find, street poetry blows our mind. Graffiti preachers drop their wisdom, buskers play their unsung hymns. Alleyways are our kingdoms, where the raw and rough begins. We paint the town with stories bold, every step a tale unfold. In the shadows, truth we find, street poetry blows our mind. Broken glass underfoot we tread, ancient stories in our heads, carving out our destiny through the urban tapestry. Whispers of our past, they linger, voice of future bolder still. In the chaos of the city, we find solace in the thrill.
Chapter 23. It was a little after 3 a.m. when Eleanor and Jim and Madison slipped away from the apartment building and began their solitary trek toward the city walls. In the distance they could hear gunfire and helicopters and indistinct sounds that might have been screams. And closer, coming from all around them, the moans of the infected. They were survivors, too. Not many, but a few. They walked silently on, bound for God knew where. They didn't hail the Nortons, and the Nortons didn't wave or call out to them. It was as if they all existed under glass bell jars, visible to each other, but worlds and worlds apart. It made Eleanor feel sad and small and very tired. To the south, the sky was a hazy orange. The oil refineries were still burning, and the breeze carried the smell of ash and the sea. And under that, the deep, worn-in stench of chemicals and death. If this didn't qualify as hell, Eleanor wasn't sure what would. "We have to find a boat," Jim said. "I don't think I can walk much farther." Eleanor, her hair in damp clumps around her face, her eyes heavy with exhaustion, knew exactly how he felt. She wasn't far from falling over herself. Only Madison seemed to have any stomach left for a long walk. There was a sort of electric buzz around her. The girl couldn't stand still. Her eyes darted everywhere. She flinched at the slightest sound. Eleanor watched her and knew the poor thing was in for a crash when the adrenaline wore off. She just hoped it wouldn't happen too soon. "I guess," Eleanor said, "we head toward the wall and hope that we can find something. A lot of boats got left there." "How far you suppose it is?" She shrugged. "An hour's walk, maybe? I don't know." His shoulders sagged visibly. In the faint starlight he looked 10 years younger, his hair darker, his chin more defined. And that was it, she realized. He did look younger. The exhaustion, the resignation, had given him a boy's look, and yet one that seemed to hold the world at arm's length. She wondered if her own expression was equally as youthful. "No such luck, sister," she thought. "It doesn't happen for women that way. The men get younger looking. The women just get exhausted. You probably look exactly like you feel, like you've been run over by a truck." They trudged on. In the distance, Eleanor could see a street lined with the ruins of shops. Beyond that was the Beltway. Even from this far out she could tell that great lengths of it had collapsed and fallen into the water. Around them, the neighborhood had become a nightmare of burned buildings. Whole blocks seemed to have caught fire. In places, nothing remained but a few blackened poles sticking up from the water. Burned debris floated past them. "Did those helicopters do all this?" Madison asked. "I think so." "Why?" "To push people back from the fence, I would imagine. My guess is they're going to put up some kind of wall around the city, at least for the time being." "But what about all the people?" Madison asked. "What about the ones who aren't infected?" Eleanor sighed. "I suppose they'll be locked in with the zombies," she said. "Oh, my God," Madison said, cupping a hand over her mouth. Isn't that against the law or something? How can they do that?" "These are desperate times," Eleanor said. "People do desperate things." Madison didn't respond to that. At first, Eleanor thought it was another of Madison's angst-filled teenage moments, where everything about the world of adults seems stupid and unkind. But then she realized that Madison was crying. "Hey," she said, and put an arm around her. "Hey, you're okay." "They're going to lock us in here," Madison said. Her untidy brown hair had developed a kink above her forehead. Eleanor touched her daughter's hair and tried to smooth it down, but the hair wouldn't cooperate. "We're going to find a way out," Eleanor said.
"I promise you. I'm going to take care of you."
About a mile farther on, they found a boat. Jim noticed it first. They were walking next to a line of shrubs that had somehow escaped the rockets and the fires that had destroyed everything else around here. Eleanor was watching Jim. He had stumbled twice in just a few minutes, and he seemed to be having some trouble breathing. He put a hand to his chest and rubbed there absently, the way a man will do when he's felt a hitch in his heartbeat that he hopes is nothing.
"Jim, you holding up okay?"
"Yeah, he said. And that was when they heard the sound of tree limbs scraping up against a metal boat hull. They all stopped.
"You hear that?"
he asked her, suddenly perking up. She nodded.
"It sounds like it's coming from over there."
Over there was on the other side of the line of shrubs. Jim didn't hesitate. He ducked into the shrubs and disappeared.
"Jim, wait!"
There was a long pause, and then Jim's voice rose over the shrubs. "It's okay," he said. "You two come on through." Eleanor glanced at Madison, and Madison shrugged.
"After you, Mom."
"Thanks."
Eleanor stepped through the shrubs nervously. The branches were scraggly enough that she was able to hold them out of the way for Madison, revealing a small silver boat with its prow jammed into the canopy of a fallen tree. Eleanor peeked around Jim's shoulder and saw a dead man sitting in the boat. His head had lolled back over his shoulders, but Eleanor could still see the blackened flesh on one side of his face. His clothes, too, were burned.
"Ew,"
Madison said.
"What happened to him?"
"Must have gotten caught in the explosions over by the Beltway," Jim said.
"But how did he get all the way over here?"
"Who knows," Jim said. "Maybe he got injured over there and died while he was trying to get away."
"Maybe he drifted over here,"
Eleanor offered. "Yeah," Jim said. "Could be. Here, help me move him off the boat." Eleanor and Jim grabbed the dead man by the back of his shirt and pulled him down into the water. Then they pulled the boat from the tree canopy and gave it a quick once-over. "Looks like it'll work," he said.
"Yeah. Madison, you ready?"
Madison glanced at the dead man floating face up in the water, swallowed, and then got in. Eleanor followed, then Jim last. He tried to pull the starter cord on the boat's outboard, but he couldn't make it work.
"Eleanor, can you—" "Huh?"
"My arms," he said lamely. He looked mortified.
"I can't. They hurt too bad."
She understood then.
"Oh, yeah, sure."
They switched places, and Eleanor got the motor started and guided them away from the line of shrubs and toward the Beltway. They were facing due east, and the coming dawn had lit the sky in tones of pink and gray. Ahead of them, the Beltway and the buildings around it looked like London in those grainy old black-and-white movies from the Second World War. Everywhere she looked, Eleanor saw skeletal ruins crumbling into the water. Some were little more than a single wall. Everything had been touched by fire. Gray concrete dust still hung in the air, moving slowly, like smoke on the water. The water was thick with charred bodies. A few, horribly, still moved, and some of them could even raise a blackened hand and moan. The Beltway itself was a jumbled mess. Large pieces of concrete jutted up from the water at odd angles, and in the screen of dust they resembled the prows of ships sinking into the ocean. A helicopter flew overhead, very close. Eleanor had already cut the motor a good distance back, rowing them to this point. She didn't want the motor's noise to attract soldiers, or worse, more zombies, and she thought that decision might save them now. The helicopters almost certainly had heat-sensing equipment, so they would pick them up for sure. But if the boat was just drifting, maybe they wouldn't appear any different than the other bodies in the water, and in the derelict boats. After all, most of them had been badly burned. Heat signatures would be everywhere.
"Get your head down,"
she said to Madison.
"Everybody stay still." "Mom!"
"Shh," Eleanor said.
"We're okay. Just stay still. It'll be gone in a second."
The helicopter glided slowly overhead. The pilot didn't appear to be looking for anything in particular, just cruising, and Eleanor watched the aircraft glide away until the red taillights were far in the distance.
"I think we're okay,"
she said at last. "No," Jim said. "Eleanor, we can't do it this way. As soon as they realize that we're not a derelict, they'll fire on us. We didn't come all this way to die now."
"No," she said. "You're right."
"So what do we do?" Eleanor smiled. 24 hours earlier, she would have answered Jim's question with an, "I don't know." But now things had changed. She had changed. And she knew exactly what they needed to do.
"Hang on," she said. "We're doubling back."
The first fingers of daylight were spreading over the flooded ruins when she finally found what she was looking for.
"Okay,"
she said in a whisper.
"You do wait for me here." "Eleanor, Hey, it'll be okay. Jim, I can do this."
He looked at her then, and the expression on his face was one she didn't quite recognize.
"What is it?"
"It's you," he said. "You've changed." She started to object, to ask him what that was supposed to mean, but he stopped her. "No," he said. No, it's a good thing. I mean... Oh, hell. Eleanor, we've been married 15 years, and I never knew this woman was inside of you. It's like you've blossomed. You're like Superwoman, or Wonder Woman, or whatever the hell she's called, but you have changed. All I'm trying to say is I like it. I like this. She was blushing to the roots of her hair. "I don't really—" she started to say, but trailed off. He leaned forward and kissed her then. "Just be careful, okay? Please?" She nodded.
"Jesus,"
she thought, mentally kicking herself.
"Are you crying? Stop being such a girl."
Eleanor mopped the tears from her eyes with the back of her hand. Then she handed Jim her backpack.
"You two get going," she said.
"I love you, Mom,"
said Madison.
"I love you too, baby. Go with your dad, okay? We'll be out of here before you know it."
Madison hugged her. Eleanor didn't want to let go, but she knew this had to get done. They were running out of darkness. "Go on," she said, guiding Madison toward Jim. Jim took Madison by the shoulders, and together they climbed out of the boat and swam silently over to a pile of broken concrete not far from a hole in the chain-link fence the military had set up. 2 National Guardsmen were standing sentry duty by the hole. They were sitting in a small white fishing boat, drinking coffee from Starbucks cups, looking tired and bored. From the shelter of a bent-over street sign, Eleanor watched Jim and Madison glide into position, so that they were less than 30 feet from the sentries.
"Good," she thought. "Good job, Jim."
Then she turned the boat away and paddled a good distance off. Looking back to the east, she faced the spreading dawn. The horizon was lit with red and copper and gold. The flooded landscape below it a tapestry of shadow and murky light. Years later, when she thought back to this time, to leaving Houston, this is how she would remember it. The crumbling walls dappled with red sunlight. The water towers standing like mute giants over the rubble and the burned bodies. The demolished beltway. She was tempted to turn back to the south and get one final look at the rest of the city that had been her home her entire life. But something told her not to. That looking back was somehow the wrong thing to do. It certainly hadn't worked for Lot's wife. It was the second time in as many days she had thought of the story of Lot's wife, and she couldn't help but chuckle now at the idea of a woman turning into a pillar of salt. But while she could laugh at the image, she could not laugh at the sense behind the story. For wasn't there a certain undeniable truth in it? Didn't it tally with Eleanor's own situation just a little? There was nothing behind Eleanor but the ghost of a city. The end of one life, and the beginning of another, but much more uncertain life. And maybe that was why Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt. Maybe she couldn't reconcile the palaces of her memory with the ruins of her reality. Maybe. But there was no more time for idle thoughts and stories. She scanned the ruins to the east, looking for a target. There were burnt corpses all around her. She pulled one of them into the boat and positioned it next to her.
"You ready?"
she said to the dead body.
"Well, good. At least one of us is."
And then she twisted the throttle all the way open, turning the little boat on a collision course with the military. She pulled the rifle's sling over her shoulder and threw one leg over the gunwale.
"See you around,"
she said. Then she jumped over the side. From his hiding place, Jim watched the little boat accelerate through a debris field of wrecked trucks and garbage and toppled street signs. There was a body hunched over the motor. He projected the line of the boat's course and figured it would hit about 600 yards north of their position. That is, if the military didn't blow it out of the water long before that. In fact, he was already seeing movement around the quarantine wall. A pair of helicopters was sprinting that way, their noses dipped toward the water in an attitude that made them look fiercely determined. Boats were scrambling outside the wall as well. He could see 4 of them powering up, turning that way. Then he looked back at the hole. The 2 sentries were still sitting in their boat, drinking their coffee, their weapons leaning against their seats. Only now they were craning their necks toward the little boat, watching it speed to its imminent destruction. Jim wished he could make some sense out of the voices coming from their radios, but it just sounded like a garbled mess to him. The same as Eleanor's police radio had back when she was still a patrol officer. They didn't seem too concerned, though.
"Daddy?"
Madison was looking at him.
"Poor thing is terrified," he thought. "Well, that makes 2 of us."
"It's okay," he said. "Your mother's going to be along here any second."
"Are you sure this is going to work?"
"No," he wanted to say. Instead, he smiled and squeezed Madison to him.
"Your mother knows what she's doing," he said.
And to himself he added,
"Please let that be true."
Eleanor rose slowly from the water. She was behind a pile of concrete beams, watching the National Guardsmen through a gap in the rubble.
"Definitely weekend soldiers," she thought.
The 2 men were in their mid-30s, both a little overweight, both more interested in complaining about their assignment than in watching their surroundings. And that was just as well. She had swum hard and fast to get here before the little motorboat reached the wall. If these 2 had managed to keep their heads out of their asses, they would have surely heard her coming.
"Oh, well," she thought, "you snooze, you lose."
She stepped around the cement pile with her weapon up and ready.
"Hey, hey!"
one of the men said. Their coffee cups went flying as the 2 men reached clumsily for their weapons.
"Don't do it, guys," Eleanor said. "Hands where I can see them."
From somewhere off to their right, Eleanor heard the sound of guns firing, and she figured the little boat and its corpse captain had just been reduced to floating splinters. She didn't break her concentration, though.
"Fellas, I don't want to kill you. Nobody else needs to die. Just keep those hands up where I can see them.
Go on now, that's it. Keep 'em up."
"Who the fuck are you?"
one of them said. The nameplate on his uniform said Gladry.
"Does it really matter, Mr. Gladry? You and Mr. Unwin there need to step out of the boat and onto the roof of that pickup there."
Gladry just stared at her.
"Move," she said. "Fuck you, lady, we're not going anywhere."
Eleanor swallowed, flexed her finger on the trigger.
Jesus, she didn't want to do this.
She did not want to kill these guys. But then, from beside her, she heard Jim's voice. "You heard the lady," he said. "You boys need to move it." Eleanor glanced at him. She was going to tell him he was crazy, order him back behind cover, remind him she had this under control. But all that changed when she saw him. He was standing there, water dripping off him, her pistol in his hands, and pointed at the 2 National Guardsmen. And then he winked at her. The bastard actually winked at her. She would have laughed if she weren't so damn terrified. But evidently it was enough for the one named Unwin, because he stepped over the side and onto the roof of the pickup next to their boat. Gladry tried to reach for his radio, which was resting inside a cup holder next to the driver's seat, but Eleanor stopped him. "No," she said sharply. "Leave the radios. Leave the weapons." The soldier nodded, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and followed Unwin onto the pickup.
"You can't do this,"
Gladry said to Eleanor. Without taking her weapon off them, Eleanor gave a hand sign for Jim and Madison to climb into the boat the soldiers had just left. The 2 soldiers watched them get on board. Their faces were taut with suppressed tension. A vein in Gladry's forehead seemed to pulse. "You're wrong about that, Gladry. I'm getting my family out of here, and I can, and I will, do anything to make that happen." Then Jim lowered his hand toward her, and Eleanor took it, and he swung her up into the boat. She picked up their radios and inspected the display. It was a Motorola, same as the one the HPD used, but with a slightly different channel system. She tossed both radios into the water.
"Hey!"
Gladry said. Jim looked at the ripples where the radio had just sunk below the surface, and then to Eleanor. "They can track those," she said. She motioned at the pistol in Jim's hand. "Cover them for a second." She ejected the magazines from each of the soldiers' rifles and cleared the chambers. Then she tossed the rifles into the flooded cab of the pickup the 2 men were standing on.
"What did you do that for?"
Unwin said. "Just because I want my family to live doesn't mean I want you to die," Eleanor answered. She tossed their magazines into the flooded bed of the truck. "You can get those back once we're out of sight. Deal?"
"Fuck you!"
Gladry said. His face was turning beet red now. "I'll take that as a yes." She turned to Jim and pointed at a line of buildings off to the left. "Take us out slowly, around that block over there. Don't go too fast. I don't want to attract any attention." "Okay," Jim said, and they moved out. They were able to follow Highway 290 for about 20 minutes before the water got too shallow for the boat. After that, they ditched it and started walking. It didn't take long before they started hearing the sounds of cars in the distance. "Eleanor," Jim said, "you think we can stop soon? I don't think I can walk anymore." It was the heat and the humidity. It was getting to her, too. "Yeah, I guess," she said. "Cypress is just up the road a ways. Maybe we can find a truck stop and get something to eat." He just shook his head. "What?" she asked. "I don't have my wallet with me. Everything was lost when I lost my backpack. Do you have yours in your backpack there?" "No," she said. "Yeah, well, we're pretty much screwed then." He kicked at a pebble on the ground. "Do you at least have any water?" "No." "Nothing? No juice boxes? Nothing?" "I dumped all that stuff," she said. "You dumped it?" She nodded. He looked at her then. "What is it? Why are you smiling? If you dumped our supplies, what's in there?" She took her backpack off and laid it at his feet. "Open it," she said. A baffled grin was starting to appear at the corners of his mouth. "What are you up to?" he said, as he unzipped the pack. Then he looked inside, and the smile slid off his face. He reached in and pulled out a cellophane-wrapped brick of $100 bills.
"What the—"
he said. There's like 40 of these things in here." "I know," she said. She tried to hold in the giggles, but couldn't quite manage it.
"That's like
How much is this?" he said, stammering. She shrugged. "I think it's about $7 million. Eleanor glanced at Madison. The girl's eyes were wide open and bright. $7 million, Jim said. His voice was hushed, reverent. "About that," Eleanor said. "What do you think? You're the insurance man in this family. Is that enough for us to start our lives over?" He threw the brick of money into the backpack, and as he sat there on the side of the road, he began to laugh. It was the deep, glorious sound of unfettered joy, the kind of laughter she hadn't heard from him in years. The next instant, Madison joined him, and to Eleanor, their laughter sounded like freedom. This concludes Flesh Eaters.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.